Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Administration, I present the Committee Report number 23, Budget Estimates 2022-2023. The Clerk.
Government Business, Notice Number 1. Australian Taxation Office, fit out of new leased premises, 255 George Street, Sydney.
The Assistant Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Ministers for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provision of the Public Works Committee Act of 1969, that it carry out the following proposed works, which have been referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, on which the committee has duly reported to the Parliament. Australian Taxation Office, fit out of new leased premises for 255 George Street in Sydney. It may assist the House that the Australian Taxation Office is proposing to undertake a fit out of works for the newly leased property at 255 George Street, Sydney. The proposed works will facilitate the Australian Taxation Office's relocation from its existing office at 52 Goulburn Street, Sydney, following the lease expiry at the end of October 2022. The fit-out will support a flexible working environment and reduce property operating costs while meeting the occupational density targets that are set by the Commonwealth. The estimate cost of works is around $46.3 million, including GST, to be funded from the Australian Tax Office existing capital budget. The project was referred to the Public Works Committee on the 16th of December 2021. The committee has now recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to section 18 in brackets 7, subsection 7, the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that expedite to carry out the works. The committee has further recommended that the Auditor-General consider conducting an audit into the process undertaken by the Australian Tax Office in identifying selecting 255 George Street as the preferred site for the works. Subject to parliamentary approval, the fit-out works are expected to commence in June 2002 and be completed by June 2023. On behalf of the government, I'd like to thank the committee for the work they undertake and offer my, as a former member of that committee, my commentary that the Australian Tax Office are without a doubt one of the most prudent fit-out, refit-outs per cost per metre of any of our government departments.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Dawson.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The American poet Robert Frost is renowned for his work The Road Not Taken, which centres on a choice between two paths. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, it begins, with the poet noting he could not travel both and be one traveller. And so, despite eyeing off one path, he took the other, just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim because it was grassy and wanted wear. When I came to this place, someone told me about two paths that lay ahead, the path of the poodle or the path of the mongrel. The poodles in politics, they said, do what they're told, get the accolades and end up sniffing the ministerial leather right up close. But nothing changes if it's left up to the political poodles. That's where the mongrels come in. Political mongrels might be mangy, they might growl when they're grumpy, they might soil the carpet every so often, but they bark when needed and aren't afraid to nip issues in the bud when needed as well. They keep the poodles in the ministerial leather that they're accustomed to, but pretty much put in the never-to-be-promoted column. It doesn't need to be said that I took the path of the political mongrel. George Bernard Shaw's comparison of the reasonable man to the unreasonable man comes to mind when talking about political poodles and mongrels. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world, the unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. Political mongrels bring about change. Political mongrels get things done. For my electorate and my people, I've proudly been a political mongrel. As a result, we've seen some big things delivered. For Dawson, the Mackay Ring Road at nearly $500 million is the biggest public infrastructure project built in the Mackay region. We've also secured funding for Stage 2 of that road, which is the Mackay Port Access Road. Up in the Burdekin, the Horton River Bridge has been fixed and we're floodproofing that section of the Bruce Highway with $500 million. Mackay's northern entrance is being upgraded right now and the Walkerston Bypass is about to get going to the west of Mackay. We've seen the Sandy Gully Bridge upgraded on the Bruce Highway near Bowen, the upgrade of the southern approaches to Townsville, overtaking lanes and pavement improvement between Cuttable and Caelan, also near Bloomsbury, between Proserpine and Bowen, just north of Brandon and near Alligator Creek. That's just a fraction of the $2.5 billion worth of projects that has been or is being spent on the Bruce Highway in Dawson. We've also seen Urannah Dam funded and about to be constructed, and now Hells Gates Dam also funded. Local roads and community facilities have also gotten a slice of the action. The new Proserpine Entertainment Centre has just been built, the Whitsunday Sports Park redeveloped and given a new clubhouse. There's a new Chute Harbour facilities. We've got a headspace for Mackay, now one in Proserpine too. There's the Mackay Aquatic and Recreation Centre, the redevelopment and extension of the CQ Rescue Helicopter Service hangar and headquarters, the Great Barrier Reef Cricket Arena being built at Harrop Park Country Club, Home Hill State High School's multi-purpose hall, the new Burdekin basketball courts, upgrade at Townsville's Brolga Park and at the Townsville Turf Club. I could go on, listing numerous community groups, sporting clubs and schools that have received new facilities, upgrades and extensions, courtesy of funding that I fought for, not to mention outcomes for industry sectors like agriculture, mining and tourism that I fought for, but I won't because we'd be here all day and the Parliament has other business to attend to. But I will for a moment dwell on the bigger achievements that, while benefiting Dawson, are broader than just my electorate. The Sugar Industry Code of Conduct is a key example of this. When cane farmers came to me with serious complaints of foreign-owned multinational monopoly milling companies trying to offer take-it-or-leave-it contracts that cut farmers out of having a say in the pricing of their product, I knew something had to be done. I do not want to see farmers or anyone else in this country basically becoming serfs to a foreign landlord. And so I fought alongside others for a Sugar Industry Code of Conduct, which set out the rules for fair agreements between farmers and the monopoly millers and established an umpire, an arbitration system, for disputes around those agreements. Likewise, with insurance premiums in North Queensland just going up year after year after year, in some cases by 1,000% over a 5-year period, I knew that there had to be government intervention. That's why I fought hard to get a Northern Australian reinsurance pool established to offset the rising reinsurance burden of cyclones and related flooding, and ultimately substantially bringing down insurance costs for North Queenslanders.
One of the greatest of achievements.
Thank you, Member for Kennedy. I've spoken a bit about the local deliverables in this regards, but I led the charge on a Fix the Bruce campaign back in 2013, and it resulted in $10 billion being set aside by the then Abbott Trust government for Bruce Highway projects. Against the extreme Green network, the Labor Party, Get Up and many left-wing media outlets, I fought for the Adani Carmichael mine, now operating under the name of Bravis. We fought against desperate but well-funded attempts to stop that mine, attempts that falsely tried to tout different entities as potential victims of that mine: the Great Barrier Reef, the fishing industry, the local Indigenous people who actually supported the mine, the black-throated finch, the ornamental snake and the yakka skink. We were told that the mine wouldn't happen, that it was uneconomical, it was going to be completely automated and all the rest of it. And yet last week I travelled out to the mine site where they're digging and exporting coal and employing miners, truck drivers and operators. The Great Barrier Reef is still here, as are the fish, the finches, the snakes and the skinks. And the local Indigenous community are getting jobs and contracts associated with the mine and the port. Now, I need to mention the Royal Commission into the banks. It was award-winning reporter Shari Markson who wrote about the then Prime Minister, quote, facing a backbench revolt led by Nationals MP George Christensen over the issue at the time, when the Coalition's numbers in Parliament were down as a result of the dual citizenship crisis. And veteran reporter Michelle Grattan, who noted, quote, the government was forced to drop its resistance when Nationals rebels threatened to revolt. Take a bow, Queensland Nationals backbenchers, Barry O'Sullivan, George Christensen and Lou O'Brien. You did everyone a service. Because I had been approached by many small businesses, farmers and homeowners in my electorate who had been done over by banks and insurers, I knew that the Royal Commission in the financial services sector needed to happen. Now, you only get a few shots at going against your own side on an issue like this, and so I didn't want to waste my vote on a do-nothing motion, but rather wait until a substantive bill came forward that could force the hand of the executive. And coming it was. Former Senator Barry O'Sullivan, former Senator John Wacker Williams, the member for Wide Bay, the member for Kennedy, and myself were making sure of it. And so they buckled, and the rest is history, or at least it should be. Sadly, legacy issues remain for banking victims, and I am still, even today, dealing with new victims of banking misconduct. The widespread misconduct of the banks meant less than 2% of submissions to the Royal Commission got to be heard. So the government announced that submitters could have their case heard by the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, or AFCA. But the problem is they will only hear cases from within the last 6 years. Many victims fall outside that timeframe. The sad reality is a bank can just decide still that they don't want a customer on their books anymore and call the loan in. No warning, despite the customer not missing a single repayment. Many customers in regional areas face this when the CBA bought out Bank West and when ANZ bought out Landmark. Family businesses, family farms were destroyed overnight after surviving good times and bad times for decades and generations. No warning, just a message from the top to the business bankers: raise their interest rates, call them in, do whatever you need to get them off the books. Was this process criminal? Perhaps. We may yet find out. The bank shouldn't breathe the proverbial sigh of relief just yet. But is the practice still continuing? Sadly, to say yes, it is. Up until very recently, the likes of Macquarie Bank would not acknowledge or accept that this had in fact happened to their business customers. Like one of my constituents, a long-standing small businesswoman with a very good reputation in her local area. Macquarie decided they wanted her off the books, and as a result she, like many others I know of, faced bullying and intimidation from their local business banker. Interest rates raised on the loan to tighten cash flow, pressured into signing blank discharge forms or agreeing to unfavourable terms as they were being threatened this was the only way out. The harassment was constant and unrelenting and brought a strong woman like my constituent to consider ending her life. Would Macquarie acknowledge this behaviour? Not on your life. The harassment and lies were often face-to-face or over the phone, so Macquarie were comfortable they could withstand a legal challenge. When will the banks just do what is right? How many Australians have to have their lives destroyed just because a bank can get away with it? The harassment and unconscionable behaviour of the banks has to stop. The Royal Commission just ripped the Band-Aid off the wound that is our current banking system. We need to keep the pressure on the banks to ensure the protection of families, retirees, farmers and small businesses continue and go further still. The government needs to strengthen the power of the watchdogs, ASIC and APRA, and needs to ensure that AFCA is truly independent and not just the rubber stamp of the banks that it currently is. The government also needs to establish the compensation scheme of last resort as soon as possible and it needs to have broad coverage if it's going to have any effect. That is, it must cover all products and services that fall under AFCA's jurisdiction. Now, many of you have asked the question, why am I leaving? Well, the answer is varied. Firstly, there's family. Some of you know that my wife, April, and I now have a beautiful 20-month-old daughter by the name of Margaret Ann. Full of beans she is, and wakes up Mum every morning that I'm down here asking Daddy, so April can video call me to talk to her. I've become a forced fan of Cocomelon, Super Simple Songs and Frozen because of my little Gragret, as she calls herself. What you might not know, though, is the circumstances of her birth. In early 2020, April was overseas staying with family while I was off seeing Julian Assange in Belmarsh Prison in London and busy with about 4 weeks of parliamentary sittings, a couple of weeks of internal electorate travel and parliamentary committee work. We were supposed to meet up again in April, and then the borders slammed shut. Like many others, we became victims of pandemic policy, albeit policy that I supported at the time because it seemed like the common sense thing to do. We thought the borders would only be shut a while, but it went on and on and on. To cut a long story short, my daughter was born overseas in July 2020 without me there for it. Worse still, there were complications for my wife, who had to have a caesarean and then suffered severe internal bleeding. At about 4 a.m, the surgeon attending to my wife phoned me to say the situation was very serious, and if there are things that I have to tell my wife, that now was the time to do so. You don't get a clearer, more sobering message from a doctor than that. She was then rushed into emergency surgery. That morning I had to front a meeting of local farmers and then a press conference, all the while not knowing whether my wife was alive or not. Thankfully she was, and the surgeons there saved her life. On that note, I am thankful for Senator Marise Payne for what she did to get info via our embassy to the hospital and vice versa. In the preceding months, as April was recuperating, we worked on the process of reuniting. Without me pulling rank, it would have been in the papers if I tried to do so. Thankfully, we were reunited. So there's that. Then, here comes the hard bit, guys. There's this place. I actually don't like coming to Canberra anymore. The parliamentary processes to me seem so stale and staged. Question time's a farce, where government backbenchers ask pointless questions written by someone else and opposition members ask pointless gotcha questions that never get answers. And the public hate the vitriol and behaviour displayed during question time. I'm guilty. I stand condemned as being part of that behaviour. The matter of public importance is nothing more than a sop to those who want to relive their high school or university debating club years. And votes and proceedings could just simply be dialed in. They're that predictable. We say something in favour of a government bill, the opposition say something against it, and we all vote for it or against it, depending on what the party says. I mean, in the Labor Party you get expelled for doing anything else. On our side you just get ostracised. What happened to individuality in this place? What happened to critical thinking? What happened to true representation? As a nation, we bemoan the fact that most politicians are white-bread cookie-cutter replicas of one another, but on the other hand we decry a spark of individuality as chaos, destabilisation and disunity, or at least the media does. We can't have it both ways. There needs to be greater room in this place for backbenchers to say what they really think publicly in this chamber and to vote accordingly. The notion of party discipline needs to give way to representation, just like it does in many other legislatures around the world. Otherwise, we run the risk of Parliament House degenerating into a sheltered workshop for people who can't think for themselves. So there's that. Then there's COVID. You've heard it before. We've blown up freedoms, bodily autonomy, medical privacy, human rights, community cohesion and many businesses and jobs, all for a virus with a 0.27% infection fatality rate. It should never have happened, and yet some of it is still happening. We here could have and should have at least stopped the discrimination from happening by putting rules around access to the Australian Immunisation Register data, rules that said you can't use that data for the purposes of terminating someone's employment or discriminating against them in supplying a service. We didn't. It's not the only thing that I've disagreed with the government on. There's the net zero policy, which I vehemently disagree with on the basis that it's ultimately going to cost jobs, and probably jobs in my region. There's a digital identity bill which we're crafting that's being pushed by the elite globalist World Economic Forum. No one has ever approached me as a member of parliament and said they want the nation to adopt a digital identity system. But Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum have called for it, but we don't answer to them. Our democracy is one that should be from the ground up, the people up, not from the globalists down. So I'm not sure whether I've departed from the values of my party in government or the other way around. Perhaps it's a bit of both. And so continuing on as the member for Dawson, for the LNP or otherwise, when my values more and more differed from the government that I was part of, weighed heavily on me. I'm very fond of the reading meditations. I know you do, Member for Kennedy. I'm very fond of reading the meditations by the Roman emperor philosopher Marcus Aurelius, and he wrote, "At some point you have to recognise what world it is you belong to, what power rules it, and from what source you spring, that there is a limit to the time assigned you, and if you don't use it to free yourself, it will be gone and will never return. So I'm freeing myself knowing that this is no longer the world I belong to." But as I take my leave, I want to share with my colleagues a list of things that matter to Conservative and patriots, according to me. Strap yourself in. Some of these may be unpopular, not in keeping with the times or the way of the world, but to quote one of my favourite saints, St Athanasius, "If the world is against the truth, then I'm against the world." I begin with the most important matter of them all, life. The right to life is the most fundamental liberty of them all, and we should be acting to defend it. Freedom of speech is paramount for any democracy, including the speech we don't like. Efforts to ban free speech with political buzzwords like hate speech, vilification, disinformation and misinformation are harmful to democracy. Likewise, foreign-owned big tech oligarchies should not be allowed to censor political and philosophical discourse in this country. The legacy media is biased. It lies and it's become a cheer squad for big government and wokeism. We should call it out, but where it's privately owned, never seek to have government interfere with it. But taxpayers should not be funding a biased fake news media outlet. The ABC must be reformed. People should not be forced into any medical procedure under threat of losing their job, losing payments or any other form of restriction, coercion or duress. We should have, as I've said, as a federal government, acted on this. We should never sacrifice people's livelihoods, people's jobs, people's businesses and farms, our regions or our nation on the altar of the political religion that is man-made climate change. Net zero emissions will mean net zero jobs. The World Economic Forum, the United Nations and other globalist bodies should not dictate to Australia as to what laws we should have. Democracy in this country is from the bottom up, not top down. Australian citizens should not be locked up in foreign jail cells for breaking politically motivated laws in other countries that they didn't even set foot in, no matter how powerful that country is. We should pull out all stops to bring home Australians who are political prisoners, like Julian Assange and Cheng Lei. We should ban Communist China, its state-owned enterprises and state-linked enterprises from owning anything of strategic value in this country. That includes ports, farms, agribusiness, power and water utilities, the telecommunications sector, the resources sector and defence-related industries. We need a strong defence force, and we should support our veterans who have served this nation. We should make it a national policy to maintain and even subsidise a strong and resilient manufacturing sector and farming sector so that we are self-sufficient and economically sovereign. We should let kids be kids and not push woke trends and ideologies onto them. Parents who undertake their own childcare should be compensated to the same extent that those who utilise childcare services are. Parental alienation is a form of child abuse. It should be outlawed. Every child deserves a relationship with their mother and father, and the family law system should recognise this. Domestic violence is reprehensible, but masculinity is not toxic, and most men are not violent. We don't need to be welcome to our own country, and we should maintain a system whereby public services are not provided according to your race. Taxation is theft. The more money we allow working Australians to keep in their pockets, the better. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, corporate Australia has gone woke, if you hadn't noticed it. By and large, they are no friend of Conservatives, and we owe them no favours. Now, if my list of political ponderables seems dangerous to you, then beware. I'm about to go through a list of thank yous, which is always rife with danger due to the risk of leaving people out. If I leave people out, I am very, very sorry. Firstly, thank you to my wife Prill and my baby daughter Margaret, my dad, my late mother, my sister Kathleen, my brother Anthony, all of my wider supportive relatives in the Mackay region, like cousin Peter Christensen and relatives elsewhere who've had my back. To close friends, AJ Stebbins, Matt and Larissa Loveday and their children James and Ashley, Matt and Casey Fitzpatrick and their lovely family. To my good friend who's not here, Senator Matt Canavan, for all the support he's given me through our journey together. To the Deputy Prime Minister, a good mate even before I come to this place. To the member for White Bay, who's become a very good mate. The member for Hinkler, who's certainly helped me out a fair bit in my electorate and who's been a bit of a sounding board. The member for Wright, where are you, member for Wright? Down there, good on you. Bucko, you'll always be a mate. The Minister for Regional Health, who's delivered over and over again for us and always a good sounding board. To the member for Riverina, who we spent so much time together on those benches over there, causing trouble. Despite all the water that's gone under the bridge, I consider you a very, very good friend, Michael. To Senator McMahon, Senator McDonald, good friends all. The member for Leichhardt, who we fought hard in that insurance issue. The member for Capricornia, and member for Herbert, neighbours, we've assisted each other on various different issues. To the Minister for Home Affairs, who's back in his office doing hard work. He's also been a good bloke to talk to. Senator Mackenzie for all of her support, and the Assistant Treasurer I should name as well for getting that insurance thing across the line. Senator Rennick, Senator Antic, who've been buddies in fighting against the vaccine mandates. And I also want to thank the member for Hughes, the member for Clark, the member for Mayo, the member for Kennedy, Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts. Now, some of you might think it's a bit weird to thank other people in other parties, and from the Nationals, particularly these independents, who we worry about, or the minor parties which we worry about. But I've always got on well with all of them. And as Bob says, and this is my homage to you, Bob, I do a good impression, may 1,000 blossoms bloom. To state MPs, Dale Last, Amanda Cam, Steve Andrews, Shane Knuth, thank you. I want to acknowledge Tony Abbott, Warren Truss, Deanne Kelly, the late Roger Kelly, Ray Braithwaite and Mavis, Ron Boswell, former Senator Nigel Scullion, Barry O'Sullivan, Peter Credlin, Rosemary and Ray Menkins, Ian McFarlane, Peter Slipper, Ewan Jones, Corey Bernardi, John Wacker-Williams, Ian and Leslie McDonald, Peter Lindsay, Ted Malone and Karen. A shout out to former Senator Bob Brown for his contribution at the last federal election. They say in this job you're only as good as your staff, and I have some bloody good staff who've had to put up with a lot. So thank you to Shelley Argent, Megan Kerr, Dave Westman, Lauren Ballard, Beck Reid and Alicia Carroll, who were with me till the very end. But also thanks to Linus Bonanno, Dennis O'Reilly, James Moyes, Belinda Neiman, Brett Leach, Shannon Mapley, Sue Breen, Wendy Cumming, Danielle Nielsen, Nicole Batsloff, Ross Warwicker, Diane Hatfield, Cody Vella, Damien Tessman, Tamara Candy, Dominic McCarthy, Jess Dawes, Kathleen Agnew, Margie McLean, Mary Cornelius, Matt Delagan, Max Tomlinson, Ray Lloyd-Jones and Rebecca Chandler. Your work has been very much appreciated. Dawn Klebby, your son, and my late friend Martin Klebby, Dawn's daughters Alana and Anita, Jolyon and Enid Forsyth, Paul and Leanne Fordyce, Michael Jones, Jeff Bagley, Ken and Joyce Kelly, Doug and Kay Peterson, Chris Bonanno, Graham Cummings, Simon Viglianti, Jennifer Azzopardi, Jeff Cox, Dave Cox, Sophie and Lawson Cam, Shane Newell, Ari Oliver, Andrew Cripps, Stan and Merrow and Warwick Wright, Jewel and the late Jim Gist, Joe Moore, Laurie Nielsen, Bob Smith, Robin Halls, Cole Hoffmeyer, Cole Glover, Laurie Pinder, Joe and Jan Sybaris, Pam and Mike Farrell, Judy Davies, Richard Bernardo, Jack McLean, Ian and Rhonda Braithwaite, Peg and her daughter Melinda Holborn, John Goldston, Charlie and Jackie Camilleri, Dr Paul Joyce and wife Lenny, Gay Gillies and the late husband John, Ken and Joyce Kelly, Jason and Tracy Newitt, Tony Perner and his late wife Josie, Alan and Ethel Millington, Peter Ware and Trish Marlberg, pilots of mine, Bob and Helen Baker, Tony Large, Bruce and Helena Heddich from the Bowen Pub, the Larrikin, Ian Shield, Bob Smith, Bob Harris, John and Kylie Smith and daughter Natalie, Frosty and Heather McLean, Bill and Marg McLean, Les and Nadine Dernsford, Bob Morton, Barney Menzies, Tom and Jan Callow, Neville and L.V. Dickinson, Brian and Lena Martin, Kiara Ross, John and Bev Honeycomb, Pam and Neil Pratt, Peter and Lorraine Henderson, Don and Liz Hick, Mitch Clark, Peter Hall and the Hall family, Gary Spence, Larry Anthony, Ben Hindmarsh, Jeff McCormick, Lincoln Farlow, Paul Darazette, Alan Gascoigne, Terry Dennis, Gina Reinhardt and all the Liberal National Party and Team Dawson members and supporters along the way. That wasn't the full membership list, by the way, but I want to thank each and every one of them and all of the others that I have failed to mention. I'm sorry if I have failed to mention them. They've been of great help and I will always be thankful for them. To industry and community stalwarts, Paul Skembry, Kerry Latta, Alan Parker, Max and Margaret Menzel, Sharon Smallwood, Annie Judd, Tony Randall, Dr Peter Ridd, David Caracciolo, Greg Chappell, Keith Payne VC and wife Flo, Peter Shaw and Jason Sharam, Christine Keys and the Freedom Australia Mackay team, Margaret Shaw, Bernice and Peter Wright, Ian Rowan, Mike and Pam Farrell, Vic and Evelyn Vassallo, Dale Smith, Bruce Smith and the wider Smith family, Bill Brewer and Cole Mang. Thank you very much for all your support. To dearly departed supporters and families of those supporters, the late Jeff Walker, the late Jim Ward, the late Professor Bob Carter, the late Ursula Murray, the late Bill and Eileen Dykey and the late Jack Long. Thank you. Tishan Johnson, David Goodwin, David Pello, Warwick Marsh, Kurt Marburg, Dan Flynn, Wendy Francis. Thank you to my local mayors, Greg Williamson, Lynn McLaughlin, Jenny Hill, Andrew Wilcox, all the mayors past and the councillors past and present. Thank you for your support. And for spiritual support along the way, I want to particularly thank Reverend John McKim, Father Richard Martin, Father Mark Vidus, Father Bill Meyer, Bishop Keith Joseph, Bishop John Ford, Bishop Ian Woodman, Bishop David Chislett, and our unsung parliamentary chaplains, the Reverend Eric Burton, the Reverend Peter Rose, Gordon Matson Johnson and Lynn Dow. That point brings me to the one I want to thank the most, my God. A lot of people have verbaled me about my faith. It's there and it's strong, but I acknowledge always that I've not lived up to its standards. And that is the point of Christianity. None of us can live up to the standards set by the perfect man, Jesus Christ. We can aim to and we can aspire to. And when we fall, we seek forgiveness, we get up and we get on with it. I'm not a saint, far from it. I'm a miserable sinner. The prayer I've prayed the most, apart from the Lord's Prayer, is what's called the prayer of the heart or the Jesus Prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Despite being a miserable sinner, I give all glory of the past 11 years plus of federal parliamentary work, the 6 years plus of local government work, totalling less than a month shy of 18 years of service in elected office, all to my Lord God and Saviour Jesus Christ. And in doing so, I'm reminded of the verse from St. Paul's first letter to the Corinthians that has been emblazoned on the bronze paperweight that has sat on my desk in my Parliament House office. Stand firm, it says, in bold letters, and underneath, be strong and immovable. Always work enthusiastically for the Lord, for you know that nothing you do for the Lord is ever useless. And from knowing this, I know the path that I've taken, the path of the mongrel, has been worth it. Robert Frost finished his poem, The Road Not Taken, with these words, in which I finish my parliamentary contribution. I shall be telling this with a sigh somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Take care, and God bless.
The Deputy Prime Minister on indulgence.
A brief indulgence, Mr. Speaker, whilst people are congratulating the member for Dawson. Well, there it is, colleagues, lying somewhere and at both ends between St Augustine and Franz Kafka, which is the member for Dawson. For some people, you can read about their careers in politics between Full Throttle and Takeoff as you leave Canberra. For some, you'll have to wait till you get to Sydney. For George, you could go to London, read the 3 books and still not quite understand it nor believe it, but his efficacy in this place is remarkable and without compare, and he will be a huge loss to the democracy of our nation and to his service to the people of Dawson.
The Minister has the call.
Speaker, just briefly, Brother George, the political poodle, the political mongrel, for those of us from Queensland, we know you're neither. You're a North Queenslander, we get it, we absolutely get it. And in terms of your fight for Adani, to give you some comfort, as the Ukrainian people fight for freedom, coal from Australia will be heading that way to power their factories, their homes, their heating and helping them with the fight. And in the future, if that demand continues, the most likely place that can increase production is the Bravus mine in central Queensland. So, George, congratulations, mate. We'll miss you dearly. Don't be a stranger, and congratulations on a wonderful parliamentary career, and God's blessings to you as well.
The member for Swan has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to deliver my valedictory speech to this House, and to those from the other place who are in the chamber, thank you for attending. I appreciate it. Mr Speaker, this is something I thought I would never be doing, but then again I never thought I would do a first speech. In early 2010, the former member for Leichhardt, Jim Turner, or Scooter as he was known, told me, "Ironsy, you're a nice bloke, but you're a oncer." A little bit of irony there. Anyway, my speech today is for the good people of Swan, my family and the future generations of the Irons family to read in years to come. So to the audience, please indulge me. I'm just following up from the member for Dawson, and he said a lot of things I probably would have said, but my speech is going to be a lot more vanilla than yours, George. So I won't be talking about any achievements because I've been talking about infrastructure achievements in my 14 and a half years in Parliament forever and a day, so I haven't got enough time to talk about them again. Today's just going to be about my time here. So being a member of Parliament was never a career option for me, even though I had a deep interest in politics. That interest developed over many years growing up in the Irons family, with dinner-time debates on everything including politics. As most people know, I came from a family of 10 in Victoria and was born Stephen James Dix, spent 3 years in an orphanage, and then I was fostered by the Irons family. And I'd just like to talk quickly about why they fostered me. They wanted to adopt someone, but they chose to foster me because I was the oldest child in the orphanage and was due to go to a boys' home. But the reason they fostered me was because they wanted to thank the country that adopted them. They had migrated from South Africa in 1959, and that was a way of them saying thank you to Australia for adopting them. So I moved to WA in 1981 for 12 months and have been there ever since. It's still like being on a holiday. Mr Speaker, I've been representing the people of the federal seat of Swan for 5 terms since the 2007 election. And everyone in this place knows Swan is a marginal seat, and I'm sure those on the other side of the chamber think it should be in their stable of WA seats. But I've been very pleased to disappoint you for 5 terms and hope I've given the people of Swan enough reason to continue voting for the Liberals and the candidate Christy McSweeney, because through the coalition government only over $2 billion of infrastructure funding has been delivered to Swan while I've been in Parliament. I must say that I could not have won the seat of Swan without the support of the Liberal Party, who I was pre-selected by, and the hundreds of volunteers and supporters, who are too many to mention, but they know who they are and who helped me win 5 elections. Mr Speaker, I believe everyone has an expiry date, and my decision to retire was not taken lightly. I know it's the correct decision for me and my family, just like that little champion Ash Barty did last week. We knew when our time was up. Too many people hang on, and as a dear friend and mentor of mine once told me, you don't wish I'd spent more time in the office on your headstone. Jeremy Buxton from the WA Liberal Party division contacted me shortly after I announced my retirement to give me his thoughts and some facts about Swan. Actually, when I saw Kim Beazley, another former member for Swan, on Australia Day, I suggested he and Jeremy should put their heads together and write a political history book on WA politics. I'm sure each topic would have a different version. Anyway, Jeremy told me the following interesting bits about Swan. I'll be the first member to retire from the seat of Swan since Federation. 2 members have passed away in office. 4 members, one who I just mentioned, moved to safer seats, and the rest were defeated in elections. So based on those facts, I'm probably the first ever sitting member for Swan to deliver a valedictory speech. The other comment Jeremy made was political parties shouldn't expect marginal seat winners to hang around until they get defeated, so I'm not. I'd like to acknowledge that my wife Cheryl, my son Jared, my brother Robert and my brother-in-law Robin are in the gallery today. Family is so important to me, and to have them here today along with some of my friends and supporters is special now WA has sort of opened the borders. Jared was here for my first speech when he was just a lad of 15 years of age and sat with the former member for Hasluck, Stuart Henry, and a few of my mates who flew in from all over Australia. Stuart is here again today as well. It's fabulous to have you here, Jared, and I do apologise for all the years we missed, but I do look forward to all the years we now have to catch up. Today also happens to be my foster father's date of birth, and if he had been alive, he would have been 96 today. Mr Speaker, for anyone who knows me, they know I have a love of music, and music has played a big part in my life and provided me with many hours of listening pleasure whilst flying across this great country to be here in Parliament. So in my speech, Mr Speaker, there will be lines from songs of many bands and artists, and it will give some people a smile if they know them and something to do if they want to go through the speech and work out which ones are which songs. Mr Speaker, I should have known right from the start in 2007, and that's one of those lines, that this 5-term journey I've been on would create great friendships, enduring friendships, happy times, times of achievement and excitement, but also many testing and disappointing times. I'll try to focus on the good bits of my time in Parliament, but if the bad bits are relevant, I will mention them, and if the people don't like them, they will just have to get over it. I arrived here in February 2008 after the 2007 election that saw 42 new members elected. This was a very foreign place to me, as I had not worked for a Member of Parliament, so I wasn't a staffer, and I'd only been active in party politics since 2004, and I'd visited Parliament House once, and not during a sitting week. I had a lot to learn, and there was no shortage of advice from wise members. Wilson Tuckey gave the new WA members some salient advice, and that was, you are now a VIP, know it, but don't show it. My friends Nola Marina and Luke Simpkins took that on board and were and have been humble members of this place, as I hope I have. Christopher Pyne also gave me some advice, and that was to keep asking questions. Don't pretend you know what's going on when you don't. The one question I forgot to ask was, what does it mean when the Speaker stands in his chair? I quickly found out when Harry Jenkins stood to quieten down the chamber. Michael Keenan had asked Julia Gillard a question about guaranteeing jobs, and the noise that followed was from both sides was like a football stadium. Harry stood up, and I thought, what a perfect time to get my response in as the chamber fell silent. And I yelled out, well, can you at least guarantee Kevin's job? And Harry tossed me straight out. He had no choice. But Pyne did say the comment was worth getting tossed out for, and Don Randall added that I now had a badge of honour. The Speaker mentioned the next time he saw me that he had to toss me, and did I understand the reason why? I did, and only once more in my time of Parliament have I been thrown out. A wise member said to me, do you want to be known for getting thrown out in your parliamentary career, or do you want to know to be known for other things? So I made my mind up not to get thrown out again. I must admit the expulsions did remind me of my time in school when I did get removed from the classroom on numerous occasions. Actually, there are many things in this place that remind me of school rules. I've just mentioned him, but I'd like to acknowledge the former member for Swan and Canning, Don Randall, who left us too early in 2015. He was a rogue, but also a fierce advocate for his electorate and his ideals. Don also said to me after I won the seat of Swan in 2007, Steve, you're a good bloke, but just to let you know at the next election, it's every man for himself and leave my donors alone. Don also carried the cardboard cutout of Kevin Rudd into this chamber on a sitting Friday back in 2008, which caused an uproar and saw the beginning of the end of Friday sittings. What a disaster that was. I wonder which Labor strategy genius thought of that. When I arrived at this place in 2008, even though I had been through an induction program, I had no idea what was going on or what the processes of this place were. Fortunately, I had some experienced staff working for me, Karen McGrath and Norm Hayward, the late Norm Hayward, who guided me through the initial stages of my parliamentary life. Mr Speaker, without our staff, all of us in this place would have an extremely difficult life. And to all my staff who have worked for me over my time in Parliament, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'd particularly like to thank Jonathan Martin, who was with me for a decade, and I felt like I lost an adopted son when he returned to the UK. I wish him well for his whole life. He was a great staffer, and he did all the worrying. I know other staff are listening in, like Amber Newton, Roman Gower, Jennifer Cale, and Annette Livesey, who's in the gallery here today, and I know I've appreciated all their contributions of all my past staff and my current staff led by David Hobbs, who have been fabulous since the last election. Another staffer, not mine, who but works in this building, is in the gallery, and when I describe it on my wife Cheryl, it's sister, auntie, mum, all rolled into one, and that's Helen Lewis. Thanks for everything, Lewis. The whip at the time when I came into Parliament was Alex Somley, and he put me on 9 backbench committees, so I was a bit busy in my first term. And Stuart Robert, who's sitting next to me, actually nominated me as secretary for about 4 of them, so I was pretty busy. The following term I reduced that to 3. I made sure I went to the formation meetings, so I didn't get nominated by another colleague to be secretary of that committee. They were the days of good starting times for sitting days. Monday was 12 a.m. and Tuesday was 2 p.m. for question time. We would usually go to Timmy's for lunch with the Bookburners Club and come back in time for question time on Tuesdays. We did sit a bit later in those days, often to 10:30 at night or 4 in the morning. The first sitting night of Parliament in 2008 saw us sit late, and I thought I'd sit in the chamber until we closed to try and get an idea of how the place operates. It was there that one of our experienced colleagues warned Stuart Robert and I that if we kept interjecting, one of our interjections would be taken as our first speech. Mr Speaker, in my first speech I spoke about the death of 7-year-old Shelley Ward in Sydney, who had died from abuse and starvation, which segues me to the next part of my speech. Somewhere in early 2008 I received a phone call from a lady called Leonie Sheedy. And I see a few smiles in the chamber because many of you have dealt with her. Leonie we all think she's batshit crazy, but I love her for what she's done and the energy and passion she has committed to helping people receive redress for sexual abuse in institutions across Australia. Anyway, her phone call put me on the path with Richard Miles and Jason Clare at the start of our parliamentary journeys, and we are still on it. And hello to Jason Clare, who's home sick in bed. I know Leonie's listening and I wish her well, and I say hello to all the clannies around Australia. I became the unofficial spokesperson for the Coalition on matters to deal with the Royal Commission into Child Sex Abuse in Institutions in Australia, and I thank all the ministers who have been involved with redress and helping the victims of abuse since that Royal Commission. My involvement has been a personal one as well, as I spent time in an institution as a child, as did 2 of my biological siblings, who were abused but both have passed away. The stories I've heard, the anger I've seen and the sadness and desperation of my fellow Australians has been traumatic to share, but I've felt privileged to have been able to hear them and then comfort them with a hug or a touch or a kind word. The sharing of these stories meant they lived through the trauma again, and it meant a lot to me that they were prepared to share it with me. I believed them and their tragic stories. Mr Speaker, one of my best experiences as a Member of Parliament was to engage a group of victims of abuse with the younger generation of victims who had experienced various types of abuse ranging from domestic violence, drug and sexual abuse. They sat together for a couple of hours telling stories, and the companion for the young victims phoned me later to tell me that the young group had cried in the car all the way back home because they were so moved by the stories they had heard. It had been an emotional experience for them, and it had made them aware abuse in Australia hadn't just happened to them, but had been generational. This is the type of things MPs do which make this job worthwhile. The work Leonie does will continue, and I was proud to secure funding for the Orphanage Museum, which is now being established in Geelong, which I am a member of their committee. Another area I did quickly focus on when I got to Parliament was to get as many industries involved in coming to Canberra as possible, to engage with the processes of legislation that directly affected their industries. I was amazed at the lack of input to legislation by industry, as it was being done a lot of the time by people who had no experience in actually running a business in that industry. Some of those industries are in the gallery today, and I'll mention them, a few of them who have been as supportive of me as I have been supportive of them. AMCA, which is the Air Conditioning Manufacturers Association, the lighting industry, Australian-owned contractors who are here, again, pursuing their Tier 2 status and Tier 3 status to get raised to Tier 1 or get Tier 1 opportunities. Plumbing products industry who are here as well. They've been great supporters of mine, and they've got a lot of things that need to still be done, but I'm going to handball those things to other people, or to the new member for Swan. Also the training industry, and particularly RTOs, who I engaged with during my time as Assistant Minister. Next, I'd like to thank all the employees in Parliament House for helping me make my 5 terms as easy and friendly as possible. So to the clerks, the attendants, the committee staff, security, cleaners, Comcar drivers and booking staff, the maintenance people. Alan was great, and Rick, you've got big shoes to fill. The Sergeant-at-Arms staff, the Speaker panel staff, the Whip and their staff. Your efforts and assistance have always been appreciated, and your cheery good mornings and quiet good nights have always been respectful and welcome. I'm not going to mention the GST, as everyone else has claimed it, but I know who did it, and he's not here in the chamber, but we all know it was Scott Morrison as the Treasurer and then Prime Minister, who sorted the GST out for Western Australia. So, Ministers, I want to thank for the 14.5 years of access that I had to the Ministers to get funding or get programs or get infrastructure for Swan. To my mates, Nola, Scotty Buchholz, sitting in the chair there, Craig Laundy and Ian McFarlane, who have both left, Alex Hawke, Ken Wyatt, Stuart Robert, and obviously the Prime Minister as well, Scott Morrison. I've enjoyed your friendship, and he's just walked in. He must have right on cue, PM. Okay. Your support and friendship and the advice you've given me over many years has been absolutely appreciated and thanked. And the Prime Minister, I will have to say it, you are not a bully. Anyone out there listening, this man is not a bully, and anyone who calls him that has got it totally wrong. I spent 5 years flatting with him and with Stuart Robert. Now, Stuart might have been a bully.
No question at all.
In the kitchen, he was terrible. He was in the kitchen, he was terrible. No, Stuart, both great guys, but PM, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you as a mate and a friend and see what you've achieved since you've been in the Parliament. People ask me how I came to be in the Liberal Party. It's pretty simple. It's the party that enables people to get ahead, and it's the party that wants everyone to get ahead and doesn't punish people for being successful. We don't always get it right, but that's what myself and my colleagues are for, to help the public servants make it right. Compare that to the Labor Party, and I know their ideology because I lived it when I was young. And I'll give you an example. I worked for the Gas and Fuel in Victoria on the roads. I worked out of the Vermont depot for the Elite Leakage Survey Department. We would get, let's say, 10 jobs given to us each day, and we would head out about 7 a.m. Now, if we had jobs in a nice, quiet suburban street, we would put those to the back and we would head out to the main arteries to disrupt, particularly if they were well-off areas like Toorak. The thought process amongst myself and all my workers was, well, if they are well-off enough to live here, let's teach them a lesson that us lowly workers can stuff and disrupt their lives up just as much as anyone else can. And that is what I learned was the basis of Labor's ideology. It's simple. Punish people for being successful and disrupt their lives. Drag them down, not lift them up. Now, they've got some further things I want to say, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go on to other things like dreams. Many of us have dreams here in this place, and dreams become reality, and they might become reality in years and years to come. And I just want to talk about something that I delivered to the Energy Minister the other day, and that's the idea of pressure and gravity energy. Just remember that, pressure and gravity energy. That might not happen now, but it's going to happen, I can tell you. And I'm going to finish off with my family. Robin, brother-in-law, great to have you here. Bobby, a brother I didn't grow up with, but we're now best of mates, and I couldn't have asked, I wish I had grown up with you, but I didn't, and it's great to have you here. To Jared, my son, all those years we missed, and the times will make up for it. I've still got a lower handicap than you at golf, so you've got something to aim for, mate. He did get in front of me for a short while, but I've been working on it. I've been practising retirement, so my handicap's come down a bit further. To my beautiful wife, Cheryl, I spent 52 years looking for you. And I don't think there's much more I can say. She's just fantastic. She finishes my life. She finishes my life. She brightens up my life. I mean, everyone knows Cheryl. If you never wonder what Cheryl's thinking, she'll always tell you. You know, she's just, you know, it's made my last 10 years here so easy. And she's the best campaign manager that I've ever had, seriously. So got things done so well, and that's one of the reasons why we won Swan the last 3 times. And I did say to her in 2011 when we got married that I would only run once more. But it was a Joey, and Cheryl knows what Joeys are, so I won't go into that. But I've run 3 times more, yet the time has expired to get out of this place, and I'm leaving it in good hands. And I hope to see my team back on the government benches at the next election. I think we've done a great job during the pandemic, the period. The economy's going strong, unemployment's down, and people in even in Western Australia particularly, wages are going through the roof, as you know, Madeline. They're going through the roof, so there's no lowering of wages. It's actually going up, but this government deserves to come back, I think. Anyway, one of the things I want to say is no more pager, no more bells. I'm going to finish with a couple of lines from an Eagles song and the Yellow Brick Road song. They may lose and we may win, but I will never be here again because my future lies beyond the Yellow Brick Road. Thank you.
The Assistant Minister on Indulgence.
Mr Speaker, as the members rightly pay their affirmations to the member of Swan, it is said in this place, if you want to truly understand someone, you need not troll through the many books and manufacturers of Hansard to understand them. You need not only read two documents, their maiden speech and their valedictory speech. And in this House this week we have heard some amazing speeches. Member for Flynn can no doubt, as you say farewell to this parliament, to you and Shirley, Christine and my deepest regard, and we will see you at the track on regular occasions. To my good friend George Christensen, the member for Dawson, the love that he has for April, the life and happiness that young Margaret has brought into his world. Georgie, when we are in Mackay, we will come and see you, we will come and stay with you. Our paths are not disconnected because you leave this place. To my dearest and closest friend in the parliament, the member for Swan, before coming to this place, he was a professional athlete. He played professional AFL football. So the competitive edge that he had on the paddock, he has brought into this place, and it has served him well. In addition to that, the salt of the earth, granular authenticity of his character comes from his trade as an electrician. He has always been a grounded soul, and the choice that he has made for his life partner in the way of Cheryl and the commitment that he has to Jared, we will never be strangers in Western Australia, and your home will always be part of our agenda, if not purely for your risotto. Thank you to those members that have made a contribution. I'm fortunate to have been here for all the three members I've spoken to watch their maiden speech and their valedictory. To the member for Swan, you are my brother. I love you.
The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the House for the opportunity and the indulgence to make some valedictory remarks. Mr Speaker, there can be few greater privileges for an Australian than to serve in the Commonwealth Parliament. To have represented the people of Menzies for the past 3 decades is an enormous honour, and I thank each and every one of them for that privilege. I've only been able to serve the Australian people because of the loyalty, the support and the commitment of my wife Margie and our children Emily, James, Stuart, Catherine and Benjamin. My service here has only been possible because of Margie's sacrifice in particular, especially giving up her own career. Mr Speaker, I can't name all the people who have supported me over the past 30 years, but I'll briefly mention a few. First, my Liberal Party members, especially my loyal and dedicated electorate chairs, including Neil Guppy, Tom Sweeney, Hal Griggs, Michael Gartland, Philip Radcliffe, Andrew Aston, and the indomitable Sandra Mercer Moore, who represented the very best of the values that I've sought to uphold. And the members of the Menzies 200 Club, chaired most recently by Bernie Capiciano and Anthony Fernandez, without which I would not have had the resources to campaign in each of those elections. Secondly, my electorate staff, of which there have been too many to name, although I will mention 2 long-serving members, Jackie Toop and Rebecca Poole, and my current and recent staff, Christy Elliott, Sarah Moat, Russell Hannon, Ahmed Hustrick and Nathan Porter. And my many ministerial staff, particularly my Chiefs of Staff, Robert Reid, Felicity Dargan, Andrew Bly, Michael Toby, Brendan Darcy, Kevin Donnelly, Nick Damaris and Matthew Fox. Thirdly, the many public servants with whom I worked, particularly departmental secretaries Jane Holton, Peter Boxall, Andrew Metcalf, Finn Pratt and Dennis Richardson, and the CDF Mark Binskin. And fourthly, my colleagues of 3 decades, particularly Prime Ministers Howard and Abbott, in whose cabinets I had the privilege to serve, and all my Victorian Liberal colleagues as well. And in this context, Mr Speaker, may I wish my colleagues in the Liberal and National parties every success in the forthcoming election. I hope you're all sitting on this side of the House after that event. I also thank our numerous friends for their ongoing support, particularly those with which we were involved in marriage education, and my cycling companions, especially Bill Scott in Melbourne and Stephen Hodge here in Canberra. And I express my gratitude to the members of this parliament with whom I have worked, including on significant issues in the past 2 parliamentary terms, such as the Magnitsky legislation in the Foreign Affairs Human Rights Committee. And I acknowledge in that regard the late Senator Kimberley Kitching, and of course my good friend and colleague Chris Hayes, who's sitting on the front bench on the opposition side, as well as members of the other 2 committees I've chaired, seeking to improve the operation of the National Disability Insurance Scheme and to streamline and reduce costs and delays in the family law system. Mr Speaker, my parents weren't wealthy. They worked hard all their lives. When my father died, my then 50-year-old mother took over the family trucking business, rising at 3 and 4 a.m. to transport stock to market until she was in her mid-60s. My parents gave my brothers and me 2 things more important than any material possessions, namely a good education and the encouragement to achieve our goals. This, I believe, is the great Australian dream, to hand on to the next generation an even better nation than the one which we've inherited. I've always believed that a successful society is a compact across generations. We prosper because of the wise choices, the sacrifices and the hard work of previous generations. And in turn, it's our duty to use our industry and judgment to ensure the best for future generations of Australians. Mr Speaker, 3 decades ago I gave up a career in the law to pursue a vocation. A career is about the individual. A vocation is about a cause. And my cause has been the peace, the welfare and the happiness of the people of Australia. As I said when I first spoke in this place over 30 years ago, internally my theme is justice. I declare my political creed here and now. It is that the essential end of government is not power or glory, but the good life for ordinary men and women. The ordinary man, as I know him, asks for a happy life, not a complaining one, for a full life, not an idle one. Mr Speaker, I came here 3 decades ago to make a difference. It was a concern that government was not acknowledging and responding adequately to the needs of families, particularly those with children, that motivated me to stand for election in the first place, and is what drove my policy interests for the first decade. The work that I and others did, especially through the then Lions Forum, culminated in the Howard government's National Family Strategy, including raising tax-free thresholds for families with children and subsequently the introduction of family tax credits. I also, somewhat unexpectedly, found myself introducing a bill to overturn the Northern Territory's euthanasia laws, which were implacably opposed by the Indigenous community in the Territory and many others. I'm proud that it's referred to as the Andrews Bill, but its success as only the 14th private member's bill to pass this parliament was the product of many contributions, including a then yet-to-be-elected member of this place, Tony Burke. I should note that when I expressed doubts about proposing the bill in a telephone call to Margie, she responded, "Well, if I didn't do that, I might as well come home and be a decent husband and father." When John Howard appointed me as Minister for Ageing in 2001, aged care was in the media for all the wrong reasons, including allegations of residents being given kerosene baths. The Prime Minister's wishes were clear: take aged care out of the media. I recently found my instructions to the department, which included getting more allocated beds operational, easing the burden of documentation on nursing staff, implementing a pricing review and expanding community care. I also established a National Advisory Council on Ageing, chaired by my former mentor Sir James Gobbo, to help address the challenges of an ageing population, including the retention of older people in the workforce. And that's a challenge which is ongoing. When I was appointed to Cabinet in 2003 as Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, the Howard government was struggling to get its legislation through the Senate. The outcome of the 2004 election enabled us to pursue a more ambitious agenda, including the establishment of the Building and Construction Commission to deal with rogue elements in that industry, the passage of legislation to recognise the role of independent contractors, the simplification of awards and the passage of work choices. It included one of the most significant developments in Australian workplace law, namely the establishment of a single unified national workplace relations system. That reform alone resulted in very significant productivity gains and economic benefits for this nation that continue to this day. As Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, I took the tough decision to reduce the intake of entrants from some places until those already here from those nations could be assisted better to settle and integrate into life in Australia. And during that year, I also introduced the citizenship test and strengthened the character provisions in our immigration laws. Mr Speaker, mindful of Sir Robert Menzies' observation that opposition must be regarded as a great constructive period in the life of a party, not a period in the wilderness, but a preparation for the high responsibilities in which you hope will come, my efforts were devoted to the Policy Development Committee after the 2007 election loss, serving on and subsequently chairing that body. The leadership events of 2009, albeit traumatic, were necessary for the coalition to return to government. Although in another telephone call when I told my wife Margie that I was offering myself as Leader of the Opposition, this time she told me that if I succeeded, not to bother coming home. Tony Abbott appointed me as Shadow Minister for Family and Community Services, working on welfare and related policies, which I built on as Minister for Social Services in his government. The measures we introduced were significant, building on the report I commissioned Patrick McClure to undertake, which provided the foundation for the consolidation of many welfare payments and the establishment of an actuarial basis for further reform, as well as measures that resulted in a very significant number of people moving from the disability pension back into employment. Mr Speaker, my final portfolio defence was as unexpected as it was satisfying. In a relatively short period of time, we implemented the first principles review to finally establish a single Defence Force structure in Australia, crafted and drafted the Defence White Paper, authorised the replacement of the entire Australian naval fleet, negotiated increased rotations of US Marines and Singaporean defence personnel in Northern Australia, held discussions with India, Japan and the US, which ultimately led to the revitalisation of the Quad amongst a long list of initiatives. There are other matters I could mention, but as the philosopher wrote, the moving finger writes and having writ moves on. Instead, Mr Speaker, let me make a few final observations about the challenges our nation faces. And there are two significant challenges, one domestic and one geopolitical. And this parliament, I believe, has an ongoing and critical role to play in relation to both these issues. First, the COVID pandemic has exposed many weaknesses in our system of government and highlighted fault lines that we have long ignored. Regardless of our views on the various responses to the pandemic, I suspect we can all agree that the Federation has faced stresses that have revealed weaknesses in its structure. It was Henry Park's great rallying call that we are one people with one destiny. That notion has seemed lost on many occasions over the past 2 years, yet it remains foundational to this nation. I cannot imagine that the founders of the Commonwealth ever thought that their work was complete, or that the only changes that would occur would be by judicial fiat or fiscal stealth. Yet that largely has been the history of the past century. A nation without the means of some change, observed Edmund Burke, is without the means of its own conservation. I encourage all who sit in this Parliament in the next session to begin the long conversation about the constitutional and other arrangements that will best ensure that we remain, in Parkes's famous phrase, one people with one destiny. And it should commence, in my view, with a thorough, transparent review of our response nationally to the pandemic to ensure that we are prepared fully for the next such event. And there's a related question, Mr Speaker, of population, including immigration, about which we need an informed debate, not one dominated by cliches. Numerous industries need workers to survive and thrive, but critical infrastructure must also continue to be provided if we are to maintain our economic growth and standards of living. I commend to the next government the establishment of a National Commission on Population to provide ongoing advice to both the people and the Parliament on the challenges that we face and solutions for their resolution. Secondly, Mr Speaker, there is the great geopolitical challenge that will shape our way of life, our peace and our security for decades, if not centuries, into the future. That challenge is the totalitarian Chinese Communist regime. The primary responsibility of a national government is the security of the nation. The security of our region is in greater peril today than it has been for generations. Not since World War II, some 80 years ago, have we had to contemplate defending Australia, but we do. That makes our response all the more urgent. We must stand economically, strategically and militarily with those nations and states, however imperfect, that seek to uphold the dignity and the freedom of the individual, and against totalitarian regimes that believe the individual should serve the state and is expendable. Just as Australia has stepped up its engagement in the South Pacific, it must continue to engage throughout the whole of the Indo-Pacific, including, I believe, greater parliamentary engagement with members of legislatures in our own region. How many, I ask rhetorically in this place, could pick up the phone to a legislator in a parliament or Congress in another Asian nation? Not many, I suspect, and that's a tragedy. Mr Speaker, I've had the good fortune to have served much of my term during one of the great reforming eras of Australian politics. History will judge favourably the Hawke and Howard eras. As John Howard observed, politics is not a public relations exercise. It is fundamentally a contest of ideas about what best serves the national interest. It is the ability to evaluate competing visions of the common good that marks a truly great people. That, I believe, must always be the aspiration of those of us fortunate to engage in the formation of public policy. The greatest force in life, certainly in politics, is inertia. There's always a reason to do nothing, but that's a betrayal of why we're elected. It is better, I believe, to have tried and failed than never to have tried at all. And finally, Mr Speaker, may I say something about this House? And in doing so, may I thank all the men and women who serve the Parliament, from the clerk and the sergeant and their staff, through to the library, the committee personnel, Hansard and reporting and broadcasting, the transport office and Comcar, the catering service, the attendants, the security officers and those who maintain the building, provide services and clean our suites. While this should be a place where ideas are contested and policies and programs scrutinised, it must also be a place that pursues national unity. And that quest starts with us all. In his inaugural address, an autographed copy of which I've had on the wall of my office for the past 30 years, John Fitzgerald Kennedy reminded us that civility is not a sign of weakness and sincerity is always subject to proof. The blight of factionalism and identity politics, which inflicts many spheres of national and community life beyond politics, must be resisted. If there has ever been a time for the political virtue of toleration, as espoused by John Locke and others, as being in need of revival, it is now. If our political system is to thrive, it needs to find ways of transversing the new fault lines in the national polity, especially the growing chasm between the experiences and expectations of those who live in the inner suburbs of our capital cities and those who live in the middle and outer metropolitan areas such as my electorate and regional and rural Australia where I was born and raised. Robust debate should not detract from our essential task, which I believe is the peace, the welfare and the happiness of the people of Australia. So, Mr Speaker, to reference Shakespeare, my hour of strutting and fretting upon this stage has come to an end. It remains for me to bid farewell. In the Municipal Gallery Revisited, one of his last poems, William Butler Yeats recounts a visit to an art gallery where the portraits of many of his friends were displayed. It reminds me a little of the Members' Hall. Around me the images of 30 years, he began. And with a minor change, I adopt his final stanza. You that would judge me, do not judge alone this book or that. Come to this hallowed place where my friends' portraits hang and look thereon. Australia's history in their lineaments trace. Think where man's glory most begins and ends, and say my glory was, I had such friends. May God continue to vouchsafe the deliberations of this Parliament. May God bless Australia.
Yeah, all right. Few places going there that you for a while.
Absolutely, yeah.
Messages from the Senate.
How many have we got?
You have
I've received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment or requests. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to deal with the consequential matters in connection with the Data Availability and Transparency Act 2020 and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the next schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those of that opinion say aye. Those no. The ayes have it. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I call the Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
Do you want to explain any of the amendments? No.
No, Mr Speaker.
Okay. No debate to ensue. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to critical infrastructure and for other purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the next schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I call the Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. I understand that there's a wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I call the Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Second reading speech.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Road Vehicle Standards RVS Act 2018 is about applying a nationally consistent vehicle safety and environmental performance and security standards while also meeting consumer expectations that they may purchase a broad variety of road vehicles. The government set a 12-month transition period for adjustment to the new legislation, which commenced on the 1st July 2021. But over the past few years, almost all road vehicle manufacturers and importers have had to manage the severe impacts of the COVID pandemic on workplaces and the global supply chains. After listening to numerous industry participants, the Australian Government has determined that a 12-month extension of the transitional period is necessary. A wide range of industry participants will benefit from the 12-month extension, and extending the transitional arrangements makes a level playing field for all participants. This bill maintains the provisions of the new legislation, and road vehicle providers that have already transitioned to the new regulatory framework will be enabled to continue providing their vehicles using approvals granted to them under the new legislation. I commend the bill to the House. Something else,
I call the Minister. Oh, the Deputy Prime Minister. No. Continue.
Okay. I would like to thank the honourable members for their consideration of the Road Vehicle Standards Consequential Transitional Provisions Amendment, Bill 2022.
Sorry, I'll interrupt you. I'll get the Deputy Prime Minister to take his seat and I'll just conclude the previous bill. The question for the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that have opinion say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I've received The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the Road Vehicle Standards Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2018 and for related purposes, and transmit it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Road Vehicle Standards Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2018 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Brevity is the soul of wit. I would like to thank honourable members for their consideration. I would also like to...
I'll just interrupt. I just need you to present the explanatory
now present the explanatory memorandum. I present the explanatory memorandum for this bill, and I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Okay, I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
I would like to thank honourable... No, you, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
I call the member for Ballarat.
Thanks, and I'll be very brief as well. This is the Road Vehicle Standard Consequential and Transmissional Provisions Amendment, and frankly, this is where the government has come to us and asked for a further extension of the introduction of the Road Vehicle Standards Bill. This is a bill that the government introduced with and was passed in this House in 2018. It's actually a really significant measure around road safety in this country. And
Order. I'll just interrupt the member
Yes,
for Ballarat. I need you to take your seat, and we need the Deputy Prime Minister to do his second reading speech, and then I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to move my second reading speech.
Please do so.
Although,
I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I'd like to move my second reading speech. I would like to thank the honourable members for their consideration of the Road Vehicle Standards Consequential and Transitional Amendments Bill 2021. I concur with, and I'd like to thank the members of the opposition for expediting this process. There's a clear need to support businesses and the community to adjust to the severe impacts of the COVID pandemic, including workplace and supply chain challenges. This bill does this by providing a 12-month extension to the RVSA transition period. I commend the bill to the House. I move the second reading speech. I haven't
okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue debate?
Leave is granted.
Okay, I call the member for Ballarat.
Thanks very much. So I rise to speak in the second reading of the Road Vehicle Standards Consequential and Transmissional Amendment Bill. There's a couple of things I want to observe in this. This really is a bit of an indictment on the competence of the government. If you look at the history of this bill, back in 2018, Labor supported a government bill on the Road Vehicle Standards Bill, so 2018, for some 4 years ago. The bill replaced the Motor Vehicle Standards Act 1989, which regulates the importation of road vehicles into Australia and the first provision of road vehicles into the market on Australian roads. And that it includes caravans, cranes. It includes when you import a vehicle, from America, a specialty vehicle, and you want to change it from left-hand to when you want to change its drive. This has always been a really complex and controversial area, always. And I thought it was pretty impressive that the government then had decided that they were actually going to try and sort this issue out. There were always going to be groups within the road vehicle area that welcomed it, and there were always going to be groups that did not want the reform. And we supported the bills because the fundamental purpose of the bill back in 2018 is that it creates a much more modern regulatory framework to ensure that road vehicles and certain road vehicle components provided in Australia meet safety, anti-theft and emission standards. Really important. So good on the government back in 2018 for actually doing this bill. Because there were significant issues with industry that recognised at the time, to deal with this, the initial bill included a transition period which was almost a year. It was to go right through to 2019. The government in July 2019 came to us again and said, look, we're not quite ready. We haven't got the data sets, we haven't got the computer system. The industry is saying we're not quite ready. So we supported an extension. Again, being reasonable about it, we supported that extension of the transition period, and that was to conclude at the 30th of June this year. Now in March, this bill is asking us for a further extension. We're not going to stand in the way of the bill. We've indicated to the Deputy Prime Minister's office that we've supported the extension. We did so in the Senate and supported the passage of the bill through. But I do want to say, look, this is an issue about competence. I understand the pandemic has delayed a number of things. However, this bill was introduced 4 years ago. It's not a bill that was just introduced a year ago or 2 years ago. It was introduced 4 years ago, and the government still hasn't got the implementation right. They still haven't got the consultation right, and they've become begging for more time. Frankly, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. And again, this is not this is not a bill that Labor introduced in government, and there's been some unintended consequences. Whatever. This is a bill the government introduced. So last week the government approached us, so only last week, to propose a further 12-month delay to allow time for industry to make further changes to implement this new system. And it's a bill, as I said, that was initially passed some 4 years ago. It was meant to come into effect 3 years ago, and it's been now extended. Now this is already once. Our consultations with the industry over the past week have revealed that the truth of the delay is that a whole range of small and medium enterprises who are scathing of this government's handling of the transition period, including its communications with affected industry participants and the unwieldy nature of the IT solutions being used to implement the transition. It seems that the government hasn't used the extension that was given, first in the initial bill, transition period, and then in the second extension that they asked for, to actually prepare for the new scheme and its full effect. The whole process, frankly, you have to question, what have they been doing to actually bring this forward? I don't think, really, I think that for me, if this law is about road safety, about emissions standards, about ensuring anti-theft devices and the consistency, then the government needs to really think about why is it being delayed. We also, I know this is a really difficult area, and it is an area where there will always be conflicting views about what to do. And as I said, the government took the decision in 2018 to bite the bullet and try and fix this. It's now just pushing it off and pushing it off again, and on the eve, frankly, of we're days away from a federal election. This mess is going to have to get fixed by whoever wins the next election. I'm saying very clearly that I think there are, we will have to have a good look to see, whether this law is actually contemporary and works in the way that it does. And I want to make it very clear, though, that this is something that any incoming government, we should not be back here in this place in yet another year's time saying, it's all a bit too hard, and the data systems aren't there, the IT systems aren't there, the communications haven't been done. We can't just keep doing this. If you want to enact this law and you think it's the right law to enact, and this is what the parliament agreed, then we actually need to get on with it, or you need to change the law, or you actually need to do your job. And as I said, this really does represent the government, frankly, just really being pretty incompetent at doing its job. So, as I said, Labor will support the bill. We've supported it in the Senate, but again, this is going to be a problem for any incoming government, whether it's the existing government or whether it's an Albanese Labor government. If it's us, I'm pretty determined that we'll fix it.
There being no further speakers, I'll put the question. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in that favour say aye. And those opposed, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an Act to amend the Road Vehicle Standards, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Okay, I'll call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well,
you can take your mask off.
I thank the Shadow Minister for her patience, and we'll make sure that we get the running sheet. But of course, we know how this place works. Everybody will tonight want to get home if they can, and so we'll expedite processes. We don't need to debate. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Now, I'll call the minister. You have to put. Yeah, move. You have to now move.
I move this bill now be read a third time.
The question of this is that this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Road Vehicle Standards, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Now move on to the petitions. We're moving on to petitions. Yeah, okay, so I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave of the House to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I present the 36th report of the Petitions Committee for the 46th Parliament, together with 59 petitions and 85 ministerial responses to the petitions previously presented. As we approach the end of the 46th Parliament, I want to take the opportunity to draw the attention to the work of the committee. As an extension of the House of Representatives, the Standing Committee on Petitions can only operate during a term of Parliament. Once the Parliament dissolves, so does the committee. However, the Petitions Committee process does not completely stop between Parliaments. For example, if a response to a petition referred to a minister has not been received before the Parliament dissolves, that petition will still be needed a response by the 47th Parliament from the relevant minister. In the practice, we encourage all ministers to respond to petitions within the 90 days and before the end of the Parliament. This ensures petitions receive timely information about the issue raised in their petition. Petitioners can only request a new petition or paper petition between the end of Parliament and the start of the new Parliament. These requests are held by the Secretariat for consideration by the new committee. The Australian public clearly values the petitioning process. To date, this Parliament, we have processed 1,664 e-petitions and 76 paper petitions that have been approved by the committee, and there have been over $4.6 million signatures to e-petitions and 132,000 signatures made on hand or on paper petitions. Mr Speaker, we anticipate that the keen engagement with petitioning will resume with the new Parliament, and the Standing Committee on Petitions will continue to update the House accordingly. Thank you very much.
I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report entitled Report 200, International Labour Organisation Protocol of 2014 to the Forced Labour Convention 1930. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Strengthening Australia's Relationships in the Pacific, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as recent news events have illustrated to us, the Pacific is a region of incredible strategic, defence, military and development importance to Australia. And it's important that we maintain our position as the primary partner of choice for these countries, the security guarantor for these countries, the preferred development partner for these countries, and the leading exemplar of soft power in the region. And I believe, Deputy Speaker, that we have made a number of important steps in recent years in both recognising the importance of this region to our own strategic interests, recognising our humanitarian obligations to this region, and increasing the level of Australian engagement accordingly through programs like the Pacific Step Up, through expanded labour mobility programs, through expanding and enhancing our diplomatic presence in the region through enhancing our defence engagement and defence partnership with the region through programs like scholarships, educational exchanges and even indeed sports diplomacy. And the report that the committee is tabling today, Strengthening Australia's Relationships in the Pacific, seeks to build upon what has been achieved already in the Pacific Step Up. And I must also at this juncture just commend some of the measures announced in the budget on Tuesday evening, which increase our level of development assistance to the Pacific, but also provide a number of new initiatives to enhance our relationship. Australia can no longer assume that our interests in the Pacific will look after themselves. We've had to contend with outside powers seeking to exert influence before, but those sorts of developments have generally been of a more manageable variety. Rivalry between Taiwan and the mainland of China for diplomatic recognition in the late 1990s and early 2000s, some occasional forays from nations like Russia, Iran, even Libya for a period, but nothing like we're seeing in terms of the level of interest from Beijing and China's government in terms of the Pacific. And of course, something that has been in the news much this week is a potential partnership agreement between the Solomon Islands and China, which, if it were to allow the establishment of a military presence, permanent or non-permanent, in the Solomon Islands, would pose a grave risk to Australia's strategic and defence interests. What that means, though, in short, is we need to work harder in the Pacific. We need to invest more time and resources and people and diplomacy and development and defence assets in the Pacific. And we should no longer assume that these nations will take us for granted. We need to both address their priorities and listen to their concerns. And with this in mind, and the committee heard evidence from a number of Pacific Island countries, think tanks, academics and others about some of the initiatives they would like to see, and this report seeks to elaborate upon those. Firstly, the report recommends that we lead a large-scale multi-year post-COVID-19 aid and recovery package for the Pacific, and I do note that the government has announced such a package and they're building on it in the budget, but it is incredibly important given the dependence of some of these countries, in particular on tourism receipts, that we help their economies rebuild after a period when they've had almost no tourist dollars come in. We also recommend that Australia seeks to build upon existing and expanding labour mobility schemes with the Pacific to make sure that such schemes provide career development options so people can move up the skills ladder and take better skills back, but also a limited permanent residency pathways so that people who are making an enduring commitment to this nation also have options to reside here longer term. The report highlights, and we heard a large number of evidence as a committee, about the exceptional importance of climate change as an issue facing the Pacific. And the report emphasises and recommends that climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation efforts be a high priority in Australia's assistance to the region, but also our diplomatic engagement with the region, because for most of these countries they see this as an existential challenge and they look to Australia to take the lead on this issue, both domestically and also internationally. We also make recommendations that the Federal Court's Judicial Capacity Building Program in the Pacific continue to be supported, that we look at the creation of a dedicated Pacific component to Australia's permanent migration intake, similar to what New Zealand offers to these countries as a way of strengthening our people-to-people and cultural ties, that we look at expanding Australia's media and broadcasting footprint in the Pacific, recognising that this is a key element of Australian soft power, that this is the information domain is increasingly contested in these countries, and we need to make sure that we, Australia, remain a trusted source of unbiased and fact-based news for these countries, given that there are alternatives available. And finally, and the committee takes no particular views on the outcome of these explorations, but we do recommend that we explore ambitious proposals for deeper integration with the Pacific, such as a long-term compact of free association. Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
And I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on this report. I'll start by commending the work of the Chair, who's done an excellent job in chairing the committee, and acknowledge the Deputy Chair, the member for Bruce, who would be speaking to this report if it weren't for the fact that he unfortunately currently has COVID. I'll thank the committee members for their work, and also the Secretariat. And what we saw in the submissions that were put to this inquiry was the great enthusiasm from the foreign policy community in Australia, indeed business, trade unions, academia, about the opportunities that lie for Australia in the Pacific. One recommendation that I think is something that does need to be picked up, which is to acknowledge that there is a Pacific step up, but there is so much more to be done, is recommendation 1, which notes Australia should lead a, quote, large-scale, multi-year post-COVID aid and recovery package within the Pacific Islands region, looking for not just a step up, but, quote, transformative public investment. And I think it is that transformative public investment that we need to fully realise the potential of the Pacific, but also to realise our ambitions in helping our Pacific neighbours achieve their goals. I'd note that this is one of 4 inquiries that the committee has, the broader Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee has completed that focus on the Pacific, and I commend the chair of the Joint Standing Committee for their leadership in getting us to that point of having a multi-report response to some of the opportunities that lie in the Pacific. Australia's relationship with the Pacific is and must be a forever partnership. A region as diverse as the Pacific will, of course, have diverse views and diverse opportunities. But what we did see was a universally positive association with Australia's engagement, and that we are seen as a first responder when our friends in the Pacific face crisis. But of course that is not enough. We should also be the partner of choice for our Pacific partners to address shared challenges in our region. Unfortunately, we have seen some signs that this may no longer be happening, and the impact of COVID in the Pacific highlights more than ever the importance of Australia working with Pacific neighbours to deliver a region that is both secure and sovereign. Beyond those challenges that the Chair outlined, we also have the challenge of climate change. While the report rightly identifies climate change as an issue facing the Pacific region, I do believe it fails to fully capture the significance of the challenge. And I fear that the government has always dealt with climate change as an issue for domestic politics rather than something where Australia needs to be seen on the world stage as a good, honest, long-term actor. And we can no longer let down our Pacific neighbours by failing to take climate change seriously, both at home and in our work abroad. I'd also like to highlight the Grand Compact proposal that John Blaxland has proposed, that is, that Australia offer a compact of association with South Pacific countries for shared governance, somewhat similar to what New Zealand has done. And the committee has recommended the Australian government consider these proposals, and as the Chair mentioned, with a permanent migration intake similar to the New Zealand model. And finally, if I can just talk to Radio Australia. It was 25 years ago that the Howard government made significant cuts to Radio Australia. This report says that we have to change direction. We need to reinvigorate Radio Australia, which is well regarded in the region, and to boost its digital appeal. We know that soft diplomacy, using our media assets and using things like Radio Australia, which is a huge opportunity to share both stories of the Pacific and stories of Australia with our neighbours. If we continue to invest in things such as Radio Australia, that is just one simple way that we can reverse some of the damage that has been done over many years in our relationship with the Pacific. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
There being no further speakers, I'll call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The question is that the House take note of the report. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. That the ayes have it. I call the member for Wentworth.
Mr Speaker, I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the the debate is adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Okay. For the made a debate for the Federation Chamber. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. We'll go on to the next. Call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Inquiry into PFAS Remediation in and around Defence Bases Final Report, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. This is the third and final report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade and into the National PFAS Investigation and Management Program. The committee has consistently heard about the stress and uncertainty that PFAS remediation places on residents in affected communities. The committee heard about the lack of government information, about a lack of trust of government information that has developed in and around the communities impacted by PFAS. It is essential that the Australian government ensure that this is open, direct and timely when information and updates are provided to the community. This should hold whether there is good news, bad news or even no progress to communicate. Those communities have demonstrated that they need to be kept in the information loop where this contaminant is concerned. The committee has made 8 recommendations to the Australian government, which provide some practical suggestions that may assist the government in ensuring that PFAS response meets the needs of these communities. The committee heard that pfas.gov.au, the website, is intended to be the central information starting point for people. It's where they are directed to go for information. However, during the course of this inquiry, the committee noted that this website went over 500 days without any news or new updates, especially at a time when people were relying, because of COVID, on virtual information. It just seemed outstanding to the community members, shocking in fact, that that website that is supposed to be the key portal for them to receive information had been left untouched for almost 2 years. Surely there'd been work done in that time. The committee has recommended that the Australian government ensure that each federal government department publish quarterly updates on work to date on the pfas.gov.au. This will provide more assurance for communities that work is not stalling or, in fact, anything is being done at all. One community witness recognised that the Department of Defence is having, to quote him, a red-hot crack at cleaning up this mess. Indeed, Mr Lindsay Clout spoke of that from my electorate, and I know that he has been heavily involved, and I want to thank him and all the community members who took time to come before our committee and contribute to this report. They have done a really great job in communicating what has been going on in their lives for the last 6 years. It's been a travesty for many of them. The evidence received by the committee from government agencies revealed the range of work being undertaken, from the establishment of national standards for chemical regulation to testing of remediation technologies. And there has been advancement in remediation technologies, and this is a good thing, but people must know about what's going on. PFAS regulation and remediation is a complex issue that extends across federal, state and territory governments. This understandably leads to complex governance arrangements, cross-jurisdictional arrangements that can be very detailed and confusing for the community who are trying to wade through the information. This understandably leads to frustration in the community when they feel as though they are being ignored or, indeed, really there is buck shifting from one state government or department to the other. Collaboration across governments is essential to avoid residents being unable to find vital information due to layers of bureaucracy and, quite frankly, losing faith in government at all levels that they are being given or rendered any assistance at all. The committee also recommended that the Australian government work with state and territory governments to publish regular updates on pfas.gov.au, as well as to coordinate information sharing where appropriate, determine access to airfields on Commonwealth land for PFAS-related investigations. The committee was very grateful to the researchers and remediation technology developers that explained their findings and latest work at public hearings. And indeed, there has been some incredible ingenuity and technology developments in relation to PFAS and its remediation, in fact world-leading, I would add. The committee has recommended that the evidence from the emerging research on therapeutic blood donations be considered by the Australian government. We must know not only what this chemical is doing to our environment, but also our people as individuals when it is in their bodies for up to 9 years. We must know, and we must be part of the international research that is going on here. We cannot turn our back on that. Ultimately, the committee heard that issues affecting residents in PFAS-affected communities are far from being resolved. People cannot be left feeling as though they have been abandoned by their government. With the Department of Defence acknowledging that seeing change in PFAS flows will be a slow process, but nonetheless we must continue the process. The committee particularly thanks the community members who have been tireless in fighting, in speaking up, in re-raking over the coals of the trauma of their lives for the last 6 years. I also want to thank my committee, their colleagues, for the support during this inquiry. I really want to also thank the Secretariat, who have done a magnificent job. This is a long and drawn-out and, to be frank, extremely complex problem. We cannot turn our back on it, and we must continue to pursue excellence, and we must continue to pursue justice for every Australian that has been impacted by PFAS chemicals. I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member. There being no further statements, I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled First Periodic Report on Human Rights, Final Report into Certain Aspects of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Annual Report 2019-2020, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This report outlines the range of issues the committee has considered during this term of parliament and is importantly intended as a precedent for future periodic reports to the parliament about human rights matters. During this parliament, the committee has proposed Magnitsky-type legislation for Australia, which has subsequently been adopted by the parliament, made recommendations about the human rights of women and girls in the Pacific and measures to help eliminate child and forced marriage. The Human Rights Subcommittee has also held many private briefings and public roundtables on specific issues. However, to date, it has not tabled a general report on human rights issues. Periodic reporting of human rights will help ensure that the voices of the most marginalised and persecuted populations can be heard and that their concerns are placed on the public record. It was specifically determined by the committee to entitle this the first periodic report, in the hope and the expectation that in subsequent parliaments there will be periodic, if not annual, reports to the parliament on the range of human rights issues that are examined by the committee. and we all sincerely hope that that comes to pass. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank all the people who submitted to the committee over the course of this parliament, and I particularly thank the members of the committee, the Secretariat, and in thanking the members of the committee, can I thank in particular the Deputy Chair, the Honourable Member for Fowler, my friend and colleague Chris Hayes. I commend the report to the House.
I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to make a short contribution to this and thank my friend the member for Menzies for his tireless work in leading this committee. One of the things that he did ensure is that despite the many voices that we had appear before us in looking at this first periodic report, he was very keen to ensure that this was all by unanimous decision of the committee, in which it was. And I think it's a testament to his leadership of this committee, which I think he's shown that he is certainly committed to the promotion of human rights, particularly throughout our region of influence, and guide our committee in those deliberations. And while the committee remains concerned about widespread prevalence of human rights abuses throughout our region of influence, he's certainly taken the view that the committee should continue to make a report to Parliament, basically a snapshot of human rights within our sphere of influence each calendar year. So that's why this is termed the first periodic report. Could I also just move slightly from this particular report, because one of the other aspects that this committee over the course of this parliament was engaged with was the formation of the recommendations leading to the production of the targeted sanctions legislation, or what's more colloquially known as the Magnitsky bill, which was passed by both houses of this parliament. Again, whilst there was certainly many views at the start of this deliberation by the committee under the leadership of the member for Menzies, it once again produced a unanimous report, a report that actually found its way into government legislation, and legislation which is now being used to target the oligarchs associated with the Kremlin, and to put pressure on those of the Russian forces in respect of their invasion into the Ukraine. I'd particularly like to pay tribute to Senator Kimberley Kitchen, who played a very significant role in the committee's work in that regard. Her work in terms of the Magnitsky legislation certainly contributed to the passage of the bill through the House as targeted sanctions. For her efforts, Senator Kitchen late last year was awarded the Sergei Magnitsky Human Rights Award in London. I would like to record my thoughts with others. She was certainly a tireless advocate for human rights. Her loss to us is significant, not only for this parliament, her family, but internationally, the international community for human rights as well. The report, as tabled, the first periodic report, will have 6 recommendations in it. I think the most important recommendation in all that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that we recommend that government require this Human Rights Subcommittee to report annually to provide a realistic snapshot of human rights, as I say, within our sphere of influence, particularly in the Pacific and the Greater Asian areas. I too commend the report. Thank the member for Menzies. I commend him on his valedictory speech that he's only recently delivered to the Parliament. I must say, leaving aside any partisan element in it, in my 17 years here, was the most insightful valedictory speech I've ever heard.
The member for Menzies.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with indulgence, I thank my friend and colleague, the member for Fowler, for his kind remarks, and I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. There being no further speakers, I put the question that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. Those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I now call once again the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the following reports: general issues, work of the committee in the 46th Parliament, and current scheme implementation and forecasting for the NDIS, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
Member for Menzies.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to present the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme's second report for the inquiry into current scheme implementation and forecasting for the NDIS. The report examines new evidence provided to the committee since the tabling of its interim report in November 2021. The committee is focused on evidence received in relation to funding, forecasting and financial sustainability of the NDIS, the boundaries and interfaces of the scheme, and matters of trust, equity and decision-making in the scheme. The unanimous report makes 6 recommendations. Firstly, it outlines areas of the NDIS which the committee considers should be the subject of independent research, including the adequacy of supports available to people with disability needs outside of the NDIS, best practice early intervention approaches, effective market stewardship and the scheme's interfaces with mainstream services. The report further recommends that research be commissioned to build on existing work to understand actuarial forecasts and cost drivers for the scheme and to understand the broader contribution of the NDIS to the Australian economy. The committee emphasises that all independent research should, to the greatest extent possible, be published in full and that accessible translations or easy-read versions be made available. The committee also recommends reviewing how the NDIA manages financial sustainability for the scheme to ensure that the NDIA appropriately emphasises the benefits of the scheme and promotes those benefits to the Australian community. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was also pleased to present the committee's final report for the 46th Parliament, summarising the work of the committee since the commencement of the Parliament on the 2nd of July 2019. In the 46th Parliament, the committee completed 7 inquiries under which it has received 908 public submissions, held 32 public hearings, made 177 recommendations and tabled 12 unanimous reports, including this report. Can I, on behalf of the committee, thank all of those who have contributed to its inquiries by lodging submissions, providing additional information, expressing their views via correspondence or attending the committee's public hearings. I've chaired this committee for the last 2 parliaments, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this has been a very good committee in terms of working in a very cooperative manner and, as I said earlier, has always made unanimous recommendations about how we can achieve the aspiration of making the NDIS work as best it possibly can for some 500,000 Australians. Can I, on that note, particularly thank the Secretary of the Committee, Bonnie Allen, and all her staff for their wonderful, outstanding work over this past Parliament in terms of the hearings and reports. Can I thank the Deputy Chair, Senator Carol Brown, and all the members of the committee, and I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member. No further speakers on the report. I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into Childhood Rheumatic Diseases Interim Report, together with the minutes of the proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Macarthur.
Today I present the report of the Standing Committee on Aged Care and Health and Sport entitled Inquiry into Childhood Rheumatic Diseases, the interim report. And due to the timing of the 2022 federal election, the committee has produced an interim report to outline preliminary findings and recommendations from its inquiry into childhood rheumatic disease that was referred by the Minister for Health on the 2nd of December 2021. It is hoped that this report will lead to changes that will improve the lives of many Australian children and their families living with childhood rheumatic diseases, as the case for action is pressing and should not wait until the next Parliament has determined whether to complete a final and full report.
Juvenile idiopathic arthritis is the most common childhood rheumatic disease and affects about 1 to 2 children per 1,000 of the population under 16 years of age. Now, most Australians think of arthritis as a disease of the elderly and are unaware that it can affect children, but in fact it does. And when it does affect children, the disease process is such that the diagnosis is often delayed. Children are often subjected to months or even years of pain before a correct diagnosis is made, and it can cause ongoing disability, affecting not only the joints but other body organs as well. And whilst the most common form, juvenile idiopathic arthritis, affects many children, there are other rheumatic diseases that can in fact be life-threatening. They're rarer, such as dermatomyositis or juvenile lupus erythematosus, but they can certainly be life-threatening, and the diagnosis is often delayed. The impact of these diseases is not just confined to the children, but also to their families, and the parents often face a heavy emotional and financial strain to deal with what is a chronic, severe disease of childhood. Since these diseases can cause permanent disability, if the diagnosis is not made and the best treatment not offered, long-term and lifelong disability can occur. And in fact, about 50% of children with juvenile idiopathic arthritis will still have the disorder in adult life. The problems are, of course, compounded by lack of access to paediatric rheumatologists, of which there is a chronic undersupply in Australia. There's a lack of access to services in outer metropolitan, rural and regional areas, and this is exacerbated by a lack of multidisciplinary teams which are required to deal with severe arthritis. New drugs have become available for the treatment of idiopathic rheumatic diseases of childhood, but unfortunately access to these drugs is often limited by slow approval processes and expensive medications. Hindered also by a lack of understanding and a lack of access to paediatric rheumatologists. The situation is clearly unacceptable. It's more unacceptable in some areas such as Tasmania that don't have a paediatric rheumatologist, Northern Territory, remote and regional areas, and many children are left suffering pain, discomfort and long-term disability because of lack of access to services. Awareness needs to improve, and the committee has recommended increased efforts be made to inform the general public about childhood rheumatic diseases, as well as educating our medical workforce to provide support and earlier diagnosis. We've also recommended increased training of paediatric rheumatologists and setting up of centres of excellence in our major capital cities, so training as a paediatric rheumatologist is not necessary for people to travel overseas to do this. We also recommend that schools be better educated about how to help children with chronic arthritis. Now, there is much more that we could say, and there are many more recommendations in this report, but I would like to thank all the members of the committee that contributed to the report. In particular, I would like to thank the chair, Trent Zimmerman, who unfortunately has COVID-19 and couldn't attend today, but I would like to thank him overall for his intelligence, his good humour and his hard work in presenting this report to the Parliament, and support of the other members of the committee who undertook this investigation and this report, as they have indeed done all the other reports that we've done over the last 3 years of this Parliament, in a bipartisan, community-minded and patient-focused way. I'd like to thank the member for Macon, who is beside me here today, for his active involvement in the report. I'd like to thank the other members of the committee, including the member for Robertson, including the member for Reid, including the member for Moncrieff and others who were involved. And most of all, I'd like to thank our Secretariat, who have really done above and beyond to get this report available so quickly, and as they have done with our other reports, provide meticulous and high-level research into making sure that our report is the best possible report we could make. I would thank in particular Kate Portis, Rebecca Gordon and Peter Richardson for all their hard work.
I'd also like to thank the Juvenile Arthritis Foundation, led by Victoria Allen and Ruth and Stephen Colaguiri. I'd like to thank my colleagues Jeff Chaithow, Davinder Singh Gruel, Ben Whitehead, Mark Frizzell and Rebecca James for their hard work in presenting the information to our committee. And I'd like to thank all those members of the committee for all their hard work, their diligence, their good humour, their patience and their very bipartisan approach to a disorder that really needs much better support from the wider community and much better support from governments in particular. I would like to move that the House take note of the report.
Are there any other members who are seeking leave to speak on the report? No? Okay.
No.
Yep.
I'd like to move the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I'd like to move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I put the question that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. Those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Infrastructure, Transports and Cities, I present the committee's report entitled Government Procurement, a Sovereign Security Imperative, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This inquiry into procurement and government-funded infrastructure became more significant and timelier than first thought, and therefore vitally important to the governing of Australia now and well into the future. This inquiry is a prime example of the power of parliamentary inquiries peopled by those with a genuine desire to discover the facts on which to base their recommendations. As with many inquiries, the evidence put forward and the issues of the day challenged the initial thinking that spurred the inquiry in the first place. The issue of gender equality in the workplace, sovereign security, the importance of long-term visionary planning of infrastructure, and understanding the difference between the lowest price and best value became central themes. The predominance of men, who occupy 88% of the construction workforce, up from 83% just a few years earlier, highlights the opportunity cost the industry is facing, which is a risk to its longer-term sustainability and its capacity to scale up and meet future labour demands. Despite the well-intentioned efforts to date to address this issue in some quarters, more needs to be done to address the cultural practices and norms within the construction industry that disincentivise women from entering and staying. As in medicine, the first action is to identify the illness, then prescribe the treatment to affect well-being. There is scope for the construction industry to evolve, as other industries have done, to be one where all members of the community feel they can consider a career in it, an industry where the most qualified can be employed and work in an environment of respect and mutual support. Mr Speaker, sovereign security has in recent times become an important issue for our country, as tensions with great trading partner countries come into sharp focus, with real concerns for the impact this has on our exports and the flow-on effects to our economy. Over many decades, sovereign security has been compromised because there has been no one on the watchtower looking out for the clear and present risks that have emerged from our expedient choices in seeking the lowest price as opposed to the best value in our procurement processes. The lack of long-term planning for major infrastructure projects has resulted in a piecemeal, ad hoc and reactive delivery process, which thwarts the development of efficiencies in the construction industry that could be attained if there was a steady pipeline of projects available. Industry needs the confidence to gear up in line with the opportunities available, which would build up industry capacity and productivity through an increased critical mass. Essential to achieving sector growth is the critical need for the three tiers of government to align in support of long-term collaborative planning. Mr Speaker, the COVID recovery program, which centres around vastly increased spending on infrastructure, provides the opportunity and the need to improve the working relationships between the three tiers of government. Measures need to be put in place that promote long-term planning and greater breadth and depth in Australia's industry, including entities with a $1 billion plus per project Tier 1 delivery capability, which is sadly lacking now. Responsible spending of our taxpayers' money should be a prime concern. Therefore, a systemised mechanism must be put in place that ensures value for money at every stage of government procurement. Mr Speaker, our committee did not originally foresee the full gravity of the issues that would emerge as the inquiry progressed. With the growing threat of coercive trade threats and bans, particularly from China, and now the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we now have a sovereign vulnerability that in more stable times may have remained unseen. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. This inquiry should stimulate a new era of vigilance. I thank inquiry participants and each member of our committee for their contributions. I also give my thanks to the committee secretariat, in particular Samantha Manette, Nicola Cilia and Lachlan Wilson for their work, and in particular our co-chair and my dear friend Luke Gosling, tennis partner. It has been great to work with you, and again this has been an example where well-intentioned people from both sides work together and produce a great result. I'm indebted to you, and while I won't be seeing you as much in the future, Luke, I will come back and play tennis with you. I thank the House, and I recommend the report to the House.
I thank the member. And are there any other members seeking leave to speak?
Yeah, Mr Deputy Speaker, I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in relation to the report.
Is leave granted?
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge John Alexander, the Chair of the Infrastructure, Transport and Cities Committee, on the work of this inquiry and the previous inquiries. Your contribution to this place in this role has been immense, and you can be really proud of this report. I want to also acknowledge the other members of the committee, but in particular the member for Ford. Out of the government members of the committee, I really got a lot out of his contribution to our frequent meetings and to the journey that we went on during this inquiry. I want to thank the Labor members, my comrades, the member for Scullin, Andrew Giles, and the member for Lawler, Joe Ryan, for their support, as well as we move through the inquiries of this Parliament, but in particular with this inquiry that we are tabling today. I want to join the member for Bennelong in thanking all the staff that supported us in this inquiry. Lachlan Wilson, the Committee Secretary, Sam Manette, the Inquiry Secretary, Nicolette Cilia, who's a researcher, Ben Viavi, a researcher, and Jasmine Rakic, the Office Manager, and everyone who was involved in bringing this report to be tabled today. As I said, I think it is a fine work, and as the member for Bennelong said, the result of great bipartisan action in the national interest. And that is what is required to happen more and more in this place if we are going to meet the challenges of our future. Government procurement, the billions of dollars of taxpayer funds, and also the funds that we're loading up future generations with in terms of debt, it must be used to make sure that our sovereign security is enhanced, is strengthened. And I think this report makes some very good recommendations, and I won't go over the ground that the member for Bennelong has already covered, but those recommendations should be taken seriously by the incoming government after this upcoming election, so that, in particular, Australian companies get a better go, and we have cultures in our industry that mean that we get the most out of all Australians, not just the 88% of blokes that he mentioned. I won't go through the recommendations in detail, but I did want to point to recommendation 6, which sees increasing access to Commonwealth-funded projects for Tier 2 and Tier 3 companies and related Australian small and medium enterprises. That's how we will build the capacity of our nation to provide jobs for our own people, but to make sure that more taxpayer funds stays in Australian companies, develops them up through the tiers, and we want to see more Australian Tier 1 companies in the future so that more of our funds stay in the nation. Again, to the member for Bennelong, I wish you all the best with your future. You've not only made a sterling contribution to our nation in sport, in this place you have made a real difference in terms of opening people's eyes to how we can better fund our infrastructure through previous inquiries, and in this one, how we can make sure that the infrastructure that's funded by the Commonwealth has more benefit and strengthens the sovereignty of our industrial capacity in our country. I thank you very much.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
And I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I put the question that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. Those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I call the member for Bowman.
Speaker, thank you. On behalf of the House of Reps Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training, I present the report of the committee entitled Inquiry into the Fair Work Commission Annual Report 2019-20 together with the minutes of proceedings. Speaker, this inquiry examines certain aspects of the Fair Work Commission's annual report 2019-2020.
You need to seek leave before you proceed.
Okay, can I seek leave to proceed? My apologies, Speaker.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, colleagues. Speaker, this inquiry examined certain aspects of the Fair Work Commission Annual Report 2019-20, in particular how policy responses designed to manage the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the Commission's caseload, including vaccine mandates, shutdowns, lockdown, self-isolation and quarantine requirements, and inconsistencies between the public health orders of the states and territories. And the Commission's caseload, we noted, increased by 8% during 1920, but in 2021, after the scope of this inquiry, there was a decrease of approximately 13%, and this can be attributed to a return to more normal volumes for Fair Work around unfair dismissal and general protection applications. While the governments have had to implement policies quickly to keep Australians safe and to preserve jobs and incomes, state and territory public health orders were often inconsistent and implemented at short notice, and it made it really difficult for business and workers to know their rights and responsibilities. Vaccine mandates, Speaker, have a place in high-risk settings, but Australians have lost their jobs unnecessarily, well outside of frontline roles, due to these vaccine mandates and various permutations of mandates at state level and in the private sector that are not in any way based on public health evidence. And the Commission has resolved their issues that they've faced in a timely manner by mobilising resources and digital tools, and they're well placed to do it in the future. The Fair Work system can be costly and time-consuming, our committee noted, and available accessible information is really important. The Commission is obviously limited in its ability to give guidance and advice. It does provide an hour of free legal assistance on a range of topics, but frequently that hour is not sufficient, particularly in the complexities around COVID-19 and people losing their jobs. The Australian Government could consider mechanisms. There could well be a way to dismiss vexatious claims earlier to reduce time and cost, but that is also complicated. Speaker, I'd like to thank each of my parliamentary colleagues on the Standing Committee for Employment, Education and Training, together with the Secretariat staff, and I'd like to thank those who contributed their written statements also to allow us to be informed as a result of this inquiry, and I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member. I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave the House make a ministerial statement relating to a secure future for regional Australia.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted. I present a copy of my ministerial statement.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 1835 the settlement of Melbourne started. In 1851 it had 23,000 people. Then came a mineral-inspired growth, the gold rush. Within 5 years, Melbourne had tripled in size. Gold drove the whole Victorian economy. Today, gold would be but a fraction of a % of the gross domestic product of the Victorian economy, but things have to start somewhere. They start by the primary inspiration of wealth, in this case from mining. In 1972, Emerald had a population of around 2,000 people. Then they built Fairbairn Dam of around 1.3 million megalitres. Emerald now has a population of about 16,000 people. Minerals and farming with the appropriate infrastructure bring growth on the coast and away from the coast. As we see with the mining town of Melbourne, because that's where its wealth initially came from, the Australian economy is a massive economic benefactor from minerals and farming in regional areas. 8 of our 10 largest exports come from regional Australia. Today there is another major mining town that absorbed nearly 500,000 people, the population of Tasmania or the Gold Coast, from around 2008, just because of mining. That town is called Perth. Well, this is why it's quite clear. The Prime Minister says we must talk of the why and the how. Well, the why is quite clear. Turn on your television tonight and you will see the why in the turmoils of Europe. You will see the why when you see photos of President Sokhavare of the Solomon Islands with Xi Jinping from China negotiating a new naval port 2,000 kilometres from Australia. Look beside you on your couch at your children and your grandchildren, and you will see the why. The budget is about the how. To make our nation as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, we have invested an extra $7.1 billion, in 4 targeted regions over the next 11 years through our new Energy Security and Regional Development Plan, and then billions more as a massive investment, but merely as a small seed to create the multiplier effect on the growth of our nation. If we didn't have the benefits of the regions, Sydney would be a silent city of minimal opportunity. Investments in infrastructure and low-emission technology and energy production, resources extraction and processing, water infrastructure will open up new frontiers in agriculture, mining, industry and hydroelectric power. We will focus on 4 key regions: the Northern Territory, North and Central Queensland, the Pilbara region in Western Australia and the Hunter region in the New South Wales. We also have multiple billions to invest elsewhere, but these are the areas we have picked to inspire the growth for the task of creating a stronger nation as quickly as possible. We don't have the money to try and trigger every geographic section of our nation at once. We have to make the strong decisions to pick a few. Turbocharging these regional economies will enable people to get the job they want in a career they want that allows them to live with their families in the area where they make their money. Through the Port of Dampier near the town of Karratha, we are building on the $34 billion worth of private investment by Woodside and gas and mining wealth, from iron ore, tourism, to grow that area by investing such things as port infrastructure. If the money is made from the port, make the port bigger. Likewise, we are investing in Port Hedland, which by tonnage is the biggest export port in the world. When Port Hedland shuts down, our Australian dollar goes down. Port Hedland, though, has merely a population of 15,000 people. We need areas such as this to become the Gladstones and the Newcastles of our northwest. Resources Minister Keith Pitt has been pushing hard for strategic investment and policy so these towns grow in economic breadth and depth.
They need to be sustainable in the peaks and troughs which inevitably happen in a mining industry, and gives us the opportunity to build our Gladstones and our Newcastles in our northwest. If the Pilbara has developed potential, then the Northern Territory has undeveloped potential, and we must have a vision backed by the investment to develop this. This wealth must also make it to port. We must invest in the mechanism to get this wealth onto the boat and into a market. We must seal the roads through the desert, through the Tanami, and we are going to do that. We must have a vision that we must have the strength to deliver it, and we must make sure that we have the government with the strength to deliver it. We're expanding the rail between Alice Springs to Darwin. We will build in Alice Springs and Katherine and Tennant Creek new industrial precincts, and we have a massive investment in Middle Arm near Darwin. We're investing in ports, investing in roads such as the Outback Way, the third sealed road across our nation. The Outback Way, a sealed road from Townsville to Perth through the centre of Australia, cutting more than 1,000 kilometres off an alternate route. A road that goes through the critical minerals precinct that will have access to Middle Arm in Darwin and Mount Isa in Queensland. Areas where processing can occur to reduce our reliance on processing that is done overseas, predominantly in China, and grow towns in the very centre of our nation. Critical minerals for everything, for your iPhone, to submarines, to batteries, to our Defence Force. The Assistant Minister for Regional Tourism, Michelle Landry, has often conveyed to me the importance of the Northern Territory through the lens of tourism and the opportunities it presents. We have doubled, with building just one road, the sealed roads that intersect Alice Springs, and that gives us a sense of what is further to do. On the Burdekin, if a Labor government can be believed and has the capacity to stand up to the Greens, we have allowed for them to build one of the biggest dams in Australia. All they have to do is say the word yes, and Hells Gate Dam will commence as requested by the City of Townsville. Sydney Harbour is 435,000 megalitres. This dam will hold 2.1 million megalitres. As pointed out to me so often by the Minister for Agriculture, David Littleproud, it will provide 60,000 new hectares or 150,000 acres of new irrigation, allowing billions of dollars of new agricultural produce to go towards his goal of making us hit $100 billion in our agricultural industry. It will easily pay for itself in the lifetime of the people in this parliament and then continue on producing wealth long after we have all gone. But not only does it produce agricultural wealth, it also underpins reliable, renewable power through hydroelectricity. It underpins industry and its requirements for water, such as would be the case if we wish to produce hydrogen, as well as domestic requirements. Hells Gate Dam will make marginal mineral precincts viable, and this is merely one dam. We've also put money on the table so the state Labor government doesn't have to put their hand in their pocket to build Urana Dam, to build another agricultural precinct. And once more, we will wait and see if a Labor government is as good as its rhetoric that it rolls out before elections. Can they really stand up to the Greens? Do they really have the capacity and the vision to build away from Brisbane? These two dams that I have mentioned were part of their state election platform. In fact, Hells Gate was touted as critical state infrastructure. So we test their mettle to see whether their blood is red or green. Paradise Dam, Emu Swamp, Rookwood Weir, Dungowan Dam, Scottsdale Irrigation District in Tasmania, and the refurbishment of the Capital Works in the Murray-Darling Basin. Tasmania has shown clearly what a state government can do when it wants to get to work with the federal government. They have been a great success in developing their water infrastructure. But billions upon billions upon billions of dollars invested or in the pipeline for water infrastructure is there before we even get to rail or road. And there is more to come, because water is wealth and a dam is a bank. But this infrastructure can't be built unless you have governments that are tough enough to understand the circumstances of our current time. Governments that are tough enough to understand that circumstances have changed and priorities must change with them. Governments that are tough enough to select winners. Governments that just don't read history but learn from it after watching the television at night and what is exactly going on right now. Governments that go beyond the rhetoric of saying that they will just create a strong nation, to actually investing, to putting into the budget how they will create it. Historically, rail is a massive driver of investment. Many believe that Texas was developed by oil, but rail connecting it to the Pacific was instrumental in building the wealth of an area that now has a bigger economy than Australia. Rail, by its very nature, attracts industry and grows our nation. Former Deputy Prime Minister Tim Fischer was ridiculed when he drove the construction of the Alice Springs to Darwin railway line. The viability of the business case was apparently atrocious. Now the problem is that it is too small and needs to be upgraded. This will be undertaken by our government. Pertinent infrastructure grows into its business case, as can be seen with this rail line. The expansion that we will bring about for this railway line will build industrial parks in Alice Springs, in Katherine, in Tennant Creek. It will assist in the defence of our nation and the decentralisation of our nation. The Inland Rail we are currently building is the largest investment project currently underway in Australia. This will more than double the size of Parkes and Narrabri and will grow Toowoomba. Running through places such as Euroa, Wangaratta, Glenrowan, Seymour and Benalla, Inland Rail will build on the wealth of that former mining town, Melbourne. It will grow Brisbane, and my intention is to continue to build it to Gladstone. I'm well supported by my Assistant Minister, Kevin Hogan, in my intentions. The cynics said we would never get the money for the Inland Rail because it was just been talked about for so long. I know my discussions with the Infrastructure Minister at the time, the federal member for Grayndler, Anthony Albanese, in the first iteration of the Rudd government. He told me that this rail just did not stack up and would not stack up for at least 18 years. Well, we got the first substantial tranche of money for the Inland Rail in 2016. This rail line couldn't wait for a Labor government that revels in bureaucracy and the inertia and subservience to the Greens at the expense of our future. The 1,716 kilometres from Melbourne through to Brisbane, and then a further 660 kilometres from Toowoomba to Gladstone. From an environmental perspective, Inland Rail will take 200,000 trucks a year off the road by using double-stack trains up to 3.6 kilometres long, travelling at speeds of up to 115 kilometres an hour. Gladstone has a further role to play in how we build on this great industrial city's capacity to underpin our nation's wealth, with the rail line going to Gladstone. On top of coal and gas, we also have a requirement for our nation to give us sovereignty in fertiliser. Yet another issue that is so evidently brought to me by David Littleproud. Working with Australians who produce fertiliser, whether they are in Queensland or Victoria, will assist the role that Gladstone will do in the further production of this, taking our inevitable peaks and troughs of the mining and levelling it out with the greater investments in the requirements for agriculture. Bundaberg needs assistance also in agriculture with exports of sugar, and that's what precisely we intend to do. We will be investing in excess of $7 million to upgrade their port as well. Nola Marino, in her capacity as Assistant Minister for Regional Development, is driving better outcomes in this region through regional development deals, growing the economy, creating jobs and making sure that central Queensland is stronger. Whether it's sealing the road from Alice Springs to Halls Creek through the desert, through the Tanami, or building the railway lines to invigorate the growth of regional Australia, this government has a plan that will drive the development of our regions for decades to come, which will drive the wealth and prosperity and defence of our nation. This government understands regional Australia. We are the Coalition for Regional Australia. The Labor Party and the Greens don't get the regions. They never have, they never will.
Never will.
They sneer at us when we select a chairman of Infrastructure Australia who they say is merely a mayor of a regional city, not from the right Sandstone University. In my own electorate, Dungowan Dam underpins 7,000 new jobs that will go to the industrial estate of the Global Gateway Park. It also assists in the fundamental standard of living for people who have to deal with almost continual rolling water restrictions.
On my left will cease
People in Tamworth have as much right to water their lawn as someone in Turramurra. Water security is essential. Yet again the Labor Party sneers that a regional city should have the same economic aspirations as a capital for that purpose. Our vision for Tamworth is to make it the largest processor of animal protein in Australia. You have to have a vision. You have to aim for it. You have to put in mechanisms to place the way to achieve it. And you have to have a government that will back you in to do it. The great state of Victoria is noted for its manufacturing. The $2 billion Regional Accelerator Program, driven by the Minister for Regionalisation and Victorian Senator Bridget McKenzie, will be a force for its manufacturing growth, for its further capacity, for its further delivery to our nation. In Shepparton, they make food, milk, fabricated metals and products. We have seen the investment that this nation has made in Shepparton, and we look forward to further. We want to make sure that Australian manufacturers we can be more reliant on. We are not so reliant on others, which COVID has shown us, unfortunately, our bright colours of vulnerabilities when put under stress. We are making sure we turn the Strzelecki track into the Strzelecki road in South Australia. We are building South Australia's connectivity to the rest of our nation. We're enhancing South Australia's connectivity within its own borders and strengthening it with new massive investments to assist the uranium industry. In New South Wales, we are nearing completion of the duplication of the Pacific Highway. The Coffs Harbour bypass will remove 12 sets of traffic lights, taking the tourists into town and moving the heavy transport out of town. Our $1.68 billion investment to extend the M1 Pacific Motorway to Raymond Terrace, south of Coffs Harbour, is one of the biggest infrastructure projects in the Hunter region has ever seen, and now is backed up with our massive investment front page of the Newcastle Herald as we build this region. It will support growth right across the Hunter and Newcastle regions, boosting productivity built on a strong integrated transport network. We're driving this massive piece of nation-building infrastructure through to completion. Now, you could leave Melbourne and drive to north of Gympie without one traffic light is a vision that was inspired by former national leaders like Warren Truss and Michael McCormack. The people are moving to regional Australia. This is happening, and thank goodness they are, because for the size of our nation, we are so terribly over-centralised. For example, central western New South Wales is critical to the wealth and prosperity of our nation, and people are moving to places like Mudgee and Lithgow. We want to see places like this thriving, and this government will back growth in these regions through direct participation and inclusion in our energy security and regional development plan. We have shown in the past we have the capacity to build new cities. We are in one right now. Canberra was once a couple of sheep properties in a valley on the Molonglo River. And now there are about 435,000 people who live here, so we have proved we can do it. I appeal to state governments and to people on both sides of this chamber to grasp this vision, not for any individual within this chamber, but for the sake of the nation as a whole. We have no time to waste. I repeat that. We have no time to waste. In circumstances that have become so apparent so recently, we must make sure that we show to the Australian people that we respect their security by building a stronger nation. To build a great city like this is essential to have transport infrastructure, but you must also have social infrastructure. Health is paramount. Parents are very hesitant to go anywhere where their child can't get treated quickly or themselves. This budget allocates $66 million to improve access to critical and life-saving MRI machines in regional areas. This will lower the cost and reduce the need to travel for those imperative life-saving scans. This is expected to benefit 40,000 regional and rural and remote patients every year. That's right. This is also by assistance of the dedication of Regional Health Minister Dr David Gillespie. Healthcare is a major priority for people in regional areas, and this budget provides $296.5 million to improve access to doctors, mental health professionals and critical medical equipment outside the cities. This support will assist in better managing the supply of our medical school graduates and expand the footprint of health professionals in regional Australia. In this budget, the government is providing nearly $1.3 billion to improve access to mobile and internet communications in regional areas. Our ambitions include providing 8,000 kilometres of new mobile phone coverage for major transport routes and nearby homes and businesses, as well as improving internet speeds for NBN customers. Once more, we see the link between national imperative and social benefit. This means more regional Australians can benefit from social and economic opportunities that come with improved digital connectivity. For banking, for checking prices, for immediate communications, with finance, with health, with education, for talking to your friends and calling your family, for safety if you're stuck on the side of the road. Regional education is a huge priority in this budget, with an additional $320 million dedicated for education facilities, from childcare to universities in regional Australia. In 1851, this nation started building Melbourne, south of which is the great island of Tasmania, where massive investments have happened in road, in health, and also other issues such as the Antarctic Division. Why do we do this? Because above even the resources and the gold, if we want to survive as a nation, we had to build Melbourne. Now we must do it again. We must take the next step. Having 4,000 kilometres between Perth and Darwin with our city of over 100,000 people is untenable for the security and prosperity of this nation. Decentralisation to where the wealth is, not merely to where the wealth is spent. This government has a vision that will take us forward into the coming decades. It will take us forward stronger, more resilient and more secure. We are committing an additional $21 billion to turbocharge our regions in this budget. This budget and the role of regional Australia means that you can have confidence as you cast your eye beside you to your family sitting on the couch, that we understand the circumstances now so apparent not only in the world in general but in our region in particular. We are doing everything within our powers to become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible.
I call the honourable member for Ballarat.
Thanks very much, and can I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for the ministerial statement. Normally these ministerial statements don't contain a lot of politics, but I recognise we're on the eve of an election, so there might be some observations I'd like to make. If you want to see the difference about the diversity of our regions and how their representation is, just look at how few women there are representing regional Australia on that side of the House compared to this side of the House. The diversity of our regions, yep, I said two, there were two. The diversity of our regions well and truly on display. It isn't just blokes that live in our region, and it isn't just National Party blokes who live in our regions either. There are people who vote right the way across the spectrum, and as the Deputy Prime Minister pointed out, each region is different. It has its own needs, its own opportunities, their own strengths and their own targeted investments and their own economic histories. Mine is a gold town. It is a small to medium manufacturing town. All of those things are important. The Deputy Prime Minister also wanted to talk a bit about the Labor and the Greens. Well, Deputy Prime Minister, the only people I see trying to inject a bit of green into their blue are the members in the Liberal Party over there who are trying to pretend that they are teal. That is what we've seen. That's the only people I see in the coalition who are trying to inject a bit of green into their actual policies. We know what we stand for. We absolutely know what we stand for. And these people over there simply do not represent modern regional Australia anymore. For the entire life of this government, and this government, I remind people, has been in power for almost a decade. They didn't just win 3 years ago, as they seem to somehow, each term they seem to think they're somehow new. I guess having a different Prime Minister each time does that to you. But they've been in power for a decade now. You think about the changes that you've seen in your own families, in your own communities, just in the last 10 years. But these people who purport to represent regional Australia over that decade have had a wasted opportunity and they have squandered their time in government. This week we've seen those problems writ large. Now, I always welcome investment in regional Australia. I welcome targeted support and absolutely want to see investment in regional Australia. But what we saw in the budget and what we saw in the statement tonight was a budget that was focused on an election that we are having literally within the next 50 days, not a budget that is actually focused on the future, let alone the future of regional Australia. It wasn't a budget that makes up for almost a decade of attack on wages. It doesn't make up for a decade of attack on job security, including in our regions, or the attacks and cuts to Medicare that has been fundamental to making sure that regional Australians are actually able to live well within our communities. It wasn't a budget that made up for the attacks on the National Broadband Network and the complete decimation of the plan that actually would have seen first-class broadband in our regions, or the attack on regional government services. The amount of public service jobs that have been sucked out of the region under this decade-old government has been phenomenal. These were people with good-paying jobs living in the regions, delivering services for regional Australians, but they were cut and have been cut in the past decade. In the statement we just heard from the Deputy Prime Minister, we heard a very limited view of regional Australia. Of course, as I said, Labor supports investment in our regions. We always have and we always will. But an announcement for 4 regions isn't a plan for regional Australia. A plan for 4 regions is not a plan for regional Australia. If you want to know the real purpose of these announcements, take a look at the timing. We've had a government nearly in power for a decade, but it took literally, we've got this last day of parliament sitting here, for this government to recognise that there is a need to do something about regional economic activity and to look at diversity in our regions, particularly those that have a very narrow economic base. The regions which have been found deserving of assistance happen, coincidentally, to include the seats of Flynn, of Leichhardt, of Hunter and Lingiari. That's what they do. The government claims that this is about, and these 4 regions have been chosen, and that these 4 regions have been chosen because they need energy security. Well, if that was true, Minister at the table, then why have you not included Latrobe, the Latrobe Valley in Victoria? Why have you not included the Latrobe Valley? So why have you not included the Latrobe Valley in terms of what you're actually chosen? If this was about energy security for regions where there are lots of chosens, and these are 2 seats, particularly that the National Party holds. In Senate estimates today, the Minister for Regionalisation said that they selected these 4 regions because they were the only regions in need of opportunity. Now, I'm not saying I think those 4 regions are in need of investment. But frankly, if the government is saying that the rest of regional Australia has neither need or opportunity, then they have a long way to go. They've picked winners and losers by looking at an electoral map. That's what you've done. This is an announcement for an election, but not a plan to develop this nation, and it is definitely not a plan for regional Australia. This is a government that has always been very big on announcement and very, very small on actual delivery. And I want to talk a little bit about Inland Rail, for example. A fact the government likes to forget, and the minister did it again in his statement here, is that in fact it was the last Labor government that invested almost $1 billion to kick-start Inland Rail, to start the project with that investment and to progress the project to construction stage. That's what a Labor government actually did. We did see the potential of Inland Rail and we invested in it. Another fact the government fails to mention is how it has comprehensively mismanaged this project. They've been in office for almost a decade, so I just remind that. Almost 10 years this government's been in office, and this project is 1,700 kilometres. How many kilometres of rail do you think out of Inland Rail that this government has managed to construct in a decade? How many? It's 133 kilometres. That is 15 kilometres a year. The National Party's great nation-building infrastructure project, in a decade they have built 15 kilometres a year. At the same time as they've built 15 kilometres a year of Inland Rail and have still not worked out how they're going to get it to the port of Brisbane or Melbourne, it's been truly Inland Rail, let alone now we've supported the business case for Gladstone, which Labor supports. They have then managed to have a cost blowout from $4.4 billion, remember 15 kilometres a year they've built, $4.4 billion to 9.3 to now a whopping $14.5 billion that this project has blown out by. And they try and lecture us that they're the best economic managers in the country. You have got to be kidding me. Despite this multi-million-dollar blowout, the government still does not know where the route will start and where it will end or how it will interact with existing stations along the route. Thankfully, they've followed at least the recommendations of the Senate inquiry that we set up into Inland Rail, and from Labor's candidate for Flynn, Matt Burnett, who's been a strong advocate for Gladstone to develop a business case to extend the line there. And Labor looks forward to seeing the results of that business case. Moving past the government's record of mismanagement on our major projects and the huge impact this issue has on our regions, it is hard to go past their complete failure in relation to disaster management. It is a major issue affecting our people regional people across the country. It is the job of the opposition to hold the government to account and to point out absolute incompetence when it is affecting regional Australians well and truly. And this issue is one of those that needs to be pointed out. Now, my heart goes out to the people of Lismore, who I visited just 2 weeks ago in particular, but there are lots of communities facing floods across our community today. The truth is, we know we are going to be facing more and more disasters like this, and we have to be prepared for it. It is simply an absolute indictment on this government that it took an imminent election for them to unlock their failed $4.8 billion emergency response fund. Again, a decade in office, yet somehow or other it's now on the eve of an election. Let's try and do something about disaster resilience. Too little, too late, as always. This fund did nothing but earn interest for 3 years. It could have built levees, bushfire evacuation centres, cyclone shelters or drainage improvements across regional communities. It's done none of that. It didn't spend a cent for 3 years. Instead, it earned the government $830 million in interest. Fine, well, let's go and get that money out into the community. This government's inaction has simply contributed to building a better budget, bottom line, and it's shameful. And tragically, it is Australians in regional areas, largely, that have borne the brunt of this inaction. An Albanese Labor government will stop treating emergency funds like they are a cash cow or a term deposit and will instead revamp the failed Emergency Response Fund to create a new Disaster Ready Fund, which will substantially improve disaster readiness in our regions, up to $200 million per year to be invested on disaster readiness to protect lives and livelihoods. Labor's fund will actually build flood levees, bushfire evacuation centres, drainage systems and cyclone shelters needed to keep Australians safe, keep their properties safe and reduce the massive costs of repairs when disasters hit. We will continue to fund full disaster recovery through the usual budget arrangements, but our Disaster Ready Fund will provide a permanent, dedicated fund for disaster readiness across the country. Regional Australians shouldn't have to wait for an election before a government decides to keep them safe, but sadly, under those opposite, we've had to wait for an election for them to do anything. Of course, driving the increasing severity of weather events is, of course, climate change. The government may not get it, but climate change is changing our regions and the way in which we live in them. Climate change affects regional Australia more than anywhere else in this country. You don't believe me? Well, then just ask the people in the Northern Rivers, the South Coast or tourist communities on the reef. Ask the National Farmers Federation, Meat and Livestock Australia, Grain Growers Australia or the range of other regional Australian organisations that support net zero by 2050. Why? Because they, like most regional Australians, know that it is in their long-term economic interests to do so. Instead of representing the interests of regional Australia, instead of acting to secure our social, economic and environmental futures across all regions, the partisan way that the National Party play politics is getting, frankly, in the way. The Deputy Prime Minister and his deeply divided party room have held our nation hostage, extracting promised of funds of their hand-picked regions in exchange for a fig leaf of climate change action. That's what they've done. They didn't bargain for a better deal for Corangamite. They didn't bargain for a better deal for Eden Monaro. They didn't bargain for a better deal of investing in Ballarat or Bendigo, Tasmania, Geelong or Gilmore even. They're not interested in Wannon or Gippsland, Grey or Latrobe. How weak is the Prime Minister to have actually let this happen? And how out of touch are the Nationals to not realise that acting on climate change could actually be a jobs boon in the regions? This is a decade late. They are a decade late to action on climate change, and any action they're taking is too small. Labor's Powering Australia plan will create jobs, cut power bills and reduce emissions by boosting renewable energy. That's what it will do. This policy will put the federal government in step with the business community, agricultural sector and state governments when it comes to investing in the renewables. And this plan, as shown in the Independent Modelling Labor Commission, will create 604,000 new jobs and, more importantly, 5 out of 6 of those renewable energy jobs will be in regional Australia. They will be good, secure jobs for Australian workers, the kind of jobs you can raise a family on. At the same time, our plan will spur $76 billion of investment. It will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today. And our plan will prioritise growth and investment for the regions that have served as Australia's engine room for so long, that know energy, manufacturing and resources. Under a Labor government, these regions will continue to power Australia and provide a stream of exports into the future. They are secure jobs for regional Australians for generations to come. And secure jobs are pretty important. That is why so many of Labor's policies boil down to securing Australian jobs and a better future for all Australians. We want to use the power of a government to buy Australian. We want to use the power of government to make more things here in this country, particularly in our regions. With our National Reconstruction Plan, we will value add in resources, expand mining sciences, process more raw materials here and unlock the potential of agriculture, forestry and fisheries sectors. We'll provide free TAFE places in areas of skill shortages, regrowing decimated sectors that are so important in our regional communities. You don't have to go very far in our regional communities to just know how the skills crisis is impacting everywhere. From the resources sector to tourism, to hospitality, to retail, every single element of our regional economies is being affected because this government has failed to train enough Australians to actually make us self-sufficient in this country. That is what you have done, the legacy of a decade of inaction on this issue. Labor will upgrade the national broadband network, ending the drag that slow internet has had on our economies and allowing more people to relocate or set up a business in the region. And with our housing plan, Housing Australia Fund and the Regional First Home Buyer Support Scheme, we will enable more young people and low-income Australians to buy in the regions, to stay in the regions and to raise their families in the communities that they love. We will support and strengthen Medicare and aged care in particular, providing the services that people need in regional communities that they call home. And we will improve substantially NDIS services throughout regional communities. Our communities deserve that. We know there are good paying jobs in this sector in particular, but you shouldn't have to just be living in a capital city to be able to access the services that you need on the NDIS. And the government had absolutely nothing to say last night about improving and expanding the services for regional people with a disability who might, when they can get access to an NDIS plan that meets their needs, can't actually use that plan because there isn't anyone to deliver those services in regional communities. We will resolve that problem. And we will invest in each regional community based on the merits of the projects that are brought forward, not on some colour-coded spreadsheet that this is the only way the government seems to be able to make decisions. An Albanese Labor government understands that each region has its own needs, its own opportunities, its own complex economies and its own challenges. We want to work with local government in particular, with regional bodies. The Deputy Prime Minister couldn't even mention Regional Development Australia, like it's completely sidelined that as a regional economic development body in its own regional policies. We want to work with councils, with regional economic bodies, with business groups in regional areas to identify the opportunities for investment and to invest in them, whether that be in manufacturing, in mining, in food production or in tourism. We won't impose a one-size-fits-all solution, and we certainly won't be going around trying to pick winners and leaving communities behind. Everybody who lives in regional Australia should have the same opportunities. It shouldn't be that we leave regional Australians behind if they don't live in a National Party seat. Exactly. That's what this Deputy Prime Minister just basically said he was planning to do. We won't focus purely on the announcement and neglect the delivery, and we will prioritise the part that actually matters, building things, not just getting a headline in a newspaper or trying to get some glossy brochure out, which is what this government has done for a decade, actually delivering the programs, as we did when we were last in government, actually increasing the amount of investment in rail, particularly in freight rail and across regional and communities, increasing the investment in roads, as we did in government, right the way across the country, but particularly in regional Australia, making sure we have a national freight and supply strategy that actually works for the country and works for all of our port system, is not just a disconnected set of National Party announcements. An Albanese government wants to govern for all regions, whether they are held by the National Party, the Liberal Party, by independents or member of the Labor Party. We recognise the diversity of our regions. We recognise the economic powerhouse of our regions, and we want to govern for all Australians and make sure that nobody is left behind.
Order. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care, health and aged care pricing and information sharing in relation to veterans and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I call the Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered at the next sitting.
I will put the motion then that the amendments be considered at the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the Honourable Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have two reports to table. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity, I present the committee's report entitled Examination of the Annual Report of the Integrity Commissioner 2021.
And I call the Honourable Member for Bowman again.
Speaker, and secondly, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training, I present the following reports together with the minutes of proceedings. Don't take it as read. Inquiry into adult literacy and its importance, including a corrigendum, and I ask leave of the House to make a very short statement in connection with that report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted, Deputy
Thank you, Honourable Member. I call the Member for Bowman.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training, I present the report Don't Take It as Read, Inquiry into Adult Literacy and its Importance, together with the minutes. Speaker, too many Australians leave school with language literacy, numeracy and digital literacy skills gaps. We refer to it as LLND. And this limits opportunities and life choices. And this inquiry very importantly examined how we can be developing stronger LLND skills and overcome barriers to learning and the ability of existing adult education programs and providers to meet that demand. Deputy Speaker, everyone in this chamber would agree that a decent start for children is one of the most important preoccupations every member should have. And we know that improving adult LLND can mean employment, higher wages, personal fulfilment. It makes the country a more prosperous and competitive place. We know individually that Australians may choose to improve their literacy and numeracy just to support their own children's education, or to better understand health advice, become more involved in their communities, more able to access services, that many of which are now online, or to simply make more informed legal and financial choices. And this committee found poor education was strongly correlated with poverty and geographic isolation, and there really is a need to address these factors contributing to low LLND skills across educational systems and, of course, at every stage of citizens' personal journeys. Look, Australia aspires, as many of us know, to a world-class education system, and it's constantly under scrutiny. But we have to be honest that many children too often fall through the cracks. Children don't always speak English outside of the classroom. There's thousands of Indigenous children speaking their own languages at home. But they're often taught or assessed as if they're first language speakers. And this experience of shame and stigma that's associated with student personal failure, or even for adults with low literacy, it acts as a barrier to actually reach out and seek support, engage in school, or of course to get further education and training in life. At this point, I do want to recognise the Deputy Chair of the Committee, the member for Bendigo. This is a member who is principled, dedicated and ethical, and never took her eye off the ball through difficult periods for this committee over the last 12 months, and I owe her a debt of gratitude. She's also, quite interestingly, the co-chair originally a decade ago of the Parliamentary Friends of Early Education, something that I established in around 2011 to recognise the visit of Professor Joe Sparling from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who initiated the early intervention and educational interventions that are being picked up by state and territories, and the journey that the federal government took and this parliament towards better recognising the importance of early education in long-term life decisions and outcomes. Speaker, we know there's currently a range of accredited programs for adults, but they don't always want to sign up to these courses. They're working often with a volunteer tutor or attending a small class. Those sort of things actually do make a difference if we can get these adults to stick with these programs. The committee agreed with the Productivity Commission. We do need a holistic approach to LLND. 15 recommendations, which I don't need to go through, have been made, and I think they are extremely useful ones. I want to thank the Secretariat. This is a very large report, a huge amount of work, particularly by Dr John White, and of course all the members on my side of politics, the crossbenchers on this committee, and the members of the opposition who made this committee work over the last 12 months. I commend this report to the House.
We might move to the member for Lingiari. I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say thank you for your wonderful service to this parliament and your outstanding valedictory speech today. You know, we come to see people opposite us in different hues at different times over their career, and you've held true to what you believe and expressed it wonderfully today, so thank you very much. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs, I present the committee's report entitled Interim Report on Better Corporate Engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Consumers and Issues paper, together with the minutes and proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted. The Minister. Leave is granted.
I move that the House take note of the report. Oh, sorry, after I've given my speech. No, my apologies.
The member for Lingiari should proceed.
Firstly, can I acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples of this nation and the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia, and I pay respect to ancestors and elders past, present and future, and in particular, of course, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of Canberra. The findings of the Banking Royal Commission in 2019 on the sale of funeral insurance products, the $50 million fine imposed on Telstra last year for unconscionable conduct in some of its stores, and Woolworths' failure to adequately consult on their proposed Dan Murphy store in Darwin are among the recent examples of extraordinarily bad behaviour by corporate entities towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. What was perhaps more disappointing to the committee during this inquiry was that these types of bad behaviours towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities continue to exist despite such high-profile cases. This inquiry was referred by the Minister for Indigenous Australians in October 2021, and unfortunately the limited time frame to gather evidence in this parliament, combined with the COVID-related travel restrictions, prevented us from conducting a full inquiry. The committee therefore decided to present an interim report in the form of an issues paper for consideration by a new committee rather than a final report. The evidence gathered so far highlighted a number of core issues that warrant further detailed scrutiny, including the future evolution of the Reconciliation Action Plan program, and whether it is effective in promoting cultural awareness and appropriate behaviour among Australian corporations. The impact of ongoing poor behaviour in the telco sector and of telecommunication debts accumulated by many of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, the continued behaviour by banks and other financial institutions and financial service entities that takes unfair advantage of the poor financial literacy of some Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander consumers, the predatory practices of certain payday-style lenders, car finance operators and funeral insurance businesses that operate outside the reach of regulators. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee
would like to see this inquiry referred at the beginning of the next parliament. The newly formed committee will then have ample time to explore these issues in greater depth and make appropriate recommendations. Some of the businesses that have already made submissions from the telecommunications and financial sectors can then also be called and scrutinised, which was something we did not have time to do in this parliament. The committee therefore hopes that this issues paper will serve as a useful starting point for the new committee to seek a referral of the inquiry from the Minister and continue this important work. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to acknowledge and thank everyone who made submissions and gave evidence at the hearings. In particular, I'd like to thank the Secretariat, who's provided us with such wonderful support now over a long time. I want to acknowledge the member for Berowra, who's the chair of the committee, but luckily for him, he's on paternity leave, and I want to congratulate him and his partner for the birth of their child. Can I thank my colleagues who attended regularly to this committee, the member for Newcastle, the member for Werriwa, and the member for Herbert, as well as the member for Longman, and I acknowledge also the membership of the committee of the member for Curtin and the member for Leichhardt. Mr Deputy Speaker, for me this is coming to the end, obviously, of my term in this Parliament, time in Parliament. The very first committee that I was on in 1987 was the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. And I've been on this committee off and on over this 32-odd years in this place. So it's bookended my career, if you like. So it's been a great privilege to be on this committee, to traverse this wonderful nation of ours and talk to First Nations people about issues of concern to them. See reports regularly made to this Parliament, but sadly, as you would be aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, too often the reports are ignored, despite the strength of the recommendations that are in them and the bipartisan nature of the commitment which is made to the development of the reports and the thinking that goes into them. They should, but this is not a slight on this current government. Successive governments, including Labor governments, have been guilty and are guilty of not using these reports as a guidance and a tool for making and developing government policy.
I agree.
And I think that's a failure of this system. You made comment in your speech this morning about the importance of working in this place and the bipartisan nature in which we should work. And I say to these committees, the finest example of how bipartisanship can work, and the product of those committees should be seen for the value which they have with them as a result of that bipartisan nature and the work that goes into them. And I commend this particular report to the House.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Lingiari.
That the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I put the motion. All those in that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, I present the following reports. Interim report, inquiry into availability and access to enabling communications infrastructure in Australia's external territories, and interim report, inquiry into economic, social and environmental sustainability in the Indian Oceans. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Leave granted. The Minister. Leave is granted. The honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. These two reports, interim reports from the Joint Standing Committee on National Capital and External Territories, provide an update on two inquiries. Inquiry into availability and access to enabling communications infrastructure in Australia's external territories. Inquiry into economic, social and environmental sustainability in the Indian Ocean territories. During these inquiries, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee made every effort to travel to Christmas Island, the Cocos Islands and Norfolk Island to gather evidence. Holding public hearings and conducting site inspections
were essential and are essential for the committee members to fully understand the issues relevant to the terms of reference. Domestic travel interruptions meant that our repeated attempts to travel were unsuccessful, and the committee sadly was unable to complete the inquiries as planned. Given this situation, the committee has not attempted to present substantive reports. Instead, the committee adopted 2 interim reports that recommend both inquiries be restarted in the next parliament, then hopefully circumstances will allow them to be properly completed. I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to prepare submissions and to assist with visits that regrettably did not go ahead as planned. Luckily though, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the past fortnight I've had the great honour to be able to visit both the Cocos Islands and Christmas Island and to talk to the communities about the issues involved in these committee inquiries. And I do report to the Parliament that there are significant issues around failing telecommunications in the Indian Ocean territories, particularly on the Cocos Island. There is no mobile phone service on the Cocos Keeling Islands. You can't use unless you've got access to Wi-Fi on the island, you can't use your Telstra connections or Optus or any other mobile device on the islands. It's a serious issue which requires immediate attention. I note that the Department of Defence has just brought on shore a cable which should be reticulated across the island for the benefit of the whole community, not just Defence, and that's an issue which I would hope this committee would look at when it if it gets the referral back in the next parliament. On the issue of the sustainability of economic and environmental sustainability in the Indian Ocean territories, a huge issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the cost of freight. And it's seen that the prices of sea freight are to increase by as much as we understand, by 30%. That makes the cost of doing business and the cost of living on the Indian Ocean territories extraordinarily high. I want to pay reference to some issues which this government has done, I think, achieved good results in particular the creation of marine parks around the Cocos and Christmas Island, Cocos Islands and Christmas Island, so it's a very good result. And they've set up fishing reference groups from those 2 communities, which is very important, and will lead to the sustainable access to the fishery on both of those islands, both of those island territories. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are, however, some significant issues which need to be addressed, one of which is the role and the accountability of the Regional Development Organisation, which, oddly, Mr Deputy Speaker, has no formal representation from the Christmas Island Shire Council, which is responsible, obviously, for the planning and development of the Christmas Island community. It is not on the Regional Development Organisation, and that's a major disappointment. There are some major community facility upgrades that need to take place, particularly in relation to the port. Money was made available 4 years ago by this government. The work has failed to take place. There are moorings which are inadequate and need to be fixed. There are both Smith Point and Flying Fish Cove, and a crane which is not of much use in terms of the importance of the access to the islands. Mr Deputy Speaker, again, it's been a great privilege to be on this committee and to work with those people from across the Parliament, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, who contribute their time to participate. It's been my great privilege to represent the people of the Indian Ocean territories in this Parliament since 1987. They are wonderful people. They need more attention from this Parliament. As with my comments earlier, the recommendations from various reports which have been made in relation to economic development, sustainability and environment on Christmas and the Cocos Islands in particular have not been acted upon, and they should be. I commend the report to the House, and I move that the House take note of the report.
I'll put the motion. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. The member for Lingiari.
Deputy Speaker, as my last act, I suspect formally as a member of this parliament. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate, a matter of great moment.
And I'll put that motion. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And can I just add, can I thank the member for Lingiari for his kind remarks about me, and thank him for his long and distinguished service to this parliament and the people of Australia. And I call the member for McKellar.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Tax and Revenue, I present the committee's report incorporating the dissenting report entitled The Australian Dream, Inquiry into Housing Affordability and Supply in Australia. Together with the minutes of proceedings, I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave is granted. The member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will be short in my comments as I know the House has limited time. This report finds that their ownership of housing matters. It reduces wealth inequality, creates democratic stability and ensures better childhood outcome, lower outcomes of violence and a whole number of positive outcomes. It matters that people own their own home. Australia has a problem for two reasons. Of our 5 capital cities, all 5 are in the 22 least affordable cities in the world, and we also have a situation where home ownership rates for Australians under the age of 40 are now falling to levels not seen since 1911. Australia should have the most affordable housing in the world because we have some of the highest average weekly earnings in the world, we have the highest minimum wage in the world, and we have more usable land than any other continent in the world outside the penguins of the South Pole. The reasons given for our unaffordable nature is because we have blamed investors, migrants, foreign buyers and the tax system. We refuse to deal with the underlying cause, which is supply. Until the states release more supply so there is more housing for more people, until local governments administer the planning system appropriately and properly, Australians will continue to have the most unaffordable housing in the world. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the House take note of the report. Deputy Speaker, I move that the order... Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it, and I call the member for McKellar again.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee of Economics, I present the following reports: report on the implication of common ownership and capital concentration in Australia, incorporating a dissenting report, and uncharted territory, review of the Reserve Bank of Australia annual reports 2019-2020, together with the minutes of proceedings. And I ask, I will simply table the speech, Deputy Speaker. So I now move that the House take note of each report. Oh, sorry, I've got more reports to give you, and also the speech too. Yes, there you go. So, Deputy Speaker, I move that the House take note of each report.
The debates are adjourned and the resumption of the debates will be made orders of the day for the next sitting.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is a member for McKellar?
Yes, I felt I'd been given leave, but I will seek leave to table the speech.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
And can I just now move that the orders of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate?
Yes. The debates are adjourned and the resumption of the debates will be made orders of the day for the next sitting.
Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will make remarks on both of the two House Economics reports which the member for McKellar has just reported on. The first goes to the issue of common ownership. It is passing strange that the largest two shareholders of Australia's biggest four banks are precisely the same, Vanguard and BlackRock. The rise of index funds in Australia has reduced costs for investors, but has also created the potential to reduce the competitive pressure in the Australian economy. An article in the Economic Record by Adam Triggs and myself documented the extent of common ownership in the Australian stock market and showed that it is of a scale which could be potentially concerning. Common ownership doesn't require active collusion between firms. It is enough that, that investors put in place management teams who prefer the cushy life, who prefer to maximise industry profits rather than maximising the profits of each individual firm. If the same investor were to fully own two competing firms, we wouldn't think of them as competitors, we'd think of them as a single monopoly. And indeed, that's how antitrust got its name, through the trusts that were set up in the United States at the end of the 1800s, which involved investors exchanging shareholdings with one another so that effectively their so-called competitors could act in concert. The House Economics Committee considered the extent of common ownership in Australia and concluded that the regulator ought to pay more attention to the problem. We also concluded in a bipartisan fashion that it would make sense to have regular disclosures by large investors. In the United States, these are known as Section 13F disclosures and apply to investors with holdings above $100 million United States dollars. While the precise requirements in Australia would need to be determined, whether the disclosure was quarterly or annual and what threshold it applied to, we felt on a bipartisan basis that that made sense. The Coalition did, though, include a rather bizarre recommendation for another crackdown on proxy advisors. This is particularly bizarre, given that the Senate had just knocked off their last crackdown on proxy advisors. So we on the Labor side were surprised to see them going back to that, given that virtually no evidence had been given to the committee on the issue of proxy advisors, and there's little suggestion that proxy advisors somehow assist superannuation firms to act in concert. Labor members did, though, call for a beneficial share ownership register so we can know who really owns Australian firms. The Coalition supported a beneficial ownership register in 2016, then backflipped and said they didn't support one in 2019. A beneficial ownership register is a useful way of keeping tabs on the issue of common ownership, but it's also critical in another sense. We are, in Australia, agree in bipartisan agreement that it is important to crack down on dirty Russian money. Indeed, this parliament will hear from Vladimir Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, in simply a matter of hours. But you can't crack down on dirty Russian money if it's possible to hide who really owns Australian firms. Serena Lillywhite, the head of Transparency International in Australia, has described Australia as being behind the curve when it comes to issues of transparency, and pointed out the value of the beneficial ownership register in cracking down on dirty money. And that's another reason why Labor members recommended that be put in place in our common ownership report. Turning now to the issue of the report on the Reserve Bank of Australia, the report summarises our inquiries over a matter of years. On the House Economics Committee, Labor members have raised with the Governor the practice that the Reserve Bank pursued for some period of leaning against the wind, of using interest rates as a way of controlling house prices. The Tinbergen rule makes a very simple point. When you've only got one instrument, you can't be pursuing two objectives. And the economic literature on leaning against the wind, using interest rates to control house prices, suggests that it's a bad idea, that costs exceed benefits by a factor of up to 8 to 1. Reserve Bank research itself points to that conclusion, which is why it was surprising to see the Reserve Bank pursuing that policy in the 2016 to 2019 period. That has come at a cost, an employment cost, over that period, according to the economic experts. We also pursued through those hearings issues around pay transparency. I asked the Governor whether there were pay secrecy clauses in the Reserve Bank which prevented employees from speaking to one another about their remuneration, and was told initially by the Governor that he didn't think there were. He then came back and corrected himself and said that in fact such clauses existed, but he was of that moment making them unenforceable and issuing a statement to staff that they could freely discuss their pay with others. This matters because pay secrecy clauses hurt outsiders and hurt women. They are another way in which the gender pay gap is widened. I'm pleased the Reserve Bank took that action as a result of our hearings. I'm pleased too that this week Westpac has announced that it will scrap pay secrecy clauses, and I urge other major banks to do the same. In the preparations for the hearings for the House Economics Committee, I've benefited from the wisdom of a considerable macroeconomics brains trust, Isaac Gross, Matt Cowgill, the thoughtful work of Henry Sherrill and Danielle Wood at the Grattan Institute, the insights of Stephen Kirshner and Stephen Koukoulas, the wisdom of a range of my former academic colleagues, including Chris Edmund and Richard Holden. They're simply some of those whose wisdom I benefited from. I should also mention Peter Tulip and recommend his article in Agenda on macroeconomic policy. These people, of course, offer their advice freely to members on all sides of Parliament. Simply because they've helped me doesn't make them partisan, but it's appropriate for me to acknowledge them here today. I want to recognise too the staff of the House Economics Committee, Lachlan Wilson, Ivor Glassick, among others, who have assisted us in the great tradition of committee staff in this parliament. We have been greatly enriched by the work that they have done for the House Economics Committee during a very busy period. I often disagree with my Liberal colleagues on the House Economics Committee, but we are united in our admiration and support for the terrific staff assistance we receive. As too, I am grateful for the assistance that I receive from my own staff in this place. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Fenner. There being no further speakers, I put the question that the motion be agreed to. No? Oh, good. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, that was wrong. There be no further speakers. I call the member for Casey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present the committee's report entitled Oversight of ASIC, the Takeovers Panel and the Corporations Legislation No. 1 of the 46th Parliament. And I thank the House.
Thanks. Next is I call the member for Melly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, I present the committee's report entitled The Future of Regional Newspapers in a Digital World, Inquiry into Australia's Regional Newspapers, together with the minutes of the proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, it gives me great pleasure to present the committee's report on the inquiry into Australia's regional newspapers. Australia's regional newspapers are vital for regional and remote areas. Regional newspapers provide the stories of people who have excelled in sport, school or business and highlight important community-based issues such as council decisions, court matters, public health issues and local weather events. For more than a decade, however, regional newspapers have been challenged by loss of revenue, loss of talent and rising costs that have forced many to permanently close their doors. As these newspapers close, readers are pushed towards social media for their news, which increases exposure to misinformation and creates a disconnect in Australia's communities. The issues underpinning the ongoing viability of Australia's regional newspapers are complex and warrant additional consideration outside of what the committee was able to accomplish during its brief inquiry. The committee has, therefore, recommended a comprehensive review to address these complex issues and consider what is needed for public interest journalism to continue to flourish in Australia. However, there are also measures that can be implemented immediately to help support Australia's regional newspapers, and the committee has identified 3 key areas that need to be addressed. First, the committee recognises there is a significant amount of work being undertaken to understand long-term trends in the way that Australia accesses news. However, no single organisation has responsibility for maintaining data that would help with this. The committee has made several recommendations to provide for the collection of data, the development and maintenance of a register of newspapers, the facilitation of information sharing between organisations, and the establishment of research programs and initiatives to assist regional publishers. Second, to provide immediate support for smaller newspapers, the committee has recommended a targeted grants program be developed for small regional publishers. In addition, to support ongoing operating costs that cannot be addressed through grants programs, the committee has recommended the government review its expenditure on print advertising to ensure a minimum amount of 20% goes to Australia's small regional newspapers. Finally, the committee heard that the media diversity provisions of the Broadcasting Services Act were preventing news organisations from being adaptive and responding to the changing expectations of their communities. The committee has recommended the Act to be amended to consider a broad range of factors that do not rest solely on the number of operators in a given area when determining appropriate media diversity. The News Media and Digital Platforms Bargaining Code has been welcomed by many to address the inequity in bargaining power between small publishers and platforms like Google and Meta. While no digital platform has been designated under the code to date, a number of commercial deals have been made, the details of which were not able to be provided to the committee. The committee has acknowledged in its report that there is a greater opportunity for transparency on these deals and the conditions attached to them. Also, the committee has recommended the revenue threshold that news organisations must meet be lowered to allow for greater participation in the code. A statutory review into the code, which was announced during the committee's inquiry, is anticipated to address many of the additional concerns raised by submitters. On behalf of the committee, I extend my sincere thanks to those who participated in the inquiry by completing the survey, preparing submissions and appearing at public hearings, and who graciously gave their time to share their experiences with the committee. I also want to thank the Secretariat for their work in putting this report together. Mr Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
There being no further speakers, I call the member for Mallee.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
Order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report No. 2 of 2022, and I ask leave of the House to table the speech rather than making that now in connection with the report.
Leave's granted.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want the other speech as well?
Any further speakers? No. Okay. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of Day Number 1, Social Media Anti-Trolling Bill 2022, resumption debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This bill, announced by the Prime Minister and the Attorney General last November, is yet another example in a shamefully long list of self-promoting marketing announcements from this government, followed by utter failure when it comes to delivery. Because the government has chosen to finally get around to debating this bill in this place only after the Senate has risen, in the full knowledge that this means the bill cannot become law in this term of Parliament. This fact alone shows that this government was never serious about dealing with the two important issues it claims this bill will deal with: the very real and very ugly problem of online trolling, and, separately, the decision of the High Court of Australia last year in the case of Fairfax Media Publications and Volla. We support measures to combat trolling, and we support legislation to respond to the implications of the Volla decision, but we have many concerns about the way in which this bill seeks to achieve those twin objectives. I want to make clear that Labor understands this bill would require very significant amendment to be made fit for purpose. In this context, I note that even the government members of the Senate committee inquiry into this bill recommended significant amendments be made to this bill before allowing it to become law. Now, if this government had any real intention of passing this bill through the Parliament, we would be moving the necessary amendments in the Senate before passing it into law. But clearly, with the Senate having risen for the last time in this term of government, it was never the government's intention to pass this bill. The Prime Minister's intention, as we have seen so often before, was only to announce these laws and, having got his headlines, to consider it a job well done. What an insult to all those people and all those organisations who have lobbied for action to protect people, especially children, from the harms caused by social media trolling. What an absolute insult to the many organisations and witnesses, like Sonia Ryan, who came before this Parliament and spent so much time working on submissions and giving evidence for a bill the Morrison government didn't even bother introducing until it knew that it had no chance of ever passing. No doubt during the campaign which is to come we'll see this Prime Minister boasting about the achievement of having introduced a bill to the Parliament, and I hope people bear in mind when they hear this Prime Minister boasting about his imaginary achievements, that they remember that he and his Attorney-General didn't even bother to introduce this bill until it was too late for it to pass the Parliament. As we well know, delivering on promises has never been something this Prime Minister has the slightest interest in. Just think about the National Anti-Corruption Commission promised to the Australian people by this Prime Minister more than 1,200 days ago, and still nowhere in sight. The budget delivered on Tuesday reinforces this broken promise, showing the government intends its long-promised, never-delivered National Anti-Corruption Commission to have precisely 0 staff this year and next. The Prime Minister is still claiming, as recently as yesterday, that he'd done something about the National Anti-Corruption Commission. He said, "I tabled legislation in the Parliament." Well, he didn't actually introduce a bill. That's how we make laws in this country, but this Prime Minister appears, even now, not to understand that. He has never introduced legislation in this House. He's just made announcements after announcements, but he hasn't introduced legislation in this House to make a National Anti-Corruption Commission possible. I'll now return to the subject matter of this bill. When announcing this bill in November last year, the Prime Minister claimed it was an important measure to protect young Australians by, I quote, unmasking the trolls, unquote. Apparently, so children could then launch defamation actions against each other in the federal court. The Prime Minister and his Attorney-General even made the announcement of this bill in front of a crowd of children, with the Attorney-General saying it was a measure, and I quote, to protect Australians, in particular young Australians, online, because that's what we all deserve, unquote. So let's look at what they've done with this bill. First of all, Australians should look at the timing. It seems this government is so concerned to protect children and women from online harm from trolling that they left this bill to the last day, the last instant of the parliamentary sittings, when the Senate has already risen. So the government has brought on for a debate a bill that it full well knows cannot possibly become law in this term of government, and that will lapse when the election is called in the coming days or weeks. Government members may cry crocodile tears, saying that they've run out of time because they had so much else to do. But they've only run out of time because they plan to run out of time. How else can the Prime Minister explain why he scheduled only 10 days of work for his government in this House of the Parliament between the Parliament rising in December last year and today? It's now the 31st of March, but between the first week of December of 2021 and the 31st of March of 2022, this Prime Minister thought it was an adequate workload for his government to only sit the House of Representatives for 10 sitting days. Yep. It's a pathetic contempt for this Parliament, for this House, that the Prime Minister has seen fit only to list the sittings of this Parliament for those 10 days. This government schedules 10 days of sittings in 4 months and only 5 days of Senate sittings, and then dares to claim that it's run out of time to deliver the laws that the Prime Minister said were an absolute priority, that the Attorney-General said as recently as a matter of weeks ago that this law was an absolute priority. The Prime Minister sets the parliamentary timetable. So claiming that their government has run out of time, and it surely has, claiming that the government's run out of time to legislate on this important matter is just another I don't hold a hose moment from a Prime Minister who takes responsibility for nothing. Returning now to the issue of trolling, I say again that we in Labor acknowledge the importance of taking action against the ugly, harmful and cowardly practice of online trolling. We in Labor believe that social media platforms have a responsibility to take steps to stop their platforms being misused by anonymous users to incite violence, spread disinformation and abuse and defame people with impunity. However, it is concerning that so many experts in the legal community, as well as so many online safety advocates and so many victims of online abuse, have questioned whether the bill in its current form would in fact be able to tackle online trolling. We're particularly concerned that, as presently drafted, this bill would not provide the vast majority of Australians with any practical means to redress the harm caused by online trolling, and that introduction of the measures in this bill might, without significant modification, in fact make matters worse. It seems that many of the deficiencies in this bill as an anti-trolling law arise from the fact that it was never intended to be an anti-trolling law. The original name of this bill was the Social Media Defamation Bill, and that is a far more accurate title. Notably, the Attorney-General's own department, who prepared this bill, admitted that the anti-trolling bill had very little to do with anti-trolling. They said, and I quote from evidence given at the Senate inquiry, quote, "Certainly, it's been a matter of observation and feedback in the consultation process that the title is potentially misleading. I can be clear that the bill is about defamation, and it is not intended to address broader types of online harm. The reason for it being in the title of the bill is that the behaviour that we are looking at is one form of trolling, but it is certainly not intended to suggest that this bill seeks to address trolling generally, nor online harms generally. It is a targeted bill that is about defamation and only defamation. So those are the end quote. Those are the words of the senior official of the Attorney-General's Department who gave evidence before the Senate committee. Questioning during the Senate inquiry into this bill revealed that the misleading name of this bill was the result of a direction to the department from the Attorney-General's office. So the name of this bill that's now before the parliament, very belatedly and too late for it to pass the parliament, the name of this bill is something that came from the Attorney-General's office, part of the announcement strategy, no doubt, that this Prime Minister is so fond of. Evidence from many witnesses appearing before the Senate committee inquiry into this bill established that not only does this bill fail to provide any practical means to combat the scourge of online trolling in providing blanket protection from liability to those hosting defamatory comments on web pages they own and administer, as well as the extensive legal safe harbour it provides to social media companies hosting defamatory material, the bill is likely to make the problem of online trolling worse. In this context, leading defamation barrister Ms Sue Chrysanthou SC submitted that the bill not only fails to protect Australians from online trolls, the sweeping defences from liability it provides effectively make this bill a, quote, trolls charter, unquote. Those are her words. The submission to the committee inquiry led by Ms.
Order. It being 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After the last budget, I remember asking how could a budget be so devoid of vision? And here we are again. This government has just handed down a budget on the eve of an election, no less, and there is still no great ambition, no agenda, no plan for the future. This government's legacy will be a wasted decade for Australia. We could be resetting and rebuilding a stronger, fairer economy after the pandemic, but instead we've got nothing. A political patch job which is more about saving the Prime Minister's job than those of Australians. Well, Australians will see through the momentary sugar hits in this budget. Cost of living pressures are on the rise, but wages are stagnant, and they have been falling. Wages growth has fallen every year under this government. The government never talks about wages, and they have no plan to address this. Nothing in this budget for the wages, appallingly low wages of aged care workers doing some of the most important work and lowest paid work in our society. Australians want action on climate change and a Federal Integrity Commission. Nothing in this budget. The government thinks one-off cash payments will make Australians forget their incompetence and mismanagement, but they won't, because it won't go anywhere near what Australians have lost in their wages over the last decade. There's a cash splash before the election and at least $3 billion of cuts, secret cuts after. And just like Scott Morrison in a crisis, these cash bribes will disappear in a crisis.
I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the cost of $140,000 per course, the women of Wide Bay could not afford the ovarian cancer drug olaparib. 2 years ago, the government put this drug on the PBS, potentially giving women with ovarian cancer more time. One beneficiary of this ended up being a dedicated Gympie community stalwart, My Family Call Granny. More than 2,800 new and amended treatments have been included on the PBS since 2013, nearly one a day at an investment of $15 billion, helping about 2.5 million patients pay less for high-quality health care. Tuesday night's budget ensured that Medicare is guaranteed and regional Australians get affordable medicine because of an increase in government funding each year since 2013. Last week, we buried Granny after a long struggle with ovarian cancer. For over 40 years, you'd find her cooking for Meals on Wheels, and on weekends you'd find her at the sausage sizzle at Bunnings, supporting community groups. She dedicated her 78 years to her family and the Gympie community. Her end of life and quality of life were eased by medical treatments made affordable under the PBS and the many people who cared for her. Rest in peace, Granny.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this morning the Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, launched our 9th Labor Women's Budget Statement. And if ever you need a proof of the difference that national leadership makes, you need look no further than the last long 9 years, which started when Tony Abbott made himself Minister for Women back in 2014. Since then, Australia's ranking in the Global Gender Equality Index has plummeted to a record low. We are now sitting at 50th place. Compare that to New Zealand, our closest neighbour, sitting at number 4. That's what happens when you don't listen, when you miss the mark on every occasion, when you see women's issues as nothing but a political problem to be fixed. Whether it was Brittany Higgins, Grace Tame, Saxon Mullins or many of the others who cried for action, the Prime Minister was nowhere to be found. When Kate Jenkins handed down the Respect at Work report, the Prime Minister squipped it, implementing just the easy ones, ignoring all the rest. After 9 long years, this government's delivered a budget with no vision for the future, no reckoning for the long-term problems, no purpose beyond buying people's votes. But Australian women have got this Prime Minister clocked. If we want safe workplaces, safe places to live, fair and equal pay, access to quality education and a justice system that works for survivors, which should not be too much to expect in 2022, we've got to change this government.
I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I drove up to Parliament on Tuesday, it was fantastic to see the Greek flag flying high all along the road in celebration of the 201st anniversary of Greek independence. Australia has been blessed by the presence of a vast Greek diaspora. Indeed, Melbourne is home to the largest Greek-speaking population outside of Greece itself, and many of these individuals make their home in my electorate of Chisholm. Australians of Greek heritage have contributed so much to our nation, bringing energy and enthusiasm to a new life in a new land. This holds true in Chisholm. Since my election to the Parliament in 2019, I've had the privilege of working and spending time with so many incredible individuals and organisations from our local Greek community. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the Pharos Greek Senior Citizens Club, their founder, the Reverend Stephen Kasambalis, and their president, Mr. Vasilis Pandaladas. Thank you for your contributions and long live Greece.
I call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through Omicron, aged care has just experienced its worst crisis in living memory. How is it even imaginable that the federal budget on Tuesday night did not address this? That this federal budget on Tuesday night did not respond to our aged care crisis? There are aged care workers and home care workers in this building today begging us to do something to fix this national crisis. Teresa is a home care worker, and she explained that the big set-piece item on Tuesday night, the 22% discount off the fuel excise, would not touch the sides of the scale of the problem, which is that she cannot afford to do the job that she loves. It will not even touch the sides. She cannot afford to fill her tank to drive to work, let alone drive her clients around. It is an absolute disgrace that you are failing to fix this. They are begging you to fix this, and you are squandering the 7 hours left that you have in power by doing nothing. Nothing in this budget to fix home care, nothing in this budget to put more nurses into nursing homes, nothing in this budget to give more carers more time to care, nothing in this budget to lift aged care wages, and nothing to improve the transparency and accountability about what money is going in there and where it's going and what it's doing. Older Australians and their carers and aged care workers deserve so much more than you.
I call the member for Reid.
The Liberal government's plan for a stronger future is
working. And this year's budget will provide cost of living relief right now for thousands of families in my electorate of Reid. Over the past couple of months, I have heard from many people in my electorate about how the cost of living is having a real impact on the household budget. And that's why the government is taking practical measures right now by cutting the fuel excise in half. And this will save Australians 22 cents a litre every time they fill up their car, helping the owners of around 104,000 cars in Reid. These savings will start to be felt at the Bowser just in time for the family Easter road trip. Mr Speaker, the government's tax plan has already benefited 96,500 people in Reid. This year, around 82,600 taxpayers in Reid will benefit from further tax relief of up to $1,500. The Liberal government is continuing to deliver lower taxes for working families and small businesses across the Reid community. The Labor Party believes taxpayers' money is the best spent in their pocket. Well, the Liberal government knows it is better spent by hard-working Australians on the things that matter most to them. Mr Speaker, we are delivering a strong economy today so all Australians can enjoy the stronger future of tomorrow.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday night, the Treasurer delivered a political budget that was an act of political desperation on the final hour before an election, not a plan for the future of all Australians. If you want to understand the character of this government, though, you don't need to watch the budget. You should watch the Senate. 3 Liberal senators, members of the Morrison government, spoke in an adjournment debate, and things got pretty wild. Senator Antich was spreading his latest right-wing extremist conspiracy theories about the World Economic Forum, Marxism and the Great Reset, which the Anti-Defamation League and many others have warned is rife with anti-Semitism. Then there was Senator Rennick, who spent 5 minutes spreading anti-vaccination conspiracy theories, demanding Australia stop vaccinating people against COVID-19. The Morrison government don't call out anti-vaxxers, they welcome them into the Liberal Party room. That's what they do. And of course then there was Senator Fierravanti-Wells, who described the Prime Minister as not being fit to be the Prime Minister and who has no moral compass. She joins the long line of Liberals like the former Premier of New South Wales, like the Deputy Prime Minister, who have revealed the true character of this Prime Minister. This government is a joke. If they're not spreading extremism and conspiracy theories, they're attacking one another instead of looking after the future of ordinary working Australians. Do not risk another decade of this rabble of a government. It is well and truly time to elect a better government for a better future, an Albanese Labor government.
I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Cost of living pressures are impacting many households in my electorate of Longman due to the invasion in Ukraine and ongoing global supply chain issues from COVID. I was pleased to see practical initiatives in the budget that will ease this pressure on individuals, families and businesses. For the next 6 months, fuel will be cheaper at the Bowser thanks to a 50% reduction in the fuel excise. There will be further tax relief for around 69,000 taxpayers in my electorate, and many working couples will be $3,000 a year better off. The latest budget brings record investment in Medicare, hospitals, schools and aged care and mental health. And around 14,700 businesses in Longman will be able to write off the full value of any eligible asset they purchase, while for every $100 they spend on training or digital technology, they will get a $120 tax deduction. And when it comes to building new infrastructure in our region, the government is investing almost $30 million for a business case to upgrade the Bruce Highway between Anzac Avenue and Bribie Island Road. This is on top of the $700 million already committed to upgrading roads and local infrastructure in Longman. And importantly, we continue to build our defence capability while improving the lives of Defence Force members, veterans and their families. Let's continue to put Australians first and set a path towards a stronger economy and a stronger future.
I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, for the second time this month, Albury-Wodonga Hospital announced a code yellow, and today North East Health in Wangaratta went code yellow too. It's a crisis. Right now, on the border, the hospital needs 50 more beds to keep up with continuous and unprecedented demand for emergency care. Doctors and nurses are stretched to their limit. Ambulances are lining up on the streets. Elective surgeries are being rescheduled. Patients are at risk of not getting urgent care. It's totally unacceptable. Before COVID, the ED on the border averaged 160 patients a day. Now the average is around 200 and growing, and it won't stop. The border population is due to grow by 30% in the next 15 years. And what is this government doing about it? Barely a thing. For months, I've been standing with local doctors, nurses and patients pushing this government to take some leadership, bring New South Wales and Victorian governments to the table and commit $300 million in federal funds for a new hospital. Last month, the Treasurer told me he would consider any proposal on its merits. Well, the merits are loud and clear, Treasurer. The $20 million promised for Albury-Wodonga Health in the government's so-called regional deal is paltry. Our health workers and patients in Indi don't need empty promises of largesse that never arrives. We need hospital beds. We need them today. This government must do better.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Water Grid Advisory Panel, headed by Chris Lynch, provided authoritative, balanced and timely advice. I want to thank Mr Lynch and other expert panel members for their commitment and input since establishing the body on 14 September 2020. CSIRO Chief Scientist Dr Cathy Foley, Jim Grayson, Roseanne Healy, Dr Stuart Kahn, Sue Middleton, Peter Ryan and Elizabeth Stott all admirably fulfilled their roles. Building water infrastructure, dams, pipelines, weirs, is the key to unlocking Australia's economic future. If we are to grow the agriculture sector to $100 billion by 2030, then having the right water infrastructure in the right places will be critical to achieving that goal. If we are to better mitigate against even worsening flood situations, then having the right infrastructure in the right places will be critical to achieving that goal. And if we are to fund the right water infrastructure in the right places right now, then having the right people to provide the right advice will also be critical. The National Water Grid Advisory Panel comprised the right people. It had engineering, environmental, farming, irrigation and scientific experience, and so much more. And I am grateful for the work done, and I pay tribute to each and every one of these panellists.
I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Our part of north-western Sydney is booming in residential numbers, and it'll continue to do so into the future. People are moving further and further out west, chasing a dream, a home they can enjoy, to raise a family, to live and have a comfortable life. But that dream is turning into a nightmare. It's largely because in the outer suburbs people are finding that the infrastructure isn't keeping pace and is not helping them. Case in point, Richmond Road in my neck of the woods, from Dean Park, Glendenning, Colby to Marsden Park, that road is always choked, both directions, peak hour, non-peak hour, weekdays, weekends. It is always the same, and it's simply intolerable for people that are spending a lot of time trying to get to where they need to, and where industry is worried that they're losing the ability to maintain their operations in our part of Western Sydney. Now, this week the government announced two things. They said that they'd put in money to plan for the future upgrade of that road. Now, that's fine, and this comes after writing to Michael McCormack as the former minister, to Barnaby Joyce, to Paul Fletcher and to Andrew Constance. But as my constituents rightly point out, $50 million for planning instead of the hard cash to do the widening of the road beggars belief. We need that infrastructure support, and we need it now.
I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand today to defend the opposition leader and the Shadow Treasurer, for they are not the only ones who don't know how to read a budget. It is a deficiency they share with the Queensland Labor government. Earlier this week we announced $1.6 billion towards a $3.2 billion rail project between Biawar and Maroochydore. Ever since, the Queensland Minister, Mark Bailey, has worked himself into a lather: TV, radio, even social media, claiming that the business case from which that number was derived, plus a contingency, in fact had that project listed at $5.3 billion. 5.3. Now, that didn't sound right to me, Deputy Speaker, and so I thought I'd better check. He is, after all, the State Transport Minister, so I checked it out. Guess what? He got it wrong. He misread the business case and he misread the budget, which is just hilarious when you think about the role he is in. He actually looked at the business case, an enormous rolling project from the Sunshine Coast to Brisbane for $5.3 billion, completely missing the point. So I take my hat off to the entire Labor Party at state and federal levels. All of them are economically illiterate.
I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Almost 5 years ago, 230 First Nations people met at Uluru at the National Constitutional Convention. If you want to see a massive point of difference between that side of the House and the Labor Party, this is one of them. The Labor Party is the only major political party that is committed to the Uluru Statement in full. That is a constitutionally enshrined voice to the Parliament. That is the establishment of a Makarrata Commission that will oversee a national process of truth-telling and a national agreement and treaty-making process. The government promised, and then didn't promise, and then promised again, and then somehow ended up that there would be a legislative voice in this term of Parliament. Well, folks, it's the last day. There is no legislative voice. There is no way forward. And I am so proud of my party for the support for this important document. All of you sitting up there in the bleachers up there will have a role to play in this, in supporting a constitutionally enshrined referendum in a very short period of time.
I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Friday the 18th of March, a true gentleman died. Hector David Kyler was his name. Heck was the eldest of 11 who grew up in Gatton on the family small crop farm. The name Kyler, English-Scottish origin, defines the person as wonderful, kind, generous, loving, caring, loves family and friends. This truly defines Heck. The other unique thing about Heck is that he only owned Ford cars and nothing else. In 1965, Heck and his bride June moved to the hometown of Monto with their infant son. Now, 57 years later, Monto has lost a true hero to their community. He was a community person indeed, president of the Monto Parents and Citizens Association for much of the 80s, on the RSL and worked in the RSL, management board, Ridgehaven Retirement Village, 30 years in the local ambulance committee and worked for the Queensland Ambulance Service. Heck was a quiet fellow, well-read and up-to-date, but when he spoke he always had something to say that was very useful, worthwhile and interesting. To his wife June, children David, Karen, Linda and Russell, my deepest condolences. Heck, you will be remembered by all those who knew you. Rest in peace.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Within days of me giving this speech, the Prime Minister will call an election, one would hope, because this fake election campaign has to end soon. In this upcoming election campaign, Australians are going to have a choice between more of the same or a better future. Australians are going to have a choice between a Morrison-Joyce government that likes to talk about reforming aged care but won't do anything about it, and an Albanese Labor government with a caucus rock-solid behind him to say that the care economy is the backbone of this country, that the women who work in the care economy deserve to have secure, well-paid jobs, and that the people whose lives, education and better future depends on their care economy deserve to be educated, cared for and looked after by people who are well-trained, who are supported and who are paid in the way that they deserve to be paid. We have had aged care workers in this parliament for days
outside this parliament for days, lobbying to be given the respect in residential care and home care that they deserve, and they will get it and a better future from an Albanese Labor government.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australian families deserve access to quality childcare regardless of where they live. Access to childcare is good for families, good for communities and good for local economies. I was thrilled to see in this week's budget that the government is increasing access to childcare for families in regional and remote areas by providing $19.4 million to support the establishment of 20 new childcare services. Mr Deputy Speaker, those in this chamber have heard me speak about Kingston South East and the lack of childcare services before. It's a town of less than 2,000 people, but it's a town with a big need for increased childcare, with around 50 families currently on the waiting list. Kingston District Council made an application to the National Recovery and Resilience Agency following the devastating Kallira bushfires for funding to establish a standalone childcare service for the community. That application, sadly, was unsuccessful, and I haven't been backwards in coming forward about my disappointment with that outcome. A farming region devastated by fire and parents unable to earn off-farm income because there was no childcare service available. While the agency might not feel this is an important issue, I've got to tell you I certainly do, and I'll continue to fight for funding until I see a service delivered in Kingston in the South East.
I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. Hawkesbury flood victims are asking, why are they being treated as second-class Aussies? Why aren't they entitled to the same emergency payments that rightly are being extended to other flood victims? Why aren't the victims of landslides in the Blue Mountains treated the same as those elsewhere in the state? Unfortunately, natural disaster victims in my electorate, whether they're businesses or individuals, get treated differently, missing out on extra payments. For instance, the $10,000 grants for small business who've suffered a 40% downturn in their income as a result of flood, that's not available in the Hawkesbury. And because of the nature of businesses and primary production in the region, people just miss out on being eligible even when they've suffered a direct hit, like Megan from Tiny River Houses, Ray from Jubilee Wines and cattle breeder Peter from Cumberland Reach. I want the Prime Minister and his ministers to imagine that they live in our flood and bushfire-prone region, whether it's Freeman's Reach or Pitt-Town, whether it's Wiseman's Ferry or Sackville, or Bell or Blackheath. For the last decade, there's been no investment in resilience in any of these areas by this government, not a cent, and nothing in this budget changes a thing. How does that make you feel? Well, I'll tell you, you feel ignored, abandoned and scared. It's wrong, it's unfair, but it's what we've come to expect from this tired Morrison government.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Speaker, Tuesday's budget announced an extra $4 million of funding into our region's 8 local councils through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program. Since 2019, over $20 million has been allocated to our region through this program, and in my opinion it's one of the most effective funding initiatives available to our regions. It gives councils and their local communities the freedom to choose which projects are important to them, whether it's local roads, whether it's bike paths, community halls, playgrounds, parks or sporting facilities. The decision is theirs. Local businesses and tradies are being used to deliver these projects where they matter most. The money's flowing through local hard-working businesses, through their employees, through their families and back to their communities. More than 80 projects have been delivered in my region alone. Projects like the Ulverston Skate Park redevelopment, the Smithton Dog Park, Devonport Highfield Playground development, painting the Curry Lighthouse on King Island in the middle of Bass Strait, the Wynyard Basketball Club locker rooms update, and the list goes on and on, Speaker. Thank you to our councils, thank you to our local businesses and our local tradies who are delivering these projects on behalf of the federal government.
The member for Ballarat has the call.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Well, is there anything more that this Prime Minister and his Deputy Prime Minister likes more than making big splashy announcements but then burying the truth, of course, in the fine print. Year after year they do it again. We see the Monday drop of the infrastructure announcements, big splashy headline, but then you've got to go, the devil's always in the detail. I think many Victorian MPs on both sides of the House would be surprised to learn that, in fact, much of the money, the $3.3 billion the government claims for new infrastructure investment in Victoria, that only 6.1% of that is actually in the forward estimates, that is actually in the budget. The Victorian government's pretty ropeable. That in South Australia, for all those MPs, that only 8.2% of that new money is in the forward estimates. You're not going to see it in the lifetime of, if you win the next election, in that period of time. And in Queensland it is only a quarter. They have been shortchanged. This morning we also saw, front page of The Age, Coalition snubs Victoria in its $7 billion regional fund. Why were none of the Victorian regions actually included? If this was really about energy security transition, why is the Latrobe Valley not included? Why is the Latrobe Valley not included? Front page of the Courier Mail, Queensland to wait for billions. Why does the Sunshine State have to wait years to see investment that it needs now? With the Olympics coming up just around the corner, you've got to invest now. Why don't you like Queenslanders?
The member for Grey has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to
The member for Grey has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Treasurer and the Prime Minister on their budget delivered on Tuesday evening. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, when Treasury predicted that Australia was heading for a 14% plus unemployment rate, we would be standing here today talking about a 4% unemployment rate heading for 3.75. Who would have thought at the time of my EFO last December that the bottom line on the budget would be turned around by over $100 billion by the time we got through to the budget?
Order.
It is just one of the most outstanding
Order
recoveries of the
the
Australian
time for
economy, and I'm
members'
sorry you've had
statements
to do that
has
to me.
concluded. Colleagues, there was some misunderstanding with the photographs taken yesterday, so we are going to go through it all again today. So I'm going to ask all honourable members to face this way. With masks, yes, with masks. Over to you, David. No, they can't sit down. They can't sit down. That's where they need to be. Member for Dunkley. We haven't even started question time yet. All right. I thank the House. Questions without notice. The Prime Minister.
On indulgence, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister has the
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, I was joined by the Leader of the Opposition last night to join with the rest of Australia, as Australia and the world farewelled Shane Warne at the G. And I want to thank Premier Andrews and the Victorian State Government, and I want to thank Eddie Maguire for the great job that they did last night in farewelling Warne. The memorial service at the G was a fitting occasion to reflect on and give thanks for a truly extraordinary Australian life. The King, the legend, the father, the son, the brother, and as Merd said, the bogan. Shane Warne lit up this country, just like he lit up the wicket every time he went out there. And the cricketing world, with his joy, with his enthusiasm and his extraordinary talent. The boy who played for East Sandy and practiced his flipper in the hallway of his family home with his brother Jason. Shane claimed, as we know, more than 700 Test wickets and was declared by Wisden to be one of the 5 greatest cricketers of the century. The hat-trick, the one that Bernie caught. The ball of the century that Gadding is still trying to understand, and we know the achievements because we had the joy of witnessing them wherever we might have been. Shane Warne didn't just play the game of cricket, he was the game of cricket, and he changed it forever, as only the greats of the game can. But Australians didn't just not know him and love him for his tremendous sporting success, for his wizardry with the ball in hand. Australians, I think, really identified with Warnie, with his successes, but also with his great vulnerabilities. As he once said, "I'm not a very complicated person. I've never pretended to be something I'm not," and that is true. So what came through last night at a truly memorable service was what so many of us had experienced. He encouraged people, and including me, Mr Speaker. He accepted people for who they were and embodied the timeliness of Australia's greeting of mate. His children, Jackson, Brooke, Summer, spoke of what their dad had taught them. Manners are free, they cost nothing. Always say please and thank you. Great advice from a great dad. And when it came to sport, just go out there and have some fun, because when you're happy, good things will happen, as Jackson said last night. These were stories of his generosity, of his decency, of his good common sense, of his humour and his humility. Loading up the car after the Black Saturday bushfires and heading up to Kingslake, spending a day with the local community playing cricket with the kids, signing autographs and encouraging all. Shane often had visited sick kids in hospital, as his dad Keith reminded us last night. None of that is said to deify Shane. It is simply to appreciate the depth of this great Australian. He was a wonderful Australian larrikin, the good-hearted bloke who lived large, enjoyed life and truly loved people. But it is to appreciate the depth of this great Australian hero, and at last night, the fitting farewell, we witnessed the unveiling of the Shane Warne stand, where his own cricket journey began with his brother so many years before. Mr Speaker, as Shane's daughter Summer said last night, he will always be with us, but not just the way we hoped. Of all Shane's greatest achievements, it was clear to me, and I'm sure all Australians last night and those around the world who witnessed it, that his crowning achievement, one that he shared with their mother Simone, and the one that I think he took the greatest delight in, were his children, Brooke, Jackson and Summer. And so, to Shane's parents, Keith and Bridget, to his wonderful children and brave children, Jackson, Brooke and Summer, to his great brother Jason and all who loved him, we send our love and our condolences. May Warnie rest in peace. That saint has now gone marching in.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, last night Australia farewelled a legend at the most fitting place of all. The MCG was the scene of some of Shane Warne's greatest triumphs, not least of which that mighty 700th wicket he took on a cold, damp Boxing Day. In a way, we can think of yesterday as Warnie's final MCG triumph, a memorial service that brought together the nation and so much of the world in their literally hundreds of millions beyond. The family asked to have a meeting before the service, and I met his father Keith, his brother Jason and his wonderful children Brooke, Jackson and Summer. I must say I was pretty nervous, and they walked in and they were so upbeat about celebrating the life of their son, their brother and their dad. They're sad to lose him at just 52 years of age, but they wanted a celebration, and what a celebration it was, with artists from all around the world, with sporting legends from here and afar, with people, ordinary people and people with disabilities and kids and families of kids who are sick, who the Shane Warne Foundation helped, all paying tribute to the great Shane Warne. We all knew he was the best leg spinner of all time and one of Wisden's 5 greatest cricketers of all time. But I think for many of us to learn of his generosity, his determination to help particularly vulnerable people, and his commitment to keeping his word when asked to help out was really something. It was a night of joy, grief and love. It was a night of sadness, laughter and great pride. It was an extraordinary celebration of an extraordinary Australian. As shocking and premature as Shane's death was, there was a common theme that he made every second on this earth count. He was a phenomenal sportsman, an actual game changer. When he had the ball in his hand, he was a magician. And when that ball left his hand, it could feel like he was slowing down time and bending space. He was a larrikin and an artist. To watch him in action was just one of the purest joys that sport had to offer, and a reminder of what is best about sport and how it can bring out the best in us. A generation was inspired to bowl leg spin because of him. That's an inspiration that will light up future generations. And of course he carried this love of cricket into the commentary box. We all thought we would be sharing in that love for so many decades to come. Warnie was a great Australian with a sparkle in his eye and magic in his fingertips. We loved him, warts and all. Shane Warne was a force of nature, but when he was so shockingly, suddenly gone, we began to hear so many stories of the generosity, the kindness, the manners, the gentle joys that he shared, the small encounters that had such an enormous impact on people. I think of all of last night, as much as there were some big stars sang and spoke, his family gave the most extraordinary, heartfelt speeches in honouring their loved one. The speeches of his 3 children, Brooke, Jackson and Summer, were just extraordinary. And it was understanding how much pride and adoration he had for his 3 children. We won't see Shane Warne's like again. A great Australian given the fitting tribute of having the Shane Warne stand named after him. I join with the rest of Australia in wishing his family comfort at this difficult time, in the knowledge of how much their son, their father and their brother was loved. May Shane Warne rest in peace.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. This tired old government has been in power for nearly a decade. The cost of living is rising, real wages are going backwards, debt and deficit is the worst it has ever been, aged care is in crisis, Medicare is under attack. Why does this Prime Minister always go missing? Why does he never take responsibility? And why does he always try to divide the country instead of uniting it?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, this is a tired old opposition with no economic plan for a government or the future of this country. And, Mr Speaker, tonight they have the opportunity to actually spell out an economic plan, an alternative budget for this country. They've been waiting, Mr Speaker, and the Australian people are still waiting to hear their economic plan. A tired opposition with no economic plan, Mr Speaker. Alternatively, though, this government, Mr Speaker, this government has delivered an economic plan that is keeping Australians and putting Australians into work. Mr Speaker, this is a government whose economic plan has ensured that we've been able to list 2,008 500 medicines on the PBS, Mr Speaker, listed in new listings which are changing lives, saving lives, Mr Speaker. This is a government that has delivered the record investments in health, in education, that has backed in the National Disability Insurance Scheme, that has the highest rate of bulk billing this country has ever known, Mr Speaker. A government that has lifted defence spending as a share of our economy to 2% from the 1.56% from what we inherited from those offers. This is a government, Mr Speaker, if we had left the tax rates where we inherited them from the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, if you're earning $90,000 today, you would be paying $50 a week more in tax every single week, Mr Speaker. Our economic plan is delivering for Australia, Mr Speaker, as the Treasurer reminded us this week. It's an economic plan that has put people into jobs. It is an economic plan, Mr Speaker, that ensures that we can pay for the things. We can pay for the things that we promise and we deliver, Mr Speaker, because if you cannot manage the economy, Mr Speaker, if you cannot manage the nation's finances, then you can't pay for aged care, you can't pay for the PBS, you can't pay for the Defence Forces. It was the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, when they were last in government, had to not list medicines on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme because they couldn't manage money. And we have a Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, leading a tired old opposition with no economic plan, Mr Speaker, who will revert to type if he ever occupies these Treasurer benches. He has, Mr Speaker, spent a lifetime advocating for things that he now says he walks away from. But, Mr Speaker,
the Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. You won't be surprised that it's on relevance.
I want to hear what the point of order is first. I want to hear what the point...
On relevance. Mr Speaker, the question went to the government's policy. On relevance, the question went to the government's position. If he can't speak for 3 minutes about his own government, he should just sit down.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The question was extremely broad. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, our government has an economic plan that is working, that is delivered for Australians, that sets up Australia for the next decade of opportunity, which cannot be taken for granted, Mr Speaker, and that is in contrast to a tired old opposition who, after all this time, still does not have an economic plan and still, as ever, cannot be trusted with the nation's finances.
The member for Chisholm has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister please outline to the House how the Morrison government's economic plan has been delivering for Australians and backs the aspiration and enterprise of Australians to create a stronger future for our nation?
The Prime Minister has...
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Chisholm for her question. The member for Chisholm, who was elected, made commitments and has kept them for the people of Chisholm, Mr Speaker, kept them for the people of Chisholm, as we have made commitments, Mr Speaker, which we have kept, Mr Speaker, and we have delivered. And central to those, Mr Speaker, is our economic plan. Our economic plan is working because Australians are working, Mr Speaker. As a government, our economic plan has meant that Australia's unemployment rate has fallen to 4%, Mr Speaker, from 5.7%. When the Labor Party is in power, they took the unemployment rate from 4.2% and put it up to 5.7%, Mr Speaker. The youth unemployment now is in single digits, Mr Speaker. 1 million more women are in work today, and the female unemployment rate in this country is at its lowest level since 1974. Mr Speaker, our economic plan is equipping Australians with the skills that they need. We have more trade apprentices in training right now. 220,000, Mr Speaker. That is more than at any other time in Australia's recorded history, going back to 1963. Mr Speaker, our economic plan has backed in businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, to invest and retain their apprentices, Mr Speaker. What that means is businesses supported by lower taxes. We've cut the tax rate for small and medium-sized business to 25%. Our instant asset write-off and immediate expensing provisions has given business the confidence to invest, so we have a business-led recovery out of this pandemic. Mr Speaker, our economic plan is rejuvenating the manufacturing in Australia, so we're making more things in Australia, particularly with advanced manufacturing. Our economic plan is connecting regions to more markets. It's connecting businesses to the digital economy. Our economic plan is securing affordable, reliable energy for households and businesses right across the country. And we're not getting this through higher taxes, Mr Speaker. That's the Labor Party's approach. We're doing it through sensible investments that is driving down the cost of electricity by 8% over the last 2 years. It's an economic plan that has secured our AAA credit rating at a time of great economic crisis, Mr Speaker, and our government's economic plan has delivered that. That is what we've delivered. But, Mr Speaker, our economic plan that has taken us through this pandemic to have one of the strongest economies in the world today for advanced economies, that has seen 40,000 lives saved, but has seen 375,000 additional jobs, Mr Speaker, putting us on the top of the advanced economies of the world, Mr Speaker, with stronger growth, more jobs, Mr Speaker, and less debt than our comparative economies around the world, including the G7.
Prime Minister's time
it's primed
has
Australia.
expired. Member for McEwen. Member for Ballarat has the
Thank
call.
you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, floodwaters overran the Lismore levee for the second time in just over a month. The community is dealing with a second round of devastation before they have even begun to recover from the last flood. How on earth did the government fail to list Lismore as a priority area for flood mitigation funding through its Preparing Australian Communities program?
The Prime Minister has the call.
And I'll hand over to the Minister representing the Minister, Mr Speaker, in this area. Mr Speaker, I spoke to Steve Gregg, the Mayor of Lismore, this morning, and to speak to him directly about the government's ongoing support and response to the floods in Lismore. And I thank Mayor Stephen Gregg, as I know the member for Page would be, Mr Speaker, if he was here today, but he's obviously with his own electorate and in the seat of Page, as I'm sure the member for Richmond is also, Mr Speaker. And we spoke about the ongoing support. He was very appreciative of that support. He was also very appreciative of the ADF's presence there, which is very reassuring at a time of great stress and trauma. And in addition to that, Mr Speaker, we spoke of our government's commitment to over $150 million to ensure that the very mitigation works that are necessary in Lismore, Mr Speaker, that his council and his election as mayor in Lismore will now enable us to do after they were opposed for so long, Mr Speaker. And so I'm very pleased that we'll be able to proceed with that. I'll hand it over to the Minister representing to add further to answer.
The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The program the member asked a question about is in fact a competitive grants program and in fact is right across the country. It's part of a comprehensive package, not just through the ERF and $50 million a year, but also in terms of $400 million a year in our package for mitigation works. And it's important for those opposite to understand that natural disasters are indiscriminate in where they may hit across this country. And while our hearts go out to those people in Lismore, there is nothing to say that a natural disaster may not hit in another part of this country, and it's important to understand that this is a partnership with states. This comes down to appropriate planning at a local and state level and making sure that we work in partnership, not just in the federal government putting out competitive grants, but working with state governments and making sure that we get value for money. Value for money, not just in flood mitigation, but as we learned from bushfires, making sure that we work with those bushfire communities and mitigation works into the future. This is about ensuring that we move towards a system and a competitive grants program that goes right across the country. And now that we've obviously seen in South East Queensland and Northern New South Wales these number of disasters, then as part of the recovery process in partnership will be funding for those mitigation works that the state governments can apply for. That's part of the normal arrangements in which we've had with states that are long-standing. That is nothing new. This was in addition to that. These are programs in addition to what we have in normal funding arrangements with state governments. So we would encourage the state government to put forward any mitigation works as part of that recovery, and we will continue to roll out these programs as part of our commitment to keep Australians safe well into the future.
The member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House of the Morrison government's strong record of delivering tax cuts for Australian families and businesses to help relieve cost of living pressures, including on the Gold Coast? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the
floor. Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moncrieff for her question. And she's been an outstanding representative for her community, and like others on this side of the House. 3 years ago, we went to the Australian people and we said we would make our economy stronger, and we delivered, Mr Speaker. 3 years ago, we went to the Australian people and we would help more people get into work, and we delivered, Mr Speaker. And 3 years ago, we went to the Australian people and we said we would lower taxes, and we delivered, Mr Speaker. Today, the unemployment rate in Australia, after the first recession in nearly 30 years, is the equal lowest in 48 years at 4%, Mr Speaker. Female unemployment today is at its lowest level since 1974. When those opposite came to government, the unemployment rate was 4.2%. When those opposite left government, the unemployment rate was 5.7%, Mr Speaker. Under the coalition, there are nearly 2 million more Australians in work than when we came to government. Our economic recovery has been faster, has been stronger than all major advanced economies in the world, faster than the United States, faster than the United Kingdom, faster than France, faster than Germany, faster than Italy and faster than Japan. And a key part of our economic plan is lower taxes, Mr Speaker. Lower taxes for small businesses at their lowest level in 50 years. Investment incentives so that businesses can back themselves to grow. And what we have seen with those record business investment incentives is that business investment is expected to be up more than 5% this year and 9% next year, Mr Speaker. The loss carryback measures, the measures in the budget earlier this week to give 120% tax deduction to small businesses that go and train their workers, that go invest in the digital economy. That is what a good economic plan does. It enables, it empowers the private sector to back themselves, to grow and to hire more employees. Now, Mr Speaker, we on this side of the House believe in lower taxes. Lower taxes for Australian families, with $40 billion already delivered since the start of the pandemic and a legislated 3-stage tax plan. Those opposite believe in higher taxes because we remember at the last election they promised $387 billion of higher taxes. Now they're promising a budget after the election where they want to be flexible when it comes to taxation. Well, the Australian people deserve to know how flexible they will be before the next election, Mr Speaker. We on this side of the House stand for more jobs, a stronger economy and lower taxes.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's department has told Senate estimates that the decision to delay the national emergency declaration following recent record-breaking floods was a subjective and personal decision made by you, Prime Minister. How on earth can the Prime Minister justify delaying that decision for a full 9 days when the need was so clearly there and flood victims were so desperate for help?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Those opposite may not be aware, Mr Speaker. They may not be aware. They may not. They're not aware of a lot of things, Mr Speaker. They're not aware of how to put a budget together for a start, Mr Speaker, amongst many other things. But they may not be aware, Mr Speaker, that the first response of the government in relation to all of these issues was to get the support there immediately. To get it there immediately, Mr Speaker. Now, the Leader of the Opposition interjects the Leader of the Opposition interjects with, "Oh yeah, Mr Speaker." Well, I'd like him to go and speak to the chopper pilot from the ADF, Mr Speaker, and tell him, as he was winching people off Bruce, Mr Speaker, and describe his efforts on that day as, "Oh yeah, Mr Speaker." I'd like him to tell them that, Mr Speaker. I'd like him to tell them that.
Members on my
because
left.
what we've seen from this Leader of the
Members on
Labor
my
Party
left.
over the last 3.5 years, Mr Speaker, is just taking your interjection.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. Goes to relevance. The question wasn't about me. If it was, I'm quite happy to have a debate about the fact that I spoke to the flood
Leader of the
victims,
Opposition
unlike
will
you.
resume his seat. The Prime Minister is relevant to the question, and I return him to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Opposition Leader wishes to interject, Mr Speaker, then he should expect me to
Member for
respond,
Griffith.
Mr Speaker. He should expect me to respond, and I will, Mr Speaker. I will, because when I was in Lismore, Mr Speaker, I was in the dairy farms, I was in people's homes, I was in their businesses, I was there with the leadership of the councils and their officers to ensure that the support we've provided has been timely and targeted, and it was been welcomed by the Mayor of Lismore again today, Mr Speaker, as it was by the Mayor of Ballina when I met with the Mayor of Ballina, Mr Speaker. And so we will continue to provide that support. And that was the immediate response that was necessary to get the financial support in place, to get the ADF there and supporting, Mr Speaker. And the matters that involved the state of emergency declaration, I consulted with both the Premier of New South Wales and the Premier of Queensland, Mr Speaker. The Premier of Queensland did not wish us to declare a state of emergency in Queensland. I listened to her and I took her advice, Mr Speaker. The Premier of New South Wales was happy to do that. The state of emergency declaration does not trigger payments. It does not trigger ADF involvement, Mr Speaker. It does not trigger either of those things. Mr Speaker, those two things are the things we did immediately. The state of emergency assists with the recovery works and the facilitation of the processing of recovery efforts after the flood event. If the Leader of the Opposition spent more time understanding responses rather than politicising them, Mr Speaker, as he has done through fire, through flood, through pandemic, through cyclone, Mr Speaker, this Leader of the Labor Party has politicised every natural disaster to his shame.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. I don't need to inform you. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The member for Parkes has the floor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. The Morrison-Joyce government has delivered a budget which provides record infrastructure investment to turbocharge the economies of regional Australia. Will the Deputy Prime Minister please outline to the House the importance of growing the nation through critical infrastructure investments that make Australia as strong as possible, as quickly as possible? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of any alternative policies?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and also note the response of the Treasurer. It is very important that we understand that this is a budget that is not just for the forward estimates but for decades ahead. And it's so important that we understand some of the substantial investment, such as the Beveridge Intermodal Terminal, which is at $1.5 billion, where the Mayor of Mitchell in Victoria says it will employ about 20,000 people, include 20,000 jobs, will be inspired by that in Victoria. Mr Speaker, in the seat of Parkes and Neil Highway, about $1.5 billion has been invested in that, and the biggest investment project in Australia, the Inland Rail, goes through the seat of Parkes. And this is a clear example of the investment that we are making in the future of our nation to make it stronger, and make it happen as quickly as possible. And it's not just there. We are making massive investments in the Pilbara. This is an area where tens of billions of dollars are being invested by the companies in that area, and we are building on it. We believe that it is untenable that on the 4,000 kilometres between Perth And Darwin, we don't have a city of 100,000 people, and we are working with these companies to make sure we build the Gladstone, we build the Newcastle of the northwest of Australia. This is vision, this is what we do. We are sealing the roads through the desert, through the Tanami into these areas. We're building the dams in North Queensland, Hells Gate, Urana, but of course we need Labor support in a state level. We are building the ports, whether it's Bundaberg Port, and being proud enough to stand behind the miners of the Hunter Valley in upgrading Newcastle Port. We are making sure that this nation is stronger. We are making sure that we have the capacity to expand our agricultural production. 60,000 hectares from one dam alone before we get to Urana. But the member for Parkes asked for alternative policies, and we will see tonight whether there are other alternative policies. We will see tonight whether their blood runs red or green tonight. That is why we will be able to choose. Will they support? Will they support Hells Gate Dam? Will they support Urana Dam? Will they support the Hunter Valley and the coal miners? Will they support the great city of Gladstone and their miners? Will they support the Northern Territory and the vision for our nation? This, Mr. Speaker, is an election where we have a choice. We have a choice whether we want the Minister for Defence to be the member for Gordon or the member for Dixon. We have a choice whether we want the Foreign Affairs Minister to be Senator Maurice Payne or Senator Penny Wong. We have a choice. We have a choice whether we want Sneaky Jim. Jim is the Treasurer or Josh Frydenberg. We have a choice, Mr. Speaker. We have a choice whether we want the member for Cook or we want the member for Grayndler. And I know the choice the Australian people will make.
The member's time has expired, and the member for Indi has the call.
I'll bring you back.
Just get you to wait there a moment, member for Indi. Member for Indi, just wait a moment, please. The interjections on my left, particularly, are far too high. Members have a right to be heard in relative silence. The member for Indi has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. This week's budget forks out $13 billion for dams with no business cases and hand-picked projects in seats targeted by the Coalition. The big-ticket item on regional health care is 80 additional medical student training places. It would take 5,000 extra healthcare workers in regional Australia just to give us the same level of health access as the cities get. And you give us just 80 medical student places, 0.02% of what is needed. After a decade in government, why can the Coalition always find money for marginal seats in Queensland but never enough to fix the regional health crisis?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question. Might I say that the dams that we've picked are actually been dams that the Labor government in Queensland also picked. And they picked Urana Dam and they picked Hells Gate Dam. But the problem is, and I say to the honourable member, we don't believe that even when we put all the money on the table, whether they'll build it. That is the issue. And we'll find out tonight. They haven't said yes. They don't. The interjection was we said that they didn't agree with them. Well, at this point, I tell the honourable member they haven't. They haven't agreed to it. We'll see tonight whether their blood runs red or green. It'll be evident tonight. It said it runs red and green. He said it runs red and green as a Prime Minister because they're a Labor Green coalition. Said so by the member for Grayndler. He won't let me answer
The Deputy
your
Prime
question.
Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is a question, a serious question from a crossbench member of this parliament.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The gentleman, colleague, members, enough. Enough. Deputy Prime Minister. The Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. And now we are making massive investments in health. We are putting $66 million into MRIs. And I note that there is a massive program that has been put forward in our health section, and I note that the member for Lyne has been absolutely instrumental, and I know you're interested in regional health, so I think it's very important in respect to your question that I let the member for Lyne, the Minister for Regional Health, Assistant Health Minister, answer further to your question.
The Regional Minister for Health has the call.
For that question. We have put forward a very strong program of initiatives in this budget, $296 million. The 80 Commonwealth-supported medical school places is just one. There is also a long-term delivery of more medical students through funding to Charles Sturt University that the member for Calare fought for, 14.8. They will be delivering a rural clinical school out of their home base in Orange around many towns in regional New South Wales. And as well as that, we have just announced 2 University Departments of Rural Health that train allied health students, nurses, physios, occupational therapists in Western Australia, in the Goldfields and in the southwest. And that is not new. That is part of an existing program. We have a 10-year stronger rural health practice. You mentioned the number 5,000. In fact, I just checked before I came here. How uncanny. Since we started the 10 years stronger rural health strategy, the number of full-time equivalent GPs is 1,300, nurses is 1,200, and allied health practitioners is 2,500. That is actually, from that strategy, it's already delivered 5,000 new health professions across the whole spectrum into regional Australia.
The member for Isaacs has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to reports that the Solicitor-General, Stephen Donoghue, sought to intervene on behalf of the Attorney-General in a matter before the High Court today. Prime Minister, why are taxpayers paying for the Commonwealth's most senior lawyer, the Solicitor-General, to go to the High Court to intervene in an internal New South Wales Liberal Party dispute?
Order. Order. The Minister representing the Attorney-General.
Well, I do thank the Shadow Attorney-General for his question and for his many distinguished years of service to the nation. As the Shadow Attorney-General, this line of the Labor Party, this champion of working people who lives in Malvern in the electorate of Higgins.
I don't need to hear from on this. The minister will return to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The Deputy Leader of Manager of Opposition Business can resume his seat. You can resume your seat. I know what you're going to say. The minister will return to the question, please.
This champion of the working people, Mr. Speaker.
The minister will return to the question. Return to the question.
With an assiduous interest in questions.
The minister will address the question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the question.
Resume your seat.
I'm acknowledging the Shadow Attorney-General's disinterested commitment to justice. Mr. Speaker, his disinterested commitment to justice. It's not a grubby political attack, Mr. Speaker.
The minister will resume his seat. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business, on a point of order.
Well, Speaker, I think you know the point of order because you've been giving the minister the signal on relevance. Right. This was a serious question about the use of taxpayer resources.
The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business can resume his seat. I would ask the minister to direct his response to the question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House would be aware, there are well-established protocols under which Commonwealth representation in matters of this kind occurs, and these decisions have been taken in accordance with those protocols, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Member for Isaacs. Order. The member for Stirling has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer explain to the House how the Morrison government's economic plan is ensuring the largest and the fastest improvement to the budget bottom line in over 70 years, as well as the equal lowest unemployment rate in 48 years? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
Just before I give the call to the Treasurer, the level of interjections is far too high. I've been extraordinarily lenient. If members continue to interject, they will be removed under 94A. The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Stirling for his question and acknowledge his long-standing service, not just to his community, but also to our country in many different capacities, including in the area of defence. Mr Speaker, the budget I delivered earlier this week shows that the economy is strengthening and growing, that the unemployment rate is coming down, and that wages are strengthening. And we are now banking the dividend of that stronger economy, where the unemployment rate is at the equal lowest in 48 years. And we have printed a number with a 3 in front of it, which will see unemployment at its lowest level in some 50 years. Now, this has seen a more than $100 billion improvement to the budget bottom line, Mr Speaker. The fastest consolidation, Mr Speaker, that we have seen in Australia in more than 70 years. The deficits as a share of the economy more than halve over the forward estimates, and then more than halve again over the medium term, Mr Speaker. Gross debt, Mr Speaker, peaks 4 years earlier than what was previously forecast, and more than 5 percentage points lower than what was previously forecast. We have taken the hard decisions, Mr Speaker. We ended the emergency-level economic support like JobKeeper. Now, the Leader of the Opposition criticised us when we did that. He said in his own words the economic roof would come crashing down. Well, within 3 months after we ended JobKeeper, 120,000 more people were in work, Mr Speaker. And now our economic plan is delivering a stronger economy and faster and stronger recovery than what we've seen across major advanced economies. That is what you get with an economic plan that is working. And we outlined our plans for future economic growth with more investments in our regions, backing small business, Mr Speaker, with new tax deductions to go and purchase new digital equipment, as well as skilling their workers. Now, I'm asked about alternative approaches, and we know that the Leader of the Opposition, who's never held a Treasury portfolio, never delivered a budget, Mr Speaker, who thinks a version of an economic plan is tabling his Year 10 economic assignment, Mr Speaker, who tonight has an opportunity to put an alternative budget, but we will see very little except personal criticism and slagging off the Leader of the government, Mr Speaker. The reality is we have delivered more jobs, Mr Speaker, as we promised. We have delivered a stronger economy, as we promised. We have delivered lower taxes, as we promised.
The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the Minister's previous answer. How on earth is it appropriate for the government's most senior legal advisor, the Solicitor-General, to appear in an internal dispute within the New South Wales branch of the Liberal Party? And whose side has the Solicitor-General been instructed to support in this ongoing faction fight?
No, the Minister representing the Attorney-General has the call.
I do thank the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business for that question. I addressed that in my previous answer, and there's nothing more to add to that very comprehensive previous answer.
The member for Higgins has the call. The member for Higgins has the call.
Can't quite hear you. Thank
Order,
you,
members on my left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future is keeping Australians safe from a range of threats to our national security and community safety? And is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and congratulate her on the great work that she has done supporting the government's agenda during her first term in Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, as the Treasurer said in his budget speech, we live in very uncertain times, and that's why safety and security underpins everything that this government does. It underpins our plans to make sure that Australia is stronger and that we are able to ease the cost of living pressures. We can't afford to be complacent about the range of threats that are facing our nation. Whether it's a cyber attack on the systems that we rely on, whether it's drugs and weapons entering our country and ending up on our streets, whether it's foreign interference threatening our sovereignty, or whether it's the ongoing threat of terrorism, keeping Australians safe is our most serious priority. Now, the Morrison government has a very strong record in national security, and the budget that was delivered this week certainly delivers on that. There's funding under there for our new counter-terrorism strategy to counter violent extremism and create a new terrorist offenders register. There's over $280 million to boost the capabilities of our law enforcement agencies so that they can target serious and organised crime. There's an extra $50 million for community-led projects that divert young people from a life of crime and make our communities safer. And there's the most significant cyber investment ever, with $9.9 billion to bolster our nation's cyber defences and our intelligence capabilities. And importantly, that includes bolstering our defensive and offensive capabilities. Now, on top of that, Mr. Speaker, this week we have passed further vital legislation to keep us safe, to further secure our critical infrastructure and to give our law enforcement agencies the backing that they need to keep us safe. Mr. Speaker, national security is important. Border security is important. Keeping Australians safe is important. And those things are in the coalition government's DNA. We can always be relied on to make sure that Australians are safe. Now, I have been asked whether there's an alternative approach. Now, over the last 3 years, Labor has had the opportunity on multiple occasions to speak about national security, but they have not. They have missed every opportunity to put forward their policy. The coalition government under Prime Minister Morrison is very clear on what its forward plans are for national security.
On my left. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the previous answer from the Minister. The government has admitted using government resources to intervene in a legal dispute within the New South Wales Liberal Party. The Australian people have become used to the government using government resources for internal Liberal Party benefit. But isn't this a new low, to use government resources for a faction fight in the Prime Minister's own branch?
Order. 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 Member for Sydney. The member for McNamara is warned. The Minister representing the Attorney-General has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I would make the point to the House that it's by no means unusual that matters of this kind are considered by the High Court, and indeed, as it happens, there is a matter regarding the takeover of the Labor Party in Victoria, which is presently before the High Court as well. I repeat the answer. I gave, Mr Speaker.
The Minister will resume his seat just for one moment. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
On direct relevance, this question is about the use of taxpayer resources for an internal faction fight.
The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Minister is in order. And the member for Dunkley is warned. If someone wants to fess up around the member for Dunkley. The member for Patterson is warned. The Minister representing the Attorney-General.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I had said in previous answers, there are well-established protocols in these matters. And on the basis that this raises important constitutional questions, on the basis that this raises important constitutional questions, the Attorney-General has taken the decision that she has.
The member for Isaacs is warned. The member for Herbert has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future is ensuring Australians are kept safe and secure, and is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Herbert for his question and thank him for consistently backing up the troops in his hometown of Townsville. He's a very active participant in the life of the Laverack Barracks, and I know it's greatly appreciated by not only the troops but their families as well, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, as we're seeing in the Ukraine at the moment, the dreadful circumstances unfolding, there's no certainty in Europe and there's certainly no certainty in the Indo-Pacific as well. This is a very uncertain time in which we live. And Mr Speaker, from the first day that this government came into office, we have rolled out our plan to protect Australians. We've taken decisions to restore funding because when we came into government, Mr Speaker, Labor had reduced spending on defence down to 1.56% of GDP, Mr Speaker. It was remarkable because it was the lowest level since 1938. And every day since then, Mr Speaker, and under this Prime Minister, we have rolled out our plan to keep our country safe, and we will do that into the future. We've done it, Mr Speaker, by increasing the number of troops in the Australian Defence Force. We'll increase that to over 100,000. Mr Speaker, we will increase resources to the Australian Signals Directorate in this budget, a plan of $10 billion over the next decade, Mr Speaker. And the reason that that is important, Mr Speaker, is that we know that at the moment our soldiers are on the front line in the cyber war with state actors and organised criminal figures seeking to attack the Australian public. Businesses, aged care facilities, hospitals, government institutions, and, Mr Speaker, it is rising at an exponential rate. So when Labor was in government, spending on the Australian Signals Directorate, which is the agency within the Australian Defence Force, the front line of keeping our country safe, stopping the banking system from closing down or attacks on our energy network. Do you know in 2012-13, when the Leader of the Opposition was last in government, and as a Deputy Prime Minister to Kevin Rudd, his actual mentor, Mr Speaker, one that he doesn't ever want to speak of, but one whom he admires and contacts for advice regularly. Do you know that the spending in the ASD then, in 2012-13, Mr Speaker, was $269 million? Now, I'll tell you what that figure is in 22-23. Not $369 million. It's not $769 million. It's $1.66 billion, Mr Speaker. So at a time when Labor demonstrated their plan on defence to rip money out of defence and away from the men and women of the ADF, we have put in additional money and we will continue to do so because we have a plan to keep this country safe.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government has admitted using taxpayer money to fund a factional fight in the Liberal Party and used a pretence that there are constitutional issues behind this intervention. Isn't the only way to end the rorts, to end the waste and end the corruption to end this government?
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, that question is clearly out of order. Mr Speaker, it is not unusual for it's not unusual for matters that affect the Electoral Act or the way in which electoral laws work in this country, Mr Speaker, for the Attorney-General or indeed for the...
I'll just say that a question that may be asked may not be, if the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business resume his seat. Members may not like a question, they may not like what is asked in a question, but that can be refuted in an answer. I don't believe that the question offends Standing Order 100. The question's in order, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. No, I don't agree with the assertions and allegations made by the Leader of the Opposition. Mr Speaker, I'm very used to the Leader of the Opposition thinking sledging the government is an alternative for an economic plan, Mr Speaker. It's not an alternative to an economic plan, Mr Speaker. What the Leader of the Opposition thinks is he can breeze into government, Mr Speaker. He can breeze into government without being upfront with the Australian people about what he would put in a budget after the election. The Australian people know what out's in our budget, Mr Speaker. It was tabled this week, it's been voted on this week. What is in our budget, Mr Speaker, is for everyone to see. And tonight the Leader of the Opposition has to deliver his alternative budget, his alternative economic plan. But this is a tired old opposition, Mr Speaker. Their last set of plans were rejected at the last election.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, this did go to... It was a very specific question, and it went to the funding of taxpayers' money being used to fund a factional fight in the Liberal.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. There was a proposition that was put in the question. Member for Braddon is warned. The member for Braddon is warned. There was a proposition in the question. There was a proposition in the question which effectively became a very, very broad question. The Prime Minister, if you don't want to open the gate, don't make a broad question. The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And that is indeed the case, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition does not think he needs to put an economic plan before the people before the next election. He's been promising one, promising one, promising one. The member for Maribyrnong, Mr Speaker, he put a plan before the Australian people before the last election. Now, they rejected it. They rejected it in the higher taxes, Mr Speaker. So this time round, the Leader of the Opposition wants to get all clever and tricky, Mr Speaker, by being a small target. Well, he's not a small target, Mr Speaker. He's a vacant space when it comes to economic plans. Because, Mr Speaker, you cannot defend the country. Mr Speaker, you cannot ensure the security of our country, of our budget, of our social security system, Mr Speaker. You can't do all that without an economic plan. And this is a leader of the opposition, this is a Labor leader, Mr Speaker, who won't tell the Australian people what his plan is. The Australian people know what our plan is. And here we are, Mr Speaker, the question time today. We're not getting questions on the budget. They've put up the white flag on the budget, Mr Speaker. We couldn't even get through a whole question time on the budget yesterday because they put up the white flag because they know that this is the economic plan that Australians need, that delivers real relief for real problems right now, and a plan, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, that sets up economic opportunity for decades to come. The Labor Party, Mr Speaker, he leads a tired old opposition made up of the relics of a failed government under Kevin Rudd, Mr Speaker. He doesn't even have the confidence to show the confidence in the member for Gorton as the Shadow Minister for Defence. There's a clear choice, Mr Speaker. Myself as Prime Minister and a Leader of the Opposition who's never done a budget in his life. And you've got, Mrs Speaker, you've got the Defence Minister or the Shadow Minister that even, Mr Speaker, this Leader of the Labor Party does not have confidence in, Mr Speaker. We have a plan. The Leader of the Labor Party has no plan.
The member for Flynn has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Resources and Water. Will the Minister update the House on how the strength of the Australian resources and energy sector under our plan for a stronger Australia has and will continue to benefit regional Australia in this year's budget? And is the Minister aware of any alternative policy approaches? Thank you.
The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Flynn for his question, and can I acknowledge Ken and Shirley for their many years of service to their local community. Shirley's in the gallery this afternoon. They've served both their local community and the Australian people incredibly well, and the member for Flynn will be retiring at this upcoming election. But, Mr Speaker, the member for Flynn, I was with him last week at the Curragh coal mine in Blackwater. We're out talking to the people who are working there, a mine that has been in place for many decades, delivering for the Australian economy, providing jobs into regional Queensland, into the member for Flynn's electorate, coal into local power stations, export dollars into this country. And, Mr Speaker, those people who are working at the Curragh mine, they understand how it is that we pay for the commitments we make, like the ones in the most recent budget, where we are delivering record investment into regional Australia. Mr Speaker, in a member for Flynn's electorate, very close to mine, the Paradise Dam, we've committed $600 million to repair Labor's failures. This is the biggest public infrastructure failure in Australia's history, requiring $1,200 million worth of repairs. It is an incredible investment, but it must be made. Now, Mr Speaker, we have to pay for these investments. We have to pay for the essential services Australians rely on. We have to pay for our defence investment. We have to pay for dams like we've made commitments to into Queensland. Mr Speaker, the resources sector has done an outstanding job over the COVID pandemic. Outstanding. At the outbreak, they were forecast to do $246 billion worth of economic activity. They are currently forecast to do $379 billion this financial year. I expect to get an update next week, and they will smash all records. Smash them. It is an incredible outcome. It allows us to make the commitments like we've made in the recent budget, whether that is further support to build new streams of the economy, Mr Speaker, in critical minerals, whether it's to build and strengthen our traditional sectors in coal and oil and gas and others. And, Mr Speaker, we need to continue to make a stronger economy for a stronger future for all Australians. For all Australians. And every single worker in the resources sector understands that it is their contribution, the hard work that they do, the taxes that they pay, the royalties that are paid to state governments that allow us to pay for those essential services, whether they are roads or schools or hospitals or others. But, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about alternatives. I'm asked about alternatives. Now, we know what the alternatives are from the Greens. The Greens have been out publicly saying that in a deal with the Labor Party they would end all new oil, coal and gas projects in this country. Finish them. $500 billion worth of investments, 80,000 jobs. And in fact, they said they've got more work to do. There's unfinished business from the last deal they did with Labor and the Greens. And, Mr Speaker, it is very straightforward. We will continue to support the sector that pays the bills in this country because we must. We must make a stronger economy. We must build a stronger future for all Australians, no matter where they live, and our record investment in regional Australia will help deliver it.
The member for Hotham has the call.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. In a recent survey of more than 1,000 aged care workers, 97% said they were yet to receive the bonus payment the Prime Minister promised them, despite it being available from the 1st of March. If the Prime Minister hasn't delivered on this one-off payment to the heroes of the pandemic, why should Australians believe anything he announced in his budget?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. In particular, in relation to workforce bonus payments, $600 million has been made available across 4 payments to our aged care workers. That includes 3 payments which have already been made. The current payments are being made. That $600 million is for those that have retained and stayed in the working period during the course of the pandemic. Those aged care workers have been fantastic, and that is why we have had not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, but now we are entering the period for the 4th payment. And those first 3 payments have already been completed. The total funding that is available is $600 million, but for our nurses and for our aged care workers, this is one of a multiplicity of payments. And within the budget, we have not just the workforce bonus payment, we also have the clinical placements. That's 5,250 new clinical placements at $15 million for student nurses in the aged care and support sector. There's $148.7 million for aged care nurses' payments over and above the temporary payments, and that is a payment of up to $3,700 per year.
The Minister will resume his seat.
On relevance. This is very interesting information being provided by the Minister. My question is, you've made the funding available. Why have 97% of aged care workers not yet received it? What good is it if they don't get the money?
The member for Hotham will resume her seat. The Minister has the call. The Minister is being relevant to the question. The Minister has the call.
Payments are made as and when they are received, and this period is, and all of the
order.
No, when the applications are received. Payments are made as and when the applications are received. In relation to the first 3 periods which have been completed, I am advised that all 100% of applications received have been paid out. Now, as the current period commences, those payments are also being made as the appropriate periods are being reached and as the payments applications are being made and received. In addition to that, though, the aged care registered nurses payment of $3,700 per year is also available, not just as a temporary measure, as a pandemic measure, but as a long-term retention initiative. Further than that, in the budget, there's $5.7 million for the Aged Care Transition to Practice program, which supports up to 1,300 registered nurses. In addition to that, the Aged Care Nursing Scholarship and Allied Health Dementia program of $26 million is contained and is currently being distributed. In addition to that, the current budget has $32.7 million for rural health multidisciplinary training programs. In addition to that, $2.6 million of online training is available. But in relation to those periods which have been completed, for which applications have been received, 100% of payments have actually been made.
The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's plan for a stronger future includes a medical research plan to support all Australians through the discovery of new medicines and medical treatments, including for those living with ataxia and mitochondrial disease?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Ryan. Last week we visited the Wesley Medical Research Institute in his electorate, and there we saw the Medical Research Future Fund plan, the 10-year plan, in action. It was funding for a clinical trial for children with ataxia, a neurodegenerative condition which takes their lives. And that condition was at the heart of this clinical trial. And this clinical trial was sponsored and fought for by parents such as Christina and Simon, the parents of Goldie Digby. Goldie Digby is a young girl who already has significant signs of this degenerative condition. But this clinical trial is a world first, applying an enzyme to provide a potential treatment for up to 40 children who otherwise would not see, on average, their 25th birthday. And that's real and significant and important. It's a plan that's in action, a plan which is delivering life-saving treatment. And that treatment, if it is found to be successful, then goes on to become new medicines which are listed. And those new medicines have been at the heart of what we have done to save and protect lives over the course of the last 5 years and beyond. In particular, though, we know that this Medical Research Future Fund plan sets out a $750 million commitment, a $750 million commitment to clinical trials for rare cancers and rare diseases, something which I would hope that every member of this House would support, and I am sure that they do. And moreover than that, though, the plan also includes funding for mitochondrial disease, $15 million to support the work of Maeve's Law. I am pleased to advise the House that the Senate joined the House last night in supporting Maeve's Law for mitochondrial disease. It is named after Maeve Hood. Maeve's parents are Joel and Sarah, and they also fought for their daughter to have access to new medicines and new treatments, and for all other parents who may come afterwards to have access to mitochondrial donation to ensure that children have the chance of being born without this condition. And so we have seen through that the best of this parliament and what we can be as a parliament, as a nation, working to a plan, working to a funded plan, but working across the aisle to ensure that we give children and families real hope. And for Maeve and for Goldie, the plan is what we do, but Maeve and Goldie are why we do what we do.
The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business on indulgence.
Thank you, Speaker. On indulgence, can I join the Minister in welcoming the passage of Maeve's Law in the Senate and thank him particularly for the work that he's done to make that law a reality and for reaching across the aisle, particularly with my predecessors, the member for McMahon and the member for Ballarat, and assuring this was, as far as possible, a cross-aisle effort in both houses. Can I also, on indulgence, thank the Minister in what I imagine was just his last answer for a long and successful career in this place. And we all look forward to the Prime Minister now telling the Australian people in the middle of a pandemic who he proposes as the next Health Minister if he's successful.
That's going beyond an indulgence. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the best advice he has to offer Australians struggling to pay rents that have skyrocketed under his government is that they should just go and buy a house? Does the Prime Minister realise just how out of touch that is?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, once again, the Leader of the Opposition has come forward, Mr Speaker, and outline things not as they were, Mr Speaker, and seek to misrepresent, Mr Speaker, the remarks I made on this matter. In response to this matter, I said specifically that the budget provides for rental assistance through the Commonwealth Rental Assistance Program, Mr Speaker. That's what I made exact reference to, the rental assistance provided the government at some $5 billion a year. I also made reference to the fact that our government has delivered lower taxes for Australians, which helps them deal with cost of living pressures. And, Mr Speaker, I spoke specifically about the great work in this budget that has been helping Australians who have been renting buy their own home. Not everyone can buy their own home, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition's bought plenty of homes, Mr Speaker. He's bought plenty more than I have, and good for him. Good luck to him. We celebrate success, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House. At the last election, the only housing policy those opposite had was to put up the taxes on housing, Mr Speaker, to put up the taxes on housing. But under our government, we went to the last election and we said, Mr Speaker, we were going to get more Australians able to buy their own home. And over 300,000 of them, Mr Speaker, 300,000 Australians have been able to get into their home as a result of the home guarantee, Mr Speaker, as a result of the home builder program, which was opposed by the Labor Party, as a result of the First Home Super Saver program, which was opposed by the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. But not only that, we put $2 billion to support the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation, which I established as Treasurer, Mr Speaker, which is supporting affordable accommodation, affordable rents, through partnerships with the community housing sector to ensure that can be delivered. So whether it's the Commonwealth Rental Assistance Program, whether it's indeed, Mr Speaker, the reduced taxes that we put in place, also those who are trying to save, who save for their first home, the Home Guarantee Program, which there's now 50,000 places each year in this budget, Mr Speaker, with 10,000 of those places reserved specifically for people in regional areas, because we know how tough it is there, Mr Speaker. We're supporting Australians to get into their home. That is something we specifically promised we would do, and we have delivered. At the last election, the only policy they had, Mr Speaker, was to put up taxes, and I know the Shadow Treasurer says this: any housing policy that doesn't have changes to negative gearing and capital gains—
Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Deputy Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Direct relevance. There was no provision for alternative policies in that question. There were none. We allowed a free-ranging response. But
the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. There was no opportunity to talk about alternative policies. The question, the last part of the question in particular, does open up the field. The Prime Minister is I'll direct the Prime Minister to return to the question, but that last part of the question enables a very, very broad response. The Prime Minister has—
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Quoting the Shadow Treasurer, any housing policy that doesn't have changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax is just a shocker. Mr Speaker, in their DNA is to increase taxes on housing and to abolish negative gearing. Now, our government won't do that. Our government will never do that, Mr Speaker, because we know if you abolish negative gearing, the rents go up. The rents go up, Mr Speaker. They pretend to care about rents, but they don't, Mr Speaker, because in their DNA they—
The member for Swan has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister please inform the House of the critical importance of having a plan to create a stronger economy for a stronger future, with more jobs, more opportunity and guaranteed essential services? Mr Speaker, I'm also going to ask him, is the Prime Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my dear friend, the member for Swan, for his question. He is retiring at the next election, and I know Christy McSweeney, Mr Speaker, will make a great member for Swan, and she puts herself forward, Mr Speaker, for the Liberal Party in the seat of Swan. So I thank the member for Swan for his great service to this House. I particularly commend him, Mr Speaker, for the incredible work that he did for those who were raised in a very similar situation to him as orphans, Mr Speaker, and were taken care of. And, Mr Speaker, can I thank him for his tremendous service to this House over many, many years. Mr Speaker, our plan, which we've made very clear, our plan, Mr Speaker, has been set out in our budget, delivered by the Treasurer, Mr Speaker. His fourth, Mr Speaker. Our budget sets out that comprehensive economic plan for the future. We know it's working because Australians are working, Mr Speaker. They're working, and women are working in a participation rate in the labour force at record levels. Mr Speaker, our economic plan is working, and that economic plan means a stronger budget. That economic plan means that over the last 12 months, the budget has improved by some $100 billion and more, which is the biggest economic recovery we've seen in this country in 70 years, Mr Speaker, and that is a product of a plan. Our government has a plan, Mr Speaker, to continue to grow the economy. It is delivered for Australians. It is delivering real relief now to cost of living pressures, and it's delivering real opportunities for Australians in skills, in infrastructure and investment in their businesses. But, Mr Speaker, in the regions as well, help, it's delivering more jobs. It was the Shadow Treasurer who said that the test of a budget is jobs, Mr Speaker, and he's right about that. He's right about little else, but he's right about the fact, and our budget, Mr Speaker, has delivered already our plan some 375,000 additional jobs, and that is on top of what we were before the pandemic hit. 1.2 million jobs created overall as part of this recovery as we've come back from the pandemic. Mr Speaker, our economic plan is guaranteeing the essential services in health, in education, the highest bulk billing rates we've seen, 2,700 listings and amended listings in the pharmaceutical benefit schemes, which is changing lives and saving lives. And Mr Speaker, it's investing our strong economy from our plan to ensure that we've been able to rebuild our defence forces and build it up from the lowest level we saw as a share of the economy under Labor since before the Second World War. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about alternative approaches. I can't tell you about alternative approaches from the Labor Party because they haven't told anybody about those alternative approaches. The Labor Party, a tired opposition, the relic of an old failed government, Mr Speaker, dwindling away there on their benches with no economic plan for the future. No economic plan, no idea, Mr Speaker. And on that note, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, Mr Speaker, given the hour of almost 25 minutes past the hour. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm sure, as I mentioned to the Leader of the Opposition, and we aren't going to go to indulgence speeches on this, but I'm sure he'll join me in expressing our sincere condolences and to the family of Mr David Irvine, who has passed away. He was chair of the Foreign Investment Review Board. He has been an outstanding servant of this country. He has put absolute meaning into the title of public servant. He has worked over his entire life to pursue the national interests of our country. He is a great patriot, Mr Speaker, and he will be a big loss to our country. And I want to thank him for his great service to our nation. And I would ask the House to confirm our great sense of loss and our sympathies to his family.
The Leader of the House on indulgence. Leader of the Opposition, I'm sorry, on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in expressing my condolences to the family, friends and so many colleagues of the late David Irvine. It was a shock this morning when a journalist notified me that he had passed on. David Irvine is a giant of the Australian Public Service. He has performed many roles, Secretaries of Departments, Head of ASIO. He has been an extraordinary contributor to our national security, to public service. He has advised governments, both Labor and Coalition, over many decades. And as well, he was a gentleman. He was someone who you could ask for advice even from opposition. He would always give it in an entirely appropriate way, of course. He is someone who will be sadly missed. We are reminded with David's passing of the important role that public servants make. The truth is that someone like David Irvine could have got much greater financial remuneration if he'd chosen that path of personal interest. He chose the path of public interest. I honour him. I pay tribute to him. I thank him in his service, and I thank his family for sharing him with our nation.
In memory of the late David Irvine AO, I ask all members to rise in their places. I thank the House. Before members leave the chamber, I will give the customary caution to members. I want to give a short reminder about arrangements for this evening with respect to the Leader of the Opposition's budget reply speech. As I outlined on Tuesday, the usual courtesies apply to the Leader of the Opposition's speech, as they did with the Treasurer's. With respect to this evening, the Leader of the Opposition will have the call and is entitled to speak without interruption. As with the Treasurer's speech on Tuesday, Standing Order 1 provides that there is no time limit for the Leader of the Opposition's speech. The clock is used as a guide only. As I noted on Tuesday, if I'm required to make use of Standing Order 94A, the member will be advised by written note. I ask all members to ensure that their guests comply with COVID-safe measures in place in the building and standards of behaviour applying to the galleries, and I remind members that they are responsible for their invited guests. I thank the House. The Leader of the House with papers.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. A document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I thank the Leader of the House. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 21 of 2021-22, entitled Operation of Grants Hubs, Department of Finance, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Department of Social Services. Thank you. I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Kingston proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to support Australians with cost of living expenses. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, on Tuesday night we saw the federal budget be delivered. And what became really clear as it unfolded is that document is a document to buy votes and get this government, this hapless government, to the other side of an election. Because what the budget failed to appreciate and what the Treasurer failed to appreciate is that Australians have been struggling under cost of living pressures for some time. They have been struggling when it's come to the cost of childcare, the cost of energy and a whole range of things that have been putting pressure on households. And of course, the other part of the puzzle that has been there for a long time is that Australians have not got a decent wage increase. There has been declining real wages in this country as, by this government's own words, a design policy of their government. So what we have is a budget now that ignores the future, the long-term plan for the future, ignores what are the challenges that lie ahead and ignores what needs to be done to set Australians up really for long-term prosperity. And of course what we've had is a Prime Minister bragging about how many budgets he's been involved in. We're not 100% sure whether that's 7 or 8. There's a little bit of a counting issue there. But what we do know that though none of those budgets he's been involved in has taught him the very important lesson that the Australian people need to be in the centre of his budget, not his own electoral prospects. And unfortunately, that has not been shown. And I'm going to focus on one area where the government was silent on Tuesday night, and that is the real issue of rising childcare costs. We have a government that continually tells the Australian families that there is no problem with the cost of childcare. Over this term, we've had government ministers, and we're on to the third minister, I think, now, when it comes to childcare, telling families they've never been better off. They've never been better off when it comes to the cost of childcare. They've come in and they've quoted hourly figures. Of course, if you're using 30 to 50 hours a week It really adds up, and the government has failed to understand that. Of course, the latest data shows that fees for childcare are up 41% since this government came to office, and just in the last quarter alone, 1.4% between March and June 2021. Out-of-pocket costs are up by 6.5% in 2021, almost double that of inflation. And what has been the government's response on childcare? Silence. We know in the last budget they tried to be as tricky as possible, thinking that last budget would be the budget before the election, not thinking they'd have to come back and actually come back and be accountable to this House. So we had a tricky budget where if you have one child in childcare, you don't get a cent extra. You don't deserve any extra support from this government. And of course, that counts for 75% of families using the system. Of course, if you're struggling with the cost of out-of-hours school care, the government has said you deserve no extra in that last budget. Of course, there were so many people, Australian families, hoping with their fingers crossed that the government would actually address it, especially when UNICEF has ranked Australia 37 out of 41 countries when it comes to childcare policies. They found Australia is one of only 8 countries in the world where childcare consumes at least a quarter of the average wage. This is a dismal showing, and we are falling behind the rest of the world, and no amount of spin and rhetoric can make up for it. Now, of course, the government is also, when it comes to early education and care, completely ignoring the challenges coming out of the pandemic of the early education workforce. And of course, under this government, almost 15% of long-day care services have a waiver from the National Quality Standards for staffing reasons. And this is having a significant impact out there. What I'm told is this is also driving up the cost of childcare. Already this year, we've had Good Start and G8, 2 large providers in this country, announce that they will have above-inflation fee increases. They have no choice when it comes to the costs that they are incurring. This government has taken their eyes off the prize when it comes to early education and care. They've said this is not what we are here to do. We don't care whether people have access or not, and we don't care how expensive it is. Of course, when it came to the COVID pandemic, they were slow. They were slow to act time and time again, ensuring that early learning services could keep their doors open and could ensure that they could get care. And I really think that if they haven't learnt their lessons from COVID, if they haven't learnt the priorities of the Australian people and the priorities of families, when will they ever learn? It is really clear that we need an investment in our early education and care system. We need to be supporting families with the cost of living when it comes to childcare, because this isn't just good for those families that get cheaper childcare fees. It is good for the economy, and this is the point that the government is failing to recognise. The government will jump and are happy to spend money, or at least announce money on roads. I think the Australian Minister for Infrastructure would say that we often don't see those roads, but they're happy, all car parks. But the Minister for Infrastructure will announce the money, maybe not deliver, but refuses to acknowledge that affordable early education and care is infrastructure for families. It helps us grow the economy. It increases women's workforce participation. It increases productivity in this country. But it's not surprising, it is not surprising that this government doesn't understand this. Of course, one of the government MPs did say that women using childcare were outsourcing parenting, and another said that women might be forced back to work if they invest in early education and care. But a failure of this, and I'm so pleased to be able to recognise this, because it was the Shadow Minister for Women that pointed this out earlier this morning. Under this government, Australia has dropped from 12th to 70th in the world for women's economic participation and opportunities as assessed by the World Economic Forum. They are failing to see a significant economic reform that is right under their nose, that is invest in early education and care, help women get back to work and remove that economic disincentive. In quite clear contrast, Labor has a different approach. Labor has been clear that we see early education and care as an essential service. We will lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% and increase the childcare subsidy rate for every family earning less than $530,000, and will extend the increased subsidy to out-of-school hours. This will drive down the cost of childcare. We will also task the ACCC with investigating price regulation to ensure that families are the ones that are getting the benefit from government support, that children are getting the benefit from this government support. It is only Labor that has a long-term plan, whether it's in childcare, whether it's energy prices, whether it's to get real wages moving again. It is only Labor that has a long-term vision to get our country back on its feet after the pandemic. And soon there will be a choice. There will be a choice for the Australian people, a short-term vision with a vote-buying exercise to get them through the election that is the coalition that is the current government, or Labor's long-term plan that will really invest in Australian people, invest in the skills we need in this country, including investing in that shortage of early education and care, invest in childcare, invest in energy, and make sure that our country and our people have the services they need, the support they need, so they can get on and do what they do best, and that's building our country.
I call the Assistant Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions. The member for McEwen will not speak while I'm calling a minister and will stop interjecting completely. The Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, if we want to talk about valedictory addresses, the member for McEwen should have his ready, because he is not going to be here after the election. But, Deputy Speaker, we all know how this matter of public importance came up. Overnight, the federal director, or was it federal secretary of the Australian Labor Party, and Tim Gartrell, the campaign manager for the Leader of the Opposition, would have come in with the research and come in and said, look, Leader of the Opposition, we finally got our research, and it says cost of living is an important issue. Finally, the Leader of the Opposition might have absorbed the fact that Australians face ongoing challenges always in their economic circumstances, and it would have been a wake-up call for him. So he would have said, well, our solution is let's go and have a debate about it in the parliament. The Leader of the Opposition would have gone in and said, I've got an answer. I'm going to get up and give the compelling speech. The Shadow Treasurer would have fought him left, right and centre. No, I want to give this a matter of public importance speech. But in the end, they eventually turned to each other and said, what is it we're going to say? What is it we're going to say about an economic plan? And the answer is they don't know. So as a consequence, neither of them actually come to the dispatch box today to actually articulate what their economic plan is. We heard this during question time, where it didn't seem to matter what question was asked of the Prime Minister. The Labor Party had no plan and no solution to address the economic challenges that this country faces. And we know they're probably working on the budget reply speech right now, off in their offices, and still scratching their heads about how it is they're going to solve it. But it's a great privilege, I've got to say, Deputy Speaker, despite the protest of the member for Griffith leaving the parliament, to be able to speak on this matter of public importance, because some of us with a long enough memory will remember the final day of the last sitting of parliament. It was a similar day. We had a budget reply speech from the Leader of the Opposition. It was the last speech. The second last speech I remember very well, at least because, Deputy Speaker, it was given by myself, where I tabled a report into the inquiry of the Economics Committee into the impacts and the implications of the abolition of refundable franking credits. And I remember that speech very well, Deputy Speaker, as many members in this chamber, I'm sure, in hindsight, should have paid more attention to, because what it reported was, of course, the direct economic impact and the impact on people's livelihoods from the abolition of refundable franking credits, which would have led to 1 million Australians being pushed down the financial stairs should a Labor government be elected. Not just that policy, but of course there are other $387 billion worth of new taxes that would have had a direct impact on the livelihoods, the economic welfare and the well-being. And that's why we don't take lectures on this side of the chamber, Deputy Speaker, about cost of living. Because the cost of living challenges of Australians, which flow through from supply chain challenges, inflation, interest rates and the like, are never benefited because we have an alternative government whose only solution is to take away from Australians their livelihood and their income, as Labor so wants to do at every single opportunity. And that is the ultimate choice that affects Australians in the lead up to the next election. Who is it in the end they entrust understands the importance of empowering Australians to be free to choose to make decisions for themselves? Who do they trust who is going to make decisions to empower Australians to be free to make their own choices and to live their own lives? And we know full well that the opposition cannot be trusted with those choices. For the very simple reason we have the member for Melbourne, who at the moment is measuring up the curtains in the hope and the opportunity that he is going to be the balance of power in a future government led by this Leader of the Opposition. And he's measuring up the curtains, and funnily enough, I have never seen the Greens ever say that there is a spending measure paid for by Australian taxpayers that they have ever turned their nose up to. In fact, quite the reverse. They've consistently argued at every point that they want to spend more money, more resources taken from the Australian taxpayer, except in one area. I know last time I said this, the member for Melbourne got particularly outraged enough that he stormed into the parliament and declared outright that he wanted a retraction where they want to reduce the amount of spending for defence. Now, I can understand he takes exception to members in this chamber highlighting his deliberate attack on our defence forces and the economic and the security of this nation. And when it comes down to what they want to cut, what is it they want to cut? They say it's not 50%. Well, they have a responsibility to explain to the Australian people, and particularly the Leader of the Opposition, who they want to enter into coalition government with, what they're going to cut. Are they going to cut our armed service personnel's pay? Are they going to cut their kit? Are they going to cut their equipment? Are they going to cut the submarines that we need, the ships that we need, the armoured personnel vehicles that we need to defend this nation and secure its sovereignty and its interests here and abroad? And make no mistake, they're joined, of course, not just by the Labor Party isn't just joined by the Greens, but also the independents who are lining up, and their biggest cost of living choices that they face is how they're going to spend their multi-million dollars that they're spending and splashing around the country, left, right and centre, approaching communities and their voice to get elected to parliament as an acquisition as part of an investment portfolio. They don't understand the economic challenges that Australians face. Making sure people can pay their mortgage, afford basic services and, of course, be able to make sure the budget is balanced at the end of the week, as many Australians face every day. That's why our model and why the Liberal approach towards economic empowerment is about trusting Australians to be able to make their own choices, because that is actually what a budget is really about. The Labor Party has always approached a budget as a pathway to empower themselves by putting their hands straight into the hip pocket of Australians and ripping as much of it as they can out, so they can then use it to decide how they will impose conformity on the country. Whereas we, the Liberals and Nationals, understand that the pathway to economic empowerment is how to leave as much of that money in their pocket as possible. It's a pathway to make sure that the Australians are empowered to make their own choices and their own decisions. And it's to do it so making sure that they can support themselves so they're in the best position to be able to help and assist others. Because we understand that the foundation of the success of our country, and particularly the economic success of our country, is built on having strong citizens, because strong citizens make strong families make strong communities, and strong communities make a strong nation. And that is the basis in which we back Australians to be able to get a job and support them and their family. And the numbers are crystal clear. The reality we have an unemployment rate of 4%, one of the lowest in Australia's history, and something we should be immensely proud of, particularly off the back of enormous challenges we face as a consequence of COVID, where, let's face it, all the international forecasts, all the international data, all the Treasury forecasts, all the Reserve Bank forecasts all said we would not be anywhere near it. It is the lowest level of unemployment in 48 years. Since we have come to government, there are around 1.9 million Australians in work in Australia, including, critically, 1.1 million women in work, because we see not just a pathway of economic empowerment as something that's good for families, but of course for women and for every Australian, because it's so important. And currently unemployment at 4%, the unemployment rate is well down from the 5.7% when Labor last left office. But critically, in the budget on Tuesday night, there were measures that understood that while there are cost of living pressures today, and of course there will be those in the future to come, critically we understand the very specific and unique challenges that are faced around the cost of fuel, particularly as a consequence and a flow-on from the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And for the next 6 months, Australians will save 22 cents a litre every time they fill up their car. A family with 2 cars who fill up once a week could save around $30 a week, around $700 over the next 6 months as a consequence of a reduction in fuel excise, recognising the particular reality that we all face at this critical time. And it doesn't matter who you are in Australia, we understand that the price of fuel has a direct inflationary impact if it continues at current prices and if we don't support such important and critical measures for the future of household budgets and balance sheets. And of course, we also announced a new one-off $420 cost of living tax offset for more than 10 million lower middle income earners. Individuals already receiving the lower middle income tax offset will now receive up to $1,500 and couples up to $3,000 from 1 July this year. Targeted, immediate relief for Australians who are facing cost of living pressures. Understanding that, of course, there are also Australians in other circumstances, such as pensioners, carers, veterans, job seekers, eligible self-funded retirees and concession card holders that will also get a new one-off $250 cost of living payment delivered within weeks to more than 6 million Australians. So this government understands that cost of living pressures are real and significant and have a direct flow-on and impact into the decisions and the choices that Australians make. But we understand the way to address them is to empower Australians to take control of their own economic circumstances versus the Labor approach, which is to empower themselves through raising more taxes, imposing them on Australian households and, of course, dictating to them their choices and their future and their opportunity. And I can assure you that at the next election, Deputy Speaker, that pathway will be rejected.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think take control of our own economic circumstances is code for get a better job. Or if you're feeling rental pressure, go buy a better, go and buy yourself a house. What we've just heard in that last 10 minutes is a speech that shows how out of touch those opposite are. And I want to remind people that the last few weeks is not the first time that we have stood here and talked about cost of living. I went back into the start of this term in 2019. There are speeches on Hansard where I have raised the feedback I was getting from my constituents about the pressures they were feeling to just keep their head above water, to be able to earn enough to pay the bills and, if they were lucky, have a little bit left over. These are not new pressures. You cannot blame a terrible and tragic war that is happening for what people are feeling now. And all we're seeing from this government is a quick sugar hit, a bit of a let's just toss something out for a quick fix. There is not a single thing that they have put forward that gives anyone hope that things will get better in the medium to long term. And I want to point out that when you talk cost of living, one of the things that gives you the biggest hit to cost of living is when a natural disaster strikes. Your economic future changes, this idea you control your own economic future. You tell that to people who lost their homes in bushfires, whether it was 2013 or 2019, whether it was floods in 2021 or 22. That's the stuff that really hurts. And what I want to remind people about is what that mob across there did In October 2013, when 200 people lost their homes, but hundreds more had damage to their property but didn't lose their homes. And what they did was change the rules so that disaster payments, that whole $1,000, and it was $1,000 nearly 9 years ago, and it's still $1,000 for an adult and $400 for a child. But what they did the day after my house burnt down and 200 other houses was they tightened that criteria. So yes, I was entitled to it because my house had burnt down. But neighbours whose properties were partially damaged, who lost tracts of land, who lost all sorts of external possessions, who weren't able to get back to their homes for days, who had their power cut and everything in their fridges and freezers destroyed, they got nothing, because on the day after those fires, those opposite thought they would change the rules and make it impossible for people who were devastated, who's suddenly found themselves with extraordinary number of expenses immediately. That's the attitude that they've got. That's the sort of people they are. It says everything about how much they care about our communities. And I think what they forget is that people, or what they just don't even realise, is how hard people are working to keep their heads above water. Remember, nearly 1 million Australians are working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Now, that shows up in the ABS data. That's not because they like working more. That isn't because they want to, it's because they have no choice in order to pay the bills that they face. They're not the high-paying jobs. These are the low-paid frontline workers, and they need that extra money. And any of us in here with kids who've watched our kids in their 20s into their 30s will see what our kids have had to do to try and subsist in an ever-increasingly expensive world, whether it's petrol, whether it's their phones, whether it's internet, things that are essential. These are not nice to have. These are essential things to help them live their lives and do their work. But there is nothing that this government can put forward other than some short-term little band-aids. I also want to remind those opposite that the other time you really feel it. You feel it when you're young, you feel it when you've got your own young children. That's when you really feel the cost of living pressures. And that's why Labor's approach to making childcare cheaper, whether it's before and after school, whether it's the long day care, that makes a difference to people's lives, something that those opposite only think you deserve if you have more than one child in care. The other time you feel the pressures is when you or someone in your family are ill. Now, you can't tell me that everyone in this chamber hasn't had people talk to them about out-of-pocket costs, whether it's hospital, whether it's psychiatric and psychology costs. Those are the things that hurt, and that's why Labor's commitment to Medicare, to universal Medicare, will make a difference.
I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The topic at this matter of public importance is the government's failure to support Australians with the cost of living expenses. That is a premise that I totally reject. We've just had a budget this week, Mr Deputy Speaker, that actually highlighted what an amazing job this government has done as managing the economy and bringing the unemployment rate down to sub 4%, or that's at least just where we're heading, creating new jobs, creating new opportunities. But it is a great concern, the latest spike in prices. They're largely driven by matters outside the government's control, being Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the consequent spike in oil, and the complications that have come about in the supply chain from COVID. For instance, international freight rates are up around about 500%, and we've seen a worldwide surge in consumerism because as people sat home, their bank accounts have grown, and now they want to spend that money, and the freight boxes all around the world have ended up stacked up in the wrong ports because it's not an equal trade. There are all kinds of complications in the supply chain, and that's why we are seeing this price spike. Most good economists predict it is short-term, that we'll see an increase in production of oil around the world. For instance, it is one of the things about shale oil is that it's a short-lived well life, in so much as you have a low price, they stop drilling. You have a high price and the drills get back out in the paddock, and certainly we've got a high price at the moment. I expect that the oil supply lines around the world will increase. But whatever the reason, we understand the challenges it presents to household budgets, and that's why we are providing to low and middle income earners from July. They will receive, well, it's not why, they were already going to receive a tax cut worth between $1,500 and $3,000 a year to 10 million Australians. That will help with the cost of living. And next year, the 37 cents in the dollar bracket will be abolished. That will help with the cost of living. And more people will be keeping more of their own money, and that means they're better able to deal with the cost of living. But that's next year, and we're dealing with now. And we know that fuel is that big issue, and I've already raised it. It's a big part of daily budgets. And these steep increases that are caused by Russia's just outrageous attack on Ukraine have led to this shortage. Now, remember, we're coming off a glut. You will remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, that fuel in our barrels was around about $1 2 years ago, and that led to the lessening of supply in the world, as I touched on already. But we're going to halve the excise for 6 months. That'll be worth 22 cents a litre. And Motormouth tells me, that's an app I have on my phone, that in Adelaide already prices are below $1.80. They also, at that rate in Port Pirie, Port Augusta and Whyalla. And I've had a look, I've done a calculation, I expect that 22 cents a litre to be worth somewhere around $30 million over the next 6 months for my constituents in Grey, and that will help with the cost of living. And recognising that people on fixed income are particularly affected by costs of living, the pensioners, the carers, the job seekers, the self-funded retirees, there is an immediate $250 payment. And the aged care pension rose by $20 for a single on March 1st and $15 for dual couples, and that will help with the cost of living. Additionally, there's a $420 tax offset for low and middle income earners, remembering they will also get that tax cut that I previously mentioned on July 1st, and that will help with the cost of living as well. And another one that I'm particularly keen on is the PBS. We know that for people on fixed income, that medications, particularly if you're on multiple medications, could actually deplete the family budget. And of course, we have a PBS safety net, the safety net threshold. And so the government in this budget is lowering that threshold from 48 prescriptions to 36. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me say that will also help with the cost of living. Those on fixed incomes will benefit greatly from the package that the government put forward on Tuesday night, because we absolutely recognise that what the pressures of the cost of living, that we hope will be temporary. I think most of them will be temporary. It will wash through the system, the instability in the world at the moment, and those supply chains will come back to normal. So I don't think there's any chance of us missing this phenomena in the Australian community, and I'm very pleased with the words that I heard from the Treasurer on Tuesday night and the way that we are addressing this in the short term. It's very important, of course, that we allow for that recovery and we don't bake in a lot of these payments for the long term, which is why they are one-off and temporary. It will give the ability for the budget to recover in the longer term as the economic situation returns to normal.
I call the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if there's any more evidence that Australians need that this tired, old, 9-year LNP government is out of touch, they need look no further than the Prime Minister's response to cost of living pressures. If you want rent relief, buy a house. Buy a house. Can't afford the rent? Buy a house. People in Cowan can't even find a place to rent. Rents went up by $200, $300, even $400 overnight. And the Prime Minister's response to them is buy a house. Buy a house. Young Tina, or I'm going to call her Tina, from the electorate of Cowan came to see me. Now, she's got a job, she works. She shares a rental with a roommate, as I believe some people did when they were young. I know my son is in share housing. Personally, I've never shared with anyone, which is probably a good thing for a lot of other people. and their landlord raised the rent, doubled the rent, and they had 2 weeks to find another place. They had applied for over 150 rentals and they had not got a single one. That is the situation that is facing people in Cowan. And the Prime Minister tells them, go buy a house, go buy a house. That is up there, that is right up there with the previous Prime Minister telling young people to get rich parents if they want to buy a house. Now, of course, Deputy Speaker, I'm paraphrasing there, but the point remains that this mob just simply don't get it, simply don't get what cost of living pressures are, what they mean to the everyday lives of people, and people in Cowan and people in other electorates like the electorates of Lilly, like the electorate of Macquarie, even in the electorate of Goldstein and Grey. That cost of living pressures aren't something that go away with a temporary sugar hit. They're actually a lot more substantive than that. And writ large in this budget delivered on Tuesday, a budget designed to get a flailing government through an election, but not to get Australians through increases in cost of living, stagnant real wages, mortgage stress, high costs of childcare, and really this faded, not fading, but faded dream of home ownership for many of our young people. The last election, this government was full of promises to the people of Cowan. Among the promises made was a promise, a commitment to fund a Wanneroo training hub that this government argued would improve training, access to training and jobs for young people in the northern suburbs. In the northern suburbs, where 65% of people have to travel outside of the city of Wanneroo in order to get to work. Well, 3 budgets have come and gone, and I'm still waiting for that promise to be realised. So how does this government expect the people of Australia to believe them when they can't even deliver on their last election? And, Deputy Speaker, let me read an email that I received today from a constituent. And she writes, "The budget fails to deliver on affordable housing and support for those struggling in our communities. No strategy to increase the numbers of affordable housing, no increase to pay levels, no increase to income support. Disaster payments won't even replace the food from people's cupboards and fridges. Winter is coming and people are living in parks and cars with no hope for the future. Just take a drive through Paloma Park in Marangaroo to see the tent that has been there for more than 6 months, long before Russia invaded Ukraine," the member for Grey. The problems do not go away in this budget, and this budget does nothing to help. This was also sent to the member for Stirling. Why isn't he here to respond to these people in Cowan?
And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's good to rise to speak about the important measures in the budget to address cost of living pressures on households and Australian families and singles and others, which are indeed real and significant. And this is why addressing cost of living was such a big part of the budget for 2022-2023, as announced by the Treasurer on Tuesday evening. It's important to understand what are the causes of these cost of living pressures, because ultimately that has to inform how you address them. And there are a number of them. There is the pandemic and the 2 years' worth of disruptions that has caused, and the effects of the pandemic are ongoing, particularly in China, the biggest exporter and manufacturer of the world, which is still subject to significant lockdowns and factory closures and stay-at-home orders. There are strained global supply chains, and the member for Grey mentioned the astronomical rise in the cost of shipping a container of goods, for instance, because of a shortage of shipping and a shortage of containers and a number of other things, again, to do with the pandemic. There are rising inflationary pressures around the world, and then, of course, underway right now is Russia's illegal and unlawful invasion of Ukraine, which is hitting commodity and energy prices in particular quite hard. Russia is itself the world's largest exporter of coal, the world's second largest exporter of iron ore, the world's third largest exporter of gas, but it's also a major wheat producer. Ukraine is also a major wheat and commodity producer, and so the effect of that conflict is spilling over into global commodity prices and, of course, into Australian households, because Australia is part of the global economy. We are a trading nation, and we are susceptible to changes in the global economy. What we're seeing here in Australia is inflation that is higher than it's been for some time, 3.5% currently. Now, that's still quite low compared to global figures. In the US, inflation is running at 7.9%. In the euro area, it's about 5.7%. Canada, north of 5%. The United Kingdom at around 6.2%. And what the budget does is it recognises that these inflationary pressures do exist, that cost of living pressures are exerting themselves upon Australians, and any person here in the chamber who's gone and done the groceries recently or filled up their car with petrol will know only too vividly that these cost of living pressures are real. What we've introduced in the budget is a number of measures which are temporary, which are targeted and which are responsible and which are designed to alleviate these cost of living pressures without baking in or creating ongoing structural issues with our budget. One of the most important measures we've done is increase the low and middle income tax offset by $420. 10 million Australians will be eligible for that, including 58,000 in my own electorate of Wentworth. And this measure will see a single income household receive up to $1,500 in an offset on the 1st of July, or $3,000 if you're a two-income household. That's on top of tax cuts which have been delivered over the last several years, which means that an Australian who's earning average earnings, $90,000 a year or thereabouts, is already $1,215 a year better off than they were in 2017, 2018, for instance. Now, this measure is not cheap. It's $4.1 billion over the forward estimates, but it will provide an important and targeted alleviation of cost of living pressures. We're also introducing a cost of living payment of $250, which will go to pensioners, welfare recipients, concession card holders and others. 5 million beneficiaries of this measure across Australia, 6,000 in my own electorate of Wentworth. Again, that is on top of an increase in these payments of $20 a fortnight or $30 for a couple that was announced as an inflationary index measure just a few weeks ago. This measure comes to $1.5 billion in the forward estimates. We're halving the fuel excise as well. That's already in effect. People will see that their petrol, or the amount of fuel excise they're paying on their petrol, is at least 22 cents a litre less than it was before. Again, this is a temporary and a targeted measure. It's only going to be for 6 months, and it's designed to address the spike in energy prices and liquid fuel prices we've seen. Now, how have we been able to do this? Well, we've been able to do this, Deputy Speaker, because the budget is in a strong position, the economy is in a strong position. As the budget papers show, our economy is almost alone amongst OECD countries in being 3.4% larger than it was before the pandemic. Our unemployment figures are much lower than comparable countries, 4%, our lowest level in 48 years, and forecast to fall further, and our outlays are lower as a result, which means pressures on the budget have been alleviated and we're able to support these cost of living measures.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
I rise today to talk on this motion because people in my communities are quite frankly not coping. The cost of living is skyrocketing and people are being left behind. I recently held an open office in Queanbeyan and letterboxed the entire area and said, come down and have a chat. No appointment necessary. And for some people it was the first time they had ever spoken to their parliamentary representative, because some of them didn't know where else to turn. It was a pretty eye-opening day. I spent most of the day meeting with people who had real-life concerns, and the vast majority of which centred around rising house prices, rising rents, the lack of affordable housing options, and the fact that income just had not kept pace with the cost of living. I spoke at length to a 70-year-old man who lives in Queanbeyan. His mother is in aged care in Yass. He used to visit her at least once a week, if not more. And now, due to the cost of petrol, He's had to reduce these visits to once a fortnight, and even that is a stretch. He was distraught. He was doing everything he could to keep his mother connected to family and to community, and he wanted to keep visiting her, but he can't afford it. He was literally at the end of his rope, and he told me he didn't want to continue living, and the only reason he was alive was for the sake of his mother. He often has to choose between paying his electricity bill or buying food. He worked his entire life as a carpenter, and now, while on the age pension, he has to make decisions about seeking health care or visiting his own mother in aged care. And these are the real-life consequences of the rising cost of living. Across Eden-Monaro, we've got some fantastic people who dedicate a huge amount of their time to supporting others. Many of the regions are fortunate to have community pantries set up to help feed families. I've met with generous and kind people who run community pantries, including the Salvation Army in Cooma, Vine Community Food Care in Yass, the Sapphire Coast Community Pantry in Bega. What they are telling me is that more people are accessing their services than ever before, that people who work full-time are now in need of emergency food hampers because their rent, power bills and petrol costs keep going up, and their full-time wage no longer covers the essentials. People are working hard every day in an effort to get ahead. They work hard to provide for their children, and yet the truth is that they are falling further and further behind. When people are in trouble, when they need support, they turn to their government. They aren't looking for charity. What they are asking for is some acknowledgement that their situation is getting worse, and a government that cares should be willing to make meaningful changes. The government and this Prime Minister have shown this week that they have no plan to seriously address the cost of living pressures. Our own Prime Minister said if you're struggling to pay your rent, then you should just buy a house. That is an insulting slap in the face to so many Australians who are out of the property market. In Eden, property prices rose by 30% over the last year. Across the Snowy Monaro Regional Council area, properties have more than doubled in the last 5 years. His comments are out of touch by a government that has no idea of the pressures on real Australian families, especially those in regional Australia. Nothing was delivered by this government to deal with the real cost of living. It was a sham. This government's budget to deal with getting them through the next election doesn't deal with regional aged care. It doesn't deal with skill shortages. It doesn't deal with a housing crisis. It doesn't deal with job security, and it doesn't deal with trying to increase wages or strengthening Medicare. It's a ploy for an election, not a plan for a better future for anyone. A cash splash that had no vision and no meaningful change for a fairer Australia and a better regional Australia. The billions of dollars that are being sprayed around on the eve of an election won't go near to topping up the $3,600 that typical Australian families are already out of pocket because of skyrocketing costs of living. They need a pay rise, not a bloody patch job. The defining features of this budget and this government are that pay will not keep up with prices, and almost there will be nothing to show for $1 trillion in debt. Put simply, this government can't be trusted. They have failed us, and they have failed regional Australia.
I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I agree with those opposite, that cost of living is the most important issue facing Australian families today. I agree with those opposite, that for young Australians, the most important issue that they're facing is home ownership and whether they will be able to share in the Australian dream the same way that our parents, and indeed many in this chamber, were able to do so. And I agree with those opposite, that those that have worked hard all their lives, saved for their retirements, deserve to understand that they have safety and security in retirement. But you know the way that you preserve these things? You know the way that you solve these things? You know the way that you make it better for all Australians? You have policies that do that. Now, if there was a giant black hole in the centre of Australian politics at the moment, it would be the Labor Party's policy document. It is the greatest sucker of oxygen, light and basically anything worth nothing in the history of Australian politics. Those opposite have failed to provide a scintilla of policy designed to make anyone in Australia better off. All they can do is throw rocks. They can't actually build anything with those rocks. We had last year the farcical notion from those opposite of what their net zero plan would look like. And as we found out within a few days, the modelling was wrong. People were complaining that they wouldn't be able to meet the targets in any case, and the whole thing fell apart like the house of cards that those opposite are. For those opposite to come in here and say, oh, we've discovered an issue, cost of living, following your budget, which has billions of dollars dedicated and policies dedicated to helping hard-working Australians get through this period of inflationary pressure due to an invasion in Europe. I mean, I'm glad to hear those opposite have found one thing that they can't blame the Prime Minister for, and that is the invasion of Ukraine. I mean, they blame him for everything else. They blame him for floods, they blame him for bushfires, they blame him for the vibe. And for those opposite to say that they're now suddenly concerned about housing affordability. I mean, they may have heard recently that the House Standing Committee on Tax and Revenue brought down a report called the Australian Dream. No one opposite could be bothered speaking to the tabling of that report. They issued a dissenting report, disagreeing with the entire report, and all they offered was nothing. And all that those opposite have offered, the Shadow Minister has offered, is a $10 billion social housing fund. No idea where that money is meant to come from, by the way. I suppose from the same hard-working families who are at the moment having to choose between whether they should visit their grandmother or whether they should stay at home because of the cost of fuel. I suppose they'll be paying more tax for this $10 billion social public housing fund that they've suggested. But of course, the thing they won't talk to is the fact that public housing is not home ownership. And if you can't own your own home, let's just be very clear, because the Labor Premier of Victoria has made it clear that he no longer believes that it is the view of the Labor Party that young Australians don't wish to own their own home. He's put that on the record, and those opposite are yet to disagree with that proposition. And indeed, they tabled a dissenting report today disagreeing with 16 recommendations to make it easier for young Australians to own their own home. So let's just be very clear what those opposite are actually arguing for in that report. They're arguing for more wealth inequality. Because if you have high levels of home ownership, you have lower levels of wealth inequality. They're in favour of wealth inequality on that side. Let's also make it clear what they're doing. If you have large levels or high levels of home ownership, you have lower incidence of mental health problems. They're arguing for higher incidence of mental health. Then we get to childhood outcomes. If you have high levels of home ownership, as has traditionally been the case in this country, then you actually have better childhood outcomes. They no longer believe in home ownership on that side of the house. And therefore, they also believe in lower levels of childhood outcomes. So let's just be very clear about those opposite. They come in here, having gone to their little focus groups, identified a group of people who they know, if you want to blame someone for how hard your life is and all the sorts of stuff that they want, just tell them to blame the federal government. But their policies would make their lives much, much worse off. But that is also to assume that they have any policies, and that's a giant assumption.
The member's time has expired and the discussion has concluded. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that business intervening before Order of the Day number 7, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
On Wednesday, 13 February 2002, I began my first speech just after 1 p.m. from this very desk. 20 years, 1 month, 2 weeks and 4 days later, I begin my last. A final speech is a time to say thank you, a time to reflect on what has been, and a time to offer some perspectives on the challenges that lie ahead for the next 47th Parliament and beyond. I began that first speech by thanking the electors of Casey for the faith and confidence they had showed in electing me. I thank them on this last day for supporting me at 6 subsequent elections. Representing them has been an honour and a privilege. I couldn't have embarked on this endeavour 2 decades ago without the support of Pam, my mum, my late father and my sisters. I thank them and my 2 sons, Tom and Angus, for all those times they've shown support and understanding, and for the times when the burdens of this job were also endured by them. I thank all of my friends outside the Parliament who've always supported me, be it at a function or on election day. I particularly thank one of them, Peter Costello, who took a big chance and hired me when I was just 23 years of age, and we remain the closest of friends 32 years later. I also thank former Prime Minister John Howard, who I first met when I was active in the Melbourne University Liberal Club in the late 1980s. I was honoured to later serve as his parliamentary secretary. Our nation continues to benefit from the structural reforms of the Howard-Costello government, and it was a great privilege to work with both of them. At this point, I also thank my loyal and long-standing friends who've been through all the inevitable ups and downs from my earliest days as a Liberal student: Harvey Kelman, Alex Hay, Scott Ryan and Julian Sheasel. Julian and I met in the late 1980s, and he has dedicated himself fully to my 8 campaigns, my first pre-selection campaign and 7 subsequent federal election campaigns in Casey. He's done so in his capacity as a mate, as a state director and as Deputy Federal Director of the Liberal Party. I also want to thank friends Jerry Wheeler and Tony Nutt, who have always been there to offer advice and support at each election. I also thank long-standing friend Trevor Burns. I thank my long-standing friend who I met working at Denny's restaurant in Doncaster, Rebecca Skinner, who for years has also been my Canberra landlord. When I step down as Speaker, I thank my friends on both sides of the House. I thank you again, as I do former colleagues who remain friends. I thank the Liberal Party of Australia for giving me the opportunity to represent our party in this House of Representatives. I particularly thank the branch members of Casey for all that they've done. Many have also become friends. I stand here and remember those of them who did so much to assist me over the years who are no longer with us. You'll be pleased to know I won't list every party member locally who's helped, because I've been fortunate to have so much support. I wouldn't have been elected and continually re-elected so many times without so many doing so much for so long. So I thank all of them through 3 people, the 3 people who have served as chairs of the Liberal Party in Casey over my journey: the late David Martin, Annette Stone and Fran Henderson. Again, in my last speech as Speaker, I thank my incredible team in the Speaker's office led by the formidable Kate Clunies-Ross. I do so again, and today extend that thanks to the many former staff who have showed dedication and commitment. To my long-serving staff, Nadia, Jill, Heather and Tim, thank you. To my former long-standing and outstanding office manager, Denise Jeffs, thank you. To the wonderful community and volunteer groups in Casey, I thank you for the opportunity to work with you over so many years for the betterment of our community. 20 years ago, Australia was reaping the rewards of then recent major reforms by both sides of politics. The contentious issues of tariffs and the goods and services tax had been settled, and for the better. In my first speech, I made the point that the debate about tariffs was as old as Federation itself, but I was glad the argument was no longer about how high tariffs should be, but rather how quickly they could be phased out. Whilst the phase down in tariffs was bipartisan, at times there were difficulties in sticking to the planned reductions. 20 years on, no serious parliamentarian would advocate reinstating high tariffs. The introduction of the GST was not bipartisan, of course, but 20 years on, former opponents of the goods and services tax would never contemplate scrapping it to reinstate higher income taxes and a cumbersome wholesale sales tax at multiple rates on multiple goods but not services, along with a bevy of other inefficient nuisance taxes. 20 years ago, Australia's budget position was strong. More than half the $96 billion of net government debt that the Howard government inherited had been paid off with successive surpluses. 4 years later, all net government debt had been repaid, and the debate quickly switched to how large budget surpluses could or should be. That put Australia in a strong position to deal with future unforeseen shocks and challenges, like the global financial crisis and the recent pandemic. If Australia had instead continued down the path of continual deficits driving ever-escalating debt, we wouldn't have had the fiscal firepower to deploy that we have. It's often said that our debt is low by international standards, and this is true, but that's only because of the fiscal discipline of the mid to late 1980s under Labor, and from 1996 until 2007, during the Howard years, that ensured our net government debt never rose to nosebleed levels, because the starting base for increasing debt in 2008 was what they call net negative. That is, there was $45 billion in the bank. Just because debt is relatively low by international standards, it's a lot higher than it was, as we all know, and no one should see the gap between our net debt position and that of the highest indebted nations in the world as a reason for future easy spending. 20 years ago, the first intergenerational report was released projecting the fiscal challenges of the future that would arise from our demographic destiny. These, combined with important new spending commitments in recent years and the future spending necessary in defence, for example, have to be paid for in the future on top of the pandemic borrowings. So while I strongly defend the spending and the government's actions that were necessary during this pandemic, and I commend it for its economic management, we must all recognise that in future parliaments there will have to be a return to a far-reaching reform agenda. For those in their first term here, if you stay for 2 decades, a little longer than me, you'll need to, in your time, develop a range of reform priorities, prosecute the case against strong opposition and vested interests, and implement them to deliver a stronger economy and budget. Colleagues, I came to politics and then to this parliament during the reform era. I worked in the Howard government with Treasurer Costello on major taxation reform with a tight-knit team, including Nikki Sava, Mitch Fifield and Richard King, lifelong, loyal friends who I now also thank. It was hard, it took a long time, there were lots of ups and downs, it was never popular, but it was achieved against the odds. Budget reform was the same year after year. The dividends were lower taxes, greater prosperity and greater opportunity. As I've said, I support the necessary decisions that have been made in providing pandemic assistance and the other recent major spending on permanent programs. In fact, before I was Speaker, I voted for them all and would have if I had had a vote and wasn't Speaker. I don't want future parliaments to think it's without cost to continue borrowing to fund future recurrent spending. It's been necessary now, but this would not be a new way forward in future normal times. It would be an old way backwards. Reforms that deliver greater efficiency, higher productivity and budget improvements will need to occur over the next decade. The composition and priority are for future parliaments to consider. Those who might be tempted to think nothing is required in the future years and the next decade would be mistaken to think a decision to simply do nothing is costless. In fact, a decision to do nothing is an active decision to see things deteriorate and consign future generations to an Australia with fewer opportunities. Of course, it's always important for governments to balance political risk with policy daring. That said, policies must be about purpose, and in the years and decades ahead, after the turmoil and the economic dislocation of this pandemic and the need for the additional borrowing is well behind Australia, whoever is in government will need to make the tough decisions to secure the future. The necessity of reform will need to be clearly communicated to the Australian people, and there will need to be a reasonable level of cooperation and consent from the opposition of the day. This will involve a range of policy areas and approaches. None of this is a criticism of the government or the opposition today. It's just an acknowledgement of what has had to occur, as well as the reality of what lies ahead for future parliaments. There is a long menu of policy areas I could discuss in detail. They include the opportunities for simpler and more efficient tax and excise collections in the evolving digital world. I commend the government and the Treasurer for the income tax cuts that have been delivered and are legislated for the future. Looking to the immediate years ahead, beyond this pandemic, there will need to be another wave of comprehensive tax reform, no matter who's in government. The history of tax reform demands that the system is comprehensively reviewed at least every few decades. Major changes to income tax occurred in World War I and World War II. The wholesale sales tax was introduced during the Great Depression. Treasurer Keating undertook major tax reform in the mid-1980s, and of course, as you all know, Treasurer Costello in the late 90s, with the new tax system taking effect in the year 2000. I'm not saying anything needs to be done today or tomorrow, but I am saying it will need to be done. This should occur following another considered and detailed review that can inform a comprehensive set of proposals for which a future electoral mandate can be sought prior to implementation, as occurred last time. COVID showed how we could deliver government payments and services faster and more efficiently, and how much better we can do with further investment in digital technology in the future. Future skilling of our workforce in a rapidly evolving world should be a focus, as should attracting, training and retaining quality teachers to help lift academic achievement and thereby our national expertise and productivity. I believe this must involve a big investment in higher pay for a new category of expert teacher leaders who can mentor incoming teachers, work on their development and ensure our students of the future get the best possible education. Boosting enterprise and innovation always involves a suite of reforms, but I do want to single out the budget announcement on expanded access to employee share ownership benefits as a big winner for Australia. Colleagues, there must be an essential recognition of the role and limits of government. This is not a criticism of my government. I made this point in my first speech, and I want to reiterate it in this last speech. I think it's something all members of the House should think about every day. Two decades ago, I stood right here and said, too often there's a pressure for governments to have a role in areas where it cannot provide the solution, and all too often this pressure is put on government by itself. Thinking, with the best of intentions, that somehow by a mere bureaucratic process of devoting funds to an issue or a problem, it will automatically have the intended positive effect. The easiest thing for governments to do is to think and promise they can solve every problem. But when government succumbs to the temptation to try and solve problems it can't solve, or fix things it cannot fix, or do things that are better done by other organisations, far from serving the nation, government harms the nation, desponds the electorate and deludes itself. To me, the first principle of government should be a recognition about its true capacity and limitations. This does not mean in any way that governments do not have a major role, they do, but it's just important to recognise that government does not always possess the only solution to every problem. Recognising this requires a fundamental understanding that while governments have key roles and responsibilities, they must necessarily be limited. Australia is a better country which creates more opportunities when our governments don't unnecessarily interfere in the lives of citizens or over-regulate business. Today, I've confined my remarks to domestic policy. I just want to say we can all see clearly the foreign policy and defence challenges that have emerged and will persist. This is a reminder that democracy is rarer than a lot of people recognise and will always be challenged and must always be defended. I simply reiterate the vital importance of the Australia-US alliance and our relationships with other great democracies that share our values, liberties and freedoms. I want to finish with some observations about our democracy and our parliament. Australia's democratic story is a remarkable one. The first nation created by a vote of the people. In our first decade, there were frequent changes of government as the parties evolved and emerged. In our second decade, the First World War was declared in an election campaign during which the government changed. The new democratic nation survived the horror of the war, including major divisions when Labor split, leading to a new government on the floor of the House and 2 divisive referenda on conscription. The first Electoral Act of 1902 was by no means perfect. It didn't allow our First Nations people the right to vote, and by world standards, it was nonetheless pioneering in giving women the right to vote and stand for Parliament. Those who voted to create our nation and determine its course in those early elections knew they were all democratic shareholders in a grand new endeavour. As a young nation, we led the world in so many democratic advances. We need to constantly nourish and invest our democracy. The spirit that created our nation needs to be handed on from generation to generation. That our democratic freedoms deliver human dignity and a high quality of life are not automatically self-evident to all should be no surprise if the history of how we got here is not properly taught. For younger generations, teaching our history is vital. We must seriously invest in civics education throughout a student's entire education, not just for a few weeks in grades 5 and 6, years and years before students consider and exercise their precious right to vote. Today, there are many challenges to democracy. I won't diagnose them all. I've tried my best in the past 20 years. However, there are a couple of parting suggestions. One of them is better communicating the role of Parliament. For those outside this place that seek complete bipartisanship on every policy issue, must be reminded that we are a representative democracy of elected members with differing philosophies and views and different policies and pledges. Those who believe the House of Representatives should be as silent as a church or a classroom need to be reminded it's neither. It's a robust debating chamber where the battle of ideas and ideals takes place to determine the future course of our nation. The House was designed to be robust, electorally and, as you look around this chamber, architecturally. However, as I said when I was first elected Speaker, it need not be loud or rude as a matter of course. Can I also say, in the conduct of debate, you can be both robust and civil at the same time. Further, to some of you, I won't name you, can I say there's no point in needlessly and consistently shouting, particularly in a near-empty chamber. The volume of your voice never increases the quality of your argument. Rediscovering and fostering more civility in parliamentary conduct would improve respect for our House. If this House regularly demonstrates poor behaviour, it diminishes members and dilutes public respect. Better promoting to the public the great work of the committee system, where members work cooperatively with each other on detailed policy proposals and analysis, would do a great deal to enhance the standing of our parliament. Committees are at their best when members from all political perspectives are thorough and firm in their recommendations to government. I will always look back fondly on my time chairing the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters that delivered a unanimous report to improve our democracy by reforming Senate voting practices. Governments of all persuasions would also help themselves and at the same time enhance our democracy if they better valued the work of committees and considered their recommendations in a more thorough and timely manner. There's been many times the committee have genuinely attempted to save ministers from themselves. In recent decades, the relative decline in the combined primary vote share of the major parties in House elections, from a little over 95% in 1975 to a little under 75% at the last election, is often cited as one key indicator of dissatisfaction with the way politics is conducted. The major parties need to consider how to address this, because they have been vital in giving stability and certainty in the formation and the conduct of government in our parliamentary democracy. I don't say this out of any disrespect at all to the crossbench, who need to be congratulated for overcoming enormous obstacles to get elected. But I simply make the point, I don't believe if there are 151 independents in this House, we would have stable, predictable or workable government. These are just some ideas for reflection. 121 years ago, on Friday the 29th and Saturday the 30th of March 1901, 121 years ago, Budget Day, and yesterday, Australia had its first and only election over 2 days to elect its first parliament. In a short time, we'll have an election to elect our 47th. To be one of only 1,205 people in our nation's history to be elected as a member of this House of Representatives is a special honour I share with all of you. To be the longest-serving member for Casey is, too, a special honour. To have served in 7 parliaments, 5 in government and 2 in opposition, is also a rare honour, and I must say in passing, a ratio that demonstrates the general good sense of the Australian people. And to have been chosen unanimously by you, by members of this House and previous Houses on 3 consecutive occasions to be your 30th Speaker has been the greatest honour of my life. I stood right here on this spot, on the floor of this great House of Representatives at the dawn of the 40th Parliament and said hello. As the sun sets on this 46th Parliament, I say thank you, good luck, goodbye.
The Minister has the call.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion in relation to member statements for this sitting.
Is leave granted? The Minister.
Move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. Immediately following the resolution of this motion, members to be permitted to make statements for no longer than 5 minutes each. 2. At 5 p.m, the House suspending until the ringing of the bells. And 3. Any variation to this arrangement being made only by a motion moved by a minister.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present the following reports. Report 488, Commonwealth Financial Statements 2019-20, Report 489, Defence Major Projects Report 2019-20, Report 490, Alternative Financing Mechanisms, and Report 491, Review of the Auditor-General Act. And I ask leave of the House to present executive minutes on reports of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted?
Yes, leave is granted.
The member for Robertson has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present executive minutes on reports 481 and 486 of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. And on behalf of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety, I present the committee's report incorporating additional comments entitled Social Media and Online Safety together with the minutes of proceedings, and I move that the House take note of the report.
I'll just get the member for Robertson to wait one moment there. The member for Robertson will need to seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report. You'll need leave to move that the House takes note of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the report of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety, which I have presented, I seek leave to move that the House take note of the report.
Is leave granted? Granted. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, and I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Robertson.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Sturt.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Report on the Candidate Qualification Checklist.
The member for Sturt will need to seek leave to present as we're in the middle of a debate.
Sorry, sir.
So you just need to seek leave and then make your statement.
I'm not making a statement.
Sorry, you need to seek leave to present your report.
Sorry. I seek leave to table the report.
Yes. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I think the member.
I now move that the report be tabled.
Yes.
Done?
Yes, I think. I think the member for Sturt.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Karinga. Okay, I call the member for Karinga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The fight for justice and equity for women across our nation is far from over. But this is not just a fight for women. It's a fight for every family. It's a fight for our nation's future productivity. Because we know that when women do well, families do well. And when families do well, we create a hopeful, prosperous nation. We know that shamefully under the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments, women do not have the same opportunities as men. Many women do not receive the same pay as men, and for far too many women in this country experience gender-based violence and die at the hands of men. I stood in solidarity with the Stop campaign this week on the front lawns of Parliament House. The Stop campaign is a grassroots movement tackling sexual violence against women. They presented the Lost Petition, created by artist Dan Bain. The Lost Petition is a 30-metre list of names of 978 Australian women and children who have been killed by their partners since 2008. These are Dan's words on why she brought this petition to Parliament on Budget Day. Women need to be at the forefront of this year's budget. We need to make change, things like reviewing sexual assault laws, introducing a National Gender Equality Act and increasing funding for domestic violence support. I want systematic, real-world change. Now, sadly, we know that 1 in 4 women in Australia experience domestic violence, and tragically, every 11 days, an Australian woman loses her life at the hands of her partner. These statistics reveal a fundamental flaw in Australian culture, a lack of equality and respect for women. And no wonder. We've heard from a procession of talented women that they have been bullied and intimidated by no one other than our Prime Minister. And what did the Prime Minister and the Coalition do? They voted against the vital Respect for Work recommendations, including changing workplace laws to ban sexual harassment, requiring employers to try and stop sexual harassment in their workplaces, protecting victims against massive legal bills for taking legal action against perpetrators. In contrast, Labor will implement every single recommendation in the Respect at Work report. But we must do more. We know that far too many women across our nation are facing skyrocketing costs of living, record high childcare fees, stagnant wages and a gender pay gap, skill shortages and rising rates of sexual assault. And not only that, Australia has now slipped 26 places in the World Economic Forum's gender ranking since Tony Abbott appointed himself the Minister for Women in 2013. We are now in 50th place worldwide, our worst result ever. Even worse, Australia's ranking on economic opportunities for women has fallen to 70th in the world, and in health and safety rankings we've dropped to 99th in the world. And the budget handed down by the Morrison government on Tuesday does absolutely nothing to address this shameful record. Achieving equality and justice for women requires leadership from the top, but instead we have a Prime Minister who too often treats women with disrespect. By contrast, Labor leads by example, establishing a quota policy that has resulted in nearly an equal number of women and men in our caucus. Countries with gender equality in the workplace are the same countries that experience the lowest rates of sexual and family violence against women and children. Labor will not turn its back on women. If elected, we will implement our plan to seriously address family violence. We'll close the gender pay gap, ensure women feel safe at work, in public places and in their homes, and we will end exploitation of casual labour and create secure jobs. And we'll treat women who work in female-dominated professions like aged care and healthcare as valued members of our society with better pay and conditions. Labor understands that when women do well, families do well. And when families do well, we create a hopeful, prosperous nation. It's time for a change of government. It's time for an Albanese Labor government. Thank you.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf, I seek leave on behalf of the Select Committee on Regional Australia to present the committee's report, incorporating a dissenting report entitled Pride of Place, Inquiry into the Future of Regional Australia, together with minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with that report.
Is leave granted? I think granted. But I call the member for Barker.
I thank my friend. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Select Committee on Regional Australia, it gives me great pleasure to present the committee's report into an inquiry into regional Australia. Regional Australia is more than just where our food, fibre and minerals comes from. It's the lifeline of the modern Australian economy. It's home to millions of hard-working Australians who make a significant contribution to our national identity, our culture and our way of life. It is therefore vital that we continuously seek to improve the lives of regional Australians by affording them the same opportunities, facilities and services that are available to their counterparts in the cities. We need to focus on making regional Australia an attractive place for more Australians to live, work and raise a family. This includes investing in better infrastructure, stronger connectivity, additional services, etc. As part of this inquiry, the committee had planned to travel to every state and territory. Rather than sitting in Canberra taking evidence digitally, we were determined to travel into these regional communities to listen firsthand to regional Australians about their personal experiences of living and working in regional communities around Australia. Unfortunately, the pandemic has significantly frustrated the committee's ability to travel and meet with these communities during this difficult time. While we're able to travel to regional Tasmania, New South Wales and Western Australia, the combined effects of COVID-19, public health restrictions, major life-changing events such as the bushfires and floods and other limitations prevented the committee from visiting a great many of the intended communities. The need to visit and hear from these communities is enduring, and the parliament needs to have a permanent and ongoing commitment to hear directly from regional Australians. Our regions are too important to leave to piecemeal planning. This is why the committee's very first recommendation was the establishment of the Standing Committee on Regional Australia. The committee would continue its operations into the next parliament and long after that. It would continue to do its business 12 months of a year, every year, representing the needs of all Australians. The committee also recommends establishing a dedicated Commonwealth authority which would coordinate a nationally consistent plan for the future of regional Australia. These two bodies would provide a direct connection between regional Australians and the policies that serve them. Australia's regional communities need support, but so do the businesses that keep them going. Regional businesses are not only the heart of regional communities, they are the backbone of Australia's economy. The committee therefore recommends several growth mechanisms to encourage private-public partnerships to fund regional infrastructure and encourage innovation in smaller regional businesses. There are many benefits and challenges of working and living in regional Australia. We must do everything we can to support people and families living in these areas, as well as continuing to make it an attractive place to move and settle. It is important that we therefore improve the access to basic services like education, health and housing. This is why the committee has made several recommendations to encourage place-based policies which will sustain regional communities into the future. These focus particularly on the growth of regional universities, providing access to regional healthcare services and increasing the availability of affordable housing and rental properties. On behalf of the committee, I extend my sincere thanks to those who participated in the inquiry by completing the survey, preparing submissions and appearing at public hearings, and who graciously gave their time to share their experiences with the committee. My thanks also to all my colleagues who served on the committee and, of course, the staff of the Secretariat. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House, and I seek leave to move that the House take note of the report.
Is leave granted? Thank the member for Perth. The debate is adjourned and the resumption. Sorry, beg your pardon. A member for Barker.
I move that the House take note of the report.
I thank the member. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next day of sitting. I beg your pardon. All of those in favour of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Against? No? The ayes have it. We'll try again. The debate is adjourned.
Give me the call again.
Sorry. One more motion from Mr. Passon. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to move the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
All of those of that opinion say, is leave granted? Sorry.
Leave's granted.
All of those opinions say, sorry, a member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we'll get through it. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
All of those that opinion say aye. Against? No. Carried. I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. About a quarter of all GPs in the Frankston catchment area in my electorate of Dunkley have applied for exceptional circumstances to be granted distribution priority status. What does that mean? It means that almost a quarter of the GP clinics in my community cannot get enough GPs to service the needs of the people in my community, to service the needs, quite frankly, of some of the most needy people in my community who can't afford to pay out of pocket to travel across my electorate to find a clinic that has enough GPs, who have complex, ongoing, chronic health issues and need the best care that they can get, who are being looked after by amazing doctors and dedicated clinics, but who can't get in to see these doctors at these clinics fast enough and early enough because these clinics just struggle to find enough GPs to cater for the need. Why is this the case? Well, you might start with recognising that in 2017 the Liberal government removed distribution priority status from many outer metropolitan areas, including the Frankston catchment in my electorate.
Order. Order. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate is interrupted. The chair will be resumed at 5:30 p.m.
On behalf of this House, I welcome the President of the Senate and honourable senators as guests to the sitting of the House of Representatives. We're gathering in this manner in order to hear an address via video link from His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. Welcome, Mr. President. Do we have you, Mr. President?
У нас є президент.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Parliament of Australia, I'm proud to be able to extend a very warm welcome to you from the House of Representatives chamber as you join us from Ukraine. Now I invite the Honourable the Prime Minister of Australia and then the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to make some welcoming remarks. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, Ukraine and Australia are separated by half the earth. Our languages, accents, histories and cultures are different, but we share an affinity for democracy, for freedom, freedom of speech, expression and a free press, for the right to live free of coercion, intimidation and the brute fist of force, and a belief in our shared human dignity. Mr. President, the people of Australia stand with Ukraine in your fight for survival. Yes, you have our prayers, but you also have our weapons, our humanitarian aid, our sanctions against those who seek to deny your freedom, and you even have our coal, Mr Speaker. And there will be more. Today I announce an additional package of defensive military assistance to assist in the defence of your homeland, including tactical decoys, unmanned aerial and unmanned ground systems, rations and medical supplies. Mr President, our pledge is that when freedom prevails, Australia will help the people of Ukraine rebuild as well. Here today, in the home of Australia's democracy, we welcome you, Mr President, as a lion of democracy. We honour you and the incredible courage of your people whom you lead. We are witnesses to it with all of those around the world, as you call them, strong people of an indomitable country, and may that be so. We stand with you, Mr President, and we do not stand with the war criminal of Moscow, Mr President. I know that man, you know that man, we know that man, Mr Speaker, and we know his regime. We have seen them unleash unspeakable horror against your children, your hospitals and the shelters. And we remember the downing of a civilian airliner carrying 298 innocents, including 38 Australians, and we remember them also on this day. In their name and in the name of 25 million Australians and their elected representatives, I welcome you, Mr President. I welcome you to our parliament. I welcome a great friend of Australia.
I thank the Prime Minister. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Your Excellency, our Parliament is honoured by your presence here with us and your address. You and the brave Ukrainian people are pushing back the tide of tyranny. For you to share precious minutes with us at a time like this is an act of profound generosity, and we thank you. What we see in Ukraine are terrible echoes of the devastation inflicted by Hitler's forces in World War II, a devastation that was felt by your own family. Vladimir Putin's aggression in the name of a poisonous, nationalistic lie is abhorrent. Putin and the regime that enables him will be met with determination and escalating consequences if he continues to prosecute this illegal war. Putin's attempt to divide the West has drawn us closer together and strengthened our commitment to our shared values, values that include the very freedom and sovereignty that rightfully belong to Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have known the cruelty of tyrants before. Those tyrants are gone, but Ukraine goes on. As you stand up to this latest tyrant, you are showing us what true courage is. Your Excellency, it is a courage that is embodied by you. You are fighting for your country and your people. You are fighting for your own family. We are here to hear your words. So let me conclude with the words that resound amongst democratic and freedom-loving peoples the world over. Slava Ukraini!
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. President Zelensky, Your Excellency, I now invite you to address members of the House of Representatives and Senators. You have our attention. You now have the floor.
Передаю слово вам.
Дуже дякую за честь. Шановний пане прем'єр-міністре, шановний пане спікере Палати представників, шановний пане президенте Сенату, шановний пане лідер опозиції, пані та панове члени уряду,
Opposition, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, senators, members of the parliament, the people of Australia, thank you for this honour to have this address today. In May 2016, thousands of Australians came to the city of Perth to see for the first time the Ukrainian plane Mriya, or Dream as we call it. This was our plane, and 225. The Mriya in English means dream. Having travelled for almost 15,000 kilometres, it brought an urgent cargo, a power generator, 130-ton, which was very important to one of your companies. If they had to wait for the shipment through the sea, it would have taken months, and Ukrainian plane has done it in a couple of days. And we have always been proud of our Dream, not because it was the largest, but because it was helping people in all countries of the world, bringing food, water, equipment for humanitarian and peacekeeping missions. In 2019, after the beginning of the COVID pandemics, our Dream was bringing the most urgent medical cargo, things that were saving people's lives, adults and children, all over the world, in different countries. Our Dream was bringing life. Now this is not possible. This is not possible because there is a country which holds to completely different values, different from our values, from your values, from the values of the civilized world. And this country started a full-fledged war against us. They are shelling our cities and villages, they are killing our civilians and children. They are creating sieges of our cities and keeping and holding hostages of hundreds of thousands of people in these cities without water and food. They are abducting thousands of children that they transport to their territories. And on the 27th of February, as a result of fighting in the city of Gostomel, our plane, our Dream, was destroyed. We can say that Russia destroyed our Dream. No, they just burned down a plane, hardware, a shell, but not the essence, not the freedom, not the dignity, nor our independence. We know that our Dream is undefeatable and undestructed, especially if we can count on the support of the free world, on your support, on your assistance. And like in the history that I just told, we needed not just in a couple of months, but we need it urgently now. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Australia, the distance between our countries, as you said, is big. It's thousands of kilometers. We are separated by oceans, seas and territories of dozens of other countries and time zones. But there is no such thing as distance for the brutality and chaos that Russia brought to the east of Ukraine, into the region of our Black Sea and Azov Sea, to our Ukrainian land. Whatever is happening in our region because of the Russian aggression war is destroying the lives of people, has become a real threat to your country and to your people as well, because this is the nature of the evil. It can instantly cross any distance, any barriers, destroy lives. For dozens of years there hasn't been this threat of nuclear attack as we have now, because Russian representatives, official propagandists, they are openly discussing the possibility of using nuclear weapons against those who don't want to subdue to Russian commands. And for dozens of years it has never been that a country would block the whole sea for other vessels of any country. But this is exactly what was done by Russia. Part of the Black and Azov Sea is a Dead Sea these days. Any vessel that would try to come in can simply be destroyed by the Russian Navy. More than hundreds of trade vessels under different flags have been blocked by Russia in our ports. For dozens of years, we haven't seen this in the world. for a country to start the war against a neighboring country, openly declaring their enslavement or destruction, not to leave even the name of that nation, not to have even any opportunity for this nation to live freely. The worst pages of the 20th century have been brought back by Russia already. The biggest threats of that century came back, the evil that humanity thought they had forgotten about a long time ago. But the most terrible thing, if we don't stop Russia now, if we don't hold Russia accountable, then some other countries of the world who are looking forward to the similar war against their neighbors will decide that such things are possible for them as well. The fate of the global security is decided now. No one can manage winds or precipitations. It means no one can save any part of the world from radioactive contamination which will come if nuclear weapons are used. No country in the world can theoretically not have even a theoretical possibility of blocking trade fleet and block the seas for other countries. There shouldn't be even a theoretical possibility to do so. No leader of the world can count on being unpunishable if he's thinking about a prospective war. Ladies and gentlemen, the nation of Australia, after more than a month of the full-fledged war against Russia, we can surely say that there is no only way of bringing the global security as bringing Russia to peace and silence, and responsibility and accountability for everything that Russia has done against the global security. The country which is using the nuclear blackmailing should receive the sanctions which would show that such blackmailing is destructive for the blackmailer itself. There has to be an effective toolkit to hold responsible any country which is blocking the trade navigation, so for no one to have a temptation to close any sea and making the Dead Sea out of them. So far we don't have such instruments, so the leadership of Australia can be paramount for the global security, which is now strengthened by our anti-war coalition, which is working on bringing the peace back to Ukraine. We need to also enhance the capabilities of the international institutions, which were created to hold military war criminals responsible, and anyone who would commit such crimes to have them punished by the solidarity of the whole world and not one country. Had this been done on time, in a timely manner, the life in this world would have been more secure, times more secure. And I'm sure that any of you, any of us, remembers the MH17 tragedy, the Malaysian Boeing that was shot down by Russian occupants over the Donbas Sea. 290 people died at that time, and my condolences to all those who have lost their relatives and their kins. But did we manage to hold accountable those who caused this tragedy? No, they are hiding in the territory of Russia. And obviously they've got security guarantees from Russia. Has Russia paid the compensation to the dead and their families? No, and they are still denying their fault in this tragedy. 8 years later, the justice was not achieved, and we don't know how much longer it will take for at least one tragedy to have a proper response from the international community, from all of us, and how many new tragedies Russia has created or will create. So the unpunished evil comes back, and I would say unpunished evil comes back with inspiration, with the feeling of almightiness. If the world had punished Russia in 2014 for what it did, there wouldn't be any of these terror of invasion in Ukraine in 2022. We have to correct such horrible mistakes and correct them now. The bipartisan support of Australia, of Ukraine, for the support that has been provided, we are extremely grateful. 70,000 tonnes of coal for our energy. But this is only the beginning. Together, we can and should do more. We need new sanctions against Russia, powerful sanctions, until they stop blackmailing other countries with their nuclear missiles, and they have to pay the highest price for blocking the sea. No Russian vessel should be allowed in other international ports. Buying their oil means paying for the destruction of the global security. We have to stop any business activity of Russia. Any dollar should be spent for the destruction of the people. No single dollar for the destruction of the global security. And we have to stop any intention of Russia to bypass the sanctions. So what kind of sanctions are those? If you can bypass by using simple, uncanny schemes, but most of all, we have to keep those who are fighting against this evil armed, for the evil to be looking for peace. And this has to be decided on the battlefield. For example, you have very good armed personal vehicles, Bushmaster, that could help Ukraine substantially, and other pieces of equipment that could strengthen our position in terms of armament. So if you would have an opportunity to share this with us, we would be very grateful. In Ukraine, they will do much more for our common freedom, our common security, than staying parked on your land. So Ukrainian people have demonstrated to the whole world of how much we appreciate the freedom and how committed are we to the protection thereof. Our heroes are fighting against the army, which is considered one of the strongest in the world. But all our people, without exception, already are thinking about the future, about how we are going to live after the war, about restoring our country, our Black Sea region, and we invite prominent countries of the world, leading companies and the best experts to join the project of restoration of Ukraine, to take the city or the sector under your auspices that would require restoration. Your country has provided a special status, a like-minded country, and we are like-minded not only in our thoughts but also in our longing for peace. So I would like to invite and welcome your country to have a look at our southern regions, at our Azov and the Black Sea shore, the development of such ports and cities like the city of Kherson, which is now fighting for its freedom, the rebuilding of the naval sector in Ukraine could also be a great contribution in the restoration after the war, with the protection of the free naval trading would be a big contribution, because those who can protect freedom in the sea can protect it in the world. And I'm sure, and I believe that you can do it, and I am sure that our Ukrainian community will join this common work of ours, and that it will support us as strong as they have done it in the past. Dear friends, the geographical distance between us is huge, thousands of kilometers, but what does this distance mean for those who have common understanding, who see the world with the same vision, for those who is similarly hurting what is happening when the enemy comes, when children are killed, when cities are destroyed, when refugees are shot at on the highways, when Ukraine is turned into the burned-out territory, then any distances disappear. Geography doesn't matter then. What matters is humanity and the dream of bringing back the peaceful life, the dream that we will implement, indeed, together. Thank you Thank you, Australia. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Mr President, on behalf of the House and the Australian Parliament, I want to thank you for your address. Over recent days, we in this parliament have debated the situation in Ukraine, and of course we've been shocked and horrified by the images from across your country. Today you've added to our understanding with your powerful words about your experiences and the experiences of your people and the tragic situation in your country. It is apparent that you and your fellow Ukrainians have faced this challenge with great courage. We acknowledge and admire your strong leadership. On behalf of this parliament, we wish you well for the future. Our prayers are with you and the people of Ukraine. The chair will be resumed at the ringing of the bells.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
The Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 7. Appropriation Bill number 1, 2022-2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Leader of the Opposition.
My fellow Australians, working together we can build a better future, an economy with stronger wages and more secure work. investing in Australian skills, jobs and manufacturing, backing clean energy and building new infrastructure across the country, taking pressure off the cost of living by making childcare and power bills cheaper, protecting Medicare, building more affordable housing, fixing the crisis in aged care, building an economy that works for people, not the other way around. This is the vision I want to share with you tonight, not a bunch of last-minute, one-off handouts for problems that have been a decade in the making, not a collection of promises that have a use-by date, conveniently just after the election, but a real plan for a better future. The past 2 years of heartache and hardship have shown us the great strengths of our Australian community, but they have also exposed some fundamental weaknesses of our economy. Too many people are working jobs that don't pay the bills or let them plan for their future. Too many businesses can't find skilled staff. Too many industries are at the end of the global supply chains, at the mercy of an uncertain world. We cannot let this be the new normal. We got through the pandemic because we worked together. We must now build a stronger economy, working together. Family businesses and workers, big employers and unions, states and the Commonwealth, all of us cooperating to boost productivity and increase profits and wages, driving growth and sharing its benefits. After all the challenges and the sacrifices made during the pandemic, floods and bushfires, Australians need and deserve a better budget for a better future. A future where no one is held back and no one is left behind. Labor has a real plan for economic growth and prosperity, a plan to get incomes rising and costs under control, with 5 pillars. Our Powering Australia plan to drive investment in cheap renewable energy will create 604,000 new jobs by 2030, with 5 out of every 6 in the regions, and lower power bills for households by $275 by 2025, and lower power bills for businesses as well. Our plans for a future made in Australia, making more things here, diversifying the economy and revitalising our regions. Using our National Reconstruction Fund, we will work with businesses to help turn good ideas into good, secure jobs and new homegrown industries. Our plans to invest in infrastructure, because roads, rail, ports and high-speed broadband are the building blocks of a stronger, more connected, more efficient economy. This government thinks infrastructure is about spending millions on car parks that don't get built. I see infrastructure as a sustainable, long-term investment in vital national projects, creating jobs and boosting productivity. Labor will make sure that those investments really stack up, using the Infrastructure Australia model that I established as minister. Our plans for secure work and more opportunities for training, with more university places and 465,000 fee-free TAFE places, and the creation of Jobs and Skills Australia. And fifthly, our plan for cheaper childcare, because it's good for productivity, workforce participation and economic growth, and it's also good for children. Education is the biggest and most powerful weapon we have against disadvantage. Labor believes that at every stage, from early learning through to school, TAFE and university, education lifts us up, not just as individuals but as a nation. This agenda isn't radical. My team and I are promising renewal, not revolution, a renewal of the best of Australia's values: fairness, decency, supporting aspiration, looking out for each other, rewarding hard work. I want the sacrifices that all of you have made through these tough times to lead to a better future. My fellow Australians, you understand that our country is facing serious challenges right now. You're living them. The cost of everything is going up, but your pay isn't. Petrol, groceries, rent, childcare, healthcare. The costs keep piling up and have been piling up for some time now. The pandemic has ripped through everything from hospitality and tourism to our universities and the entertainment industry. Climate change is here, and its consequences are devastating. Yet on all of these issues, on every challenge which faces our country, instead of this decade-old government being part of the solution, they're part of the problem. And instead of this Prime Minister stepping up, taking responsibility and helping, he runs for cover and blames someone else. And we saw it all again on Tuesday night. A budget that spoke for a wasted decade. No help or hope for young Australians. No vision for the future. Just one-off handouts to get through an election with all the sincerity of a fake tan. I think Australians will see this for what it is. Actually, I don't think, I know. The budget was, as it always is with this Prime Minister, long on politics, short on plans. All announcement, no delivery. Far too little, way too late. This is a government whose entire economic record is riddled with waste and rorts. A government that blames a generation of deficits on COVID but had already doubled debt before the pandemic ever reached us. A government that is leaving Australians behind. If you vote Labor in May, I can promise you that this will change. If I'm Prime Minister, I won't go missing when the going gets tough, or pose for photos and then disappear when there's a job to be done. I'll show up, I'll step up, and I'll work every day to bring our country together. On issues like health funding, I will work with premiers and chief ministers from across the political spectrum to achieve our common objectives. If people want proof of Labor's capacity to bring people together and deliver policy reform, just look at what we've announced on climate change. Powering Australia, a fully costed, comprehensive plan that has received praise and support from the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the National Farmers Federation and the ACTU. Our policy will give businesses and workers the certainty they need. Labor will end the climate wars. And it is this objective of bringing people together in the national interest that will characterise a Labor government that I lead, in stark contrast to this government that is always seeking to divide. We'll be a government that backs the aspirations of all Australians to find a good job that pays a fair wage, to gain an apprenticeship or start their own small business. We'll be a government that creates safe and respectful workplaces for women, and we will implement every single one of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. We will create a National Anti-Corruption Commission because public money should always be invested in the public interest. In this increasingly uncertain and unstable world, we will need to increase Australia's defence spending. But that spending needs to lead somewhere. It needs to actually improve technology and capabilities and deliver them when they are needed. Spending billions to rip up contracts and blindside our allies is no way to enhance our security. we will make sure our veterans get the care they need by cutting waiting times for claims and rolling out new veterans hubs across the country. We will establish a disaster ready fund because Australians deserve a plan to mitigate the ever-intensifying impact of natural disasters. Families like those I met in Lismore, Ballina, Murwillumbah, Brisbane and Maryborough deserve and need a government that's ready to roll up its sleeves and tackle the challenge of climate change, not just create a fund and let it sit idle like a term deposit, while people's homes and livelihoods are swept away. And I say to those Australians still reeling and rebuilding from the Black Summer bushfires, the people I had the honour of shaking hands with on the New South Wales North Coast, in Maria, in the Adelaide Hills, in Victoria and in Cobargo, you deserve a leader who holds a hose and a government that stands up for you. My fellow Australians, we will act on climate change and seize the chance to transform our country into a renewable energy superpower. It will make us more resilient and less dependent on global supply chains. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has reminded us that we must be prepared for the uncertainty that global events unleash here at home. The pandemic too has shown us that we are not immune to global events. We must be more self-reliant. We can revitalise Australian manufacturing and power that manufacturing with Australian-made renewable energy. Exporting resources will always be important to Australia's economy, but we should also use our resources, like our minerals and rare earths, to make products like batteries here, instead of just shipping the resources offshore and importing the finished goods. We can and we should add value here wherever possible. And at a time when petrol prices are on everyone's minds, we need to face the fact that 2 out of Australia's 4 fuel refineries have closed during this government's term. We need a government with a real plan to ensure supply, using Australian flag vessels with Australian seafarers in a strategic fleet, and a fuel reserve that's accessible, not in the Gulf of Mexico, as it is now. This is what Australians will get to choose in just a few short weeks. A government that looks forward and plans ahead. An Australia that stands on our own 2 feet. A better future with a Labor government focused on creating secure, well-paid jobs, making our future here, strengthening Medicare and making childcare cheaper. My fellow Australians, it was Bob Hawke's Labor government that proudly created Medicare, a policy driven by one simple principle, that every Australian should be able to access and afford the health care they need. Paul Keating created universal superannuation to ensure every Australian could save for financial security in their retirement. Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard created the National Disability Insurance Scheme so that every Australian affected by disability would be guaranteed the support and respect they deserve. It is only Labor that ever does the big reforms. These reforms are the markers of a decent society, and they are the drivers of a stronger economy, not only because they boost participation and productivity and lighten the load on employers and businesses, but because good, reliable, affordable and universal services give people the confidence to pursue their aspirations, to fulfil their potential, to be their best. Better care means Australians can live better lives. It's that simple. So if you vote Labor in May, you can be confident of this. Our government will always protect Medicare. Our government will keep universal superannuation strong. Our government will stop the Liberals' cuts and get the NDIS back on track. And we will bring the principle of universal, affordable and quality service to childcare and to aged care. We'll do that because for too long our youngest Australians and our oldest Australians and their families have been left with little alternative to shouldering the costs of a broken system. In my first budget reply speech, I announced Labor's plan for cheaper childcare. We will eliminate the complicated mess of subsidy cliffs and barriers to working more. This isn't some one-off handout 5 minutes before an election. It's meaningful help with the cost of living and a permanent saving for millions of families. Under our plan, no family will be worse off, but almost all families will be better off. Making childcare cheaper will mean more Australian children get access to early education, giving them a great start in life. And crucially, cheaper childcare is an economic reform. Our plan will end the economic distortion that stops particularly mums working more than 3 or 4 days a week. It will boost productivity and workforce participation across the country. Cheaper childcare, stronger Medicare, and tonight at the heart of my third budget reply is our plan to fix the crisis in aged care. Tonight I'm announcing Labor's plan to put security, dignity, quality and humanity back into aged care. Put simply, to put the care back into aged care. The global pandemic and a Royal Commission have confirmed what so many Australians already knew, that our aged care system is in crisis. More of us are living long enough to need extra care in our later years. But currently that thought fills a generation of Australians and their families with dread. Older Australians fear that the final chapter of their life will be an aged care facility where they are not properly cared for, let alone afforded real dignity. Their children wrestle with the dilemma of sending them to a place that might not be good enough versus the risk of leaving them at home when it's becoming unsafe for them to be on their own. We've all been chilled by stories of unforgivable neglect, maggots in wounds, people going days without fresh air, a shower or a change of clothes, stories of residents lying on the floor, crying out in pain, and nobody is there to help them. It goes against everything we are as Australians. And while our loved ones suffer and their carers, mostly women, are underpaid and overworked, some of the operators running these places are doing very well. It's no coincidence that COVID swept through some aged care facilities with such deadly force, because for far too long the Liberals have turned a blind eye to operators who put profit ahead of the people in their care. The simple truth of it is this: the Liberals and Nationals have had a decade to do something about aged care. Even an interim Royal Commission report with the searing one-word title, neglect, wasn't enough to spur them into action. If they are left in power, nothing will change, and the bleak present they have created will be the bleak future awaiting so many more Australians. Now, I know that there are many facilities out there that do a magnificent job caring for people, and I know the aged care workers, such as those in the gallery today, show up every day and do their absolute best with what they have, showing love and respect for those in their care. But those workers are the first to tell you that the system is at breaking point. People are leaving the industry. If you want to change aged care in this country for the better, then we need to start by changing the government. Tonight I announce 5 concrete, practical measures a Labor government will implement to ensure older Australians receive the aged care they deserve. 1. Under a Labor government, every aged care facility will be required to have a registered, qualified nurse on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Mr. Speaker, we are going to put the nurses back into nursing homes. This will save thousands of stressful, expensive and ultimately unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments for issues which a nurse, with all of their skills, could solve on the spot. Because every Australian living in aged care should get the medical attention they need the moment they need it, day or night. This is just common sense and it is common decency. 2, we are going to raise the standard of aged care across the board by ensuring there are more carers who have more time to care. We will mandate that every Australian living in aged care receives a minimum of 215 minutes of care per day as recommended by the Royal Commission. That means more care for every resident every day. So if you have a loved one in aged care, you can be certain they will get more time with a registered nurse and more time with enrolled nurses and personal care workers, not just for essential medical treatment, but basic, important things like helping people take a shower, get dressed, eat a meal, and also the time to talk, the chance to have a conversation that isn't about medication or hygiene or a sudden emergency. Some company and human interaction, especially on those days when a family member can't visit. A reminder that our older Australians aren't just a number. They aren't a burden. They are people who built this country, who deserve respect, courtesy and the best possible attention. 3, a Labor government I lead will back a real pay rise for aged care workers. At the start of this year, the Prime Minister announced a one-off pre-election payment for aged care workers. This week it was reported that over 90% of them, due in March, still haven't received a cent. That is this government in a nutshell. A big announcement, no delivery. Too little, too late. Labor knows that these carers who work long hours doing such important and often back-breaking work are underpaid and undervalued, with some earning as little as $22 an hour. Unlike this Prime Minister, who won't take responsibility, a Labor government won't muck around. We'll support the workers' call for better pay at the Fair Work Commission, and a Labor government will fund the outcome of this case. Because if we want higher standards of care, we need to support higher wages for our carers. We know if we want to recruit and retain more carers to look after a population that's growing older, we need to treat their vital and essential work with respect and reward it with better pay. Number 4 is about better food for residents. A really hard part of growing old and losing some of your independence is not being able to cook for yourself, let alone visitors or family. For most of us, meals are something we look forward to, a daily ritual that brings us together, gives us moments of joy. This makes it all the more outrageous when the food served up to some Australians in aged care is a scandal itself. The interim Royal Commission report found that over half of aged care residents, think about that, over half, were not getting enough nutrition. They are literally starving. We are going to change that. A Labor government will work with the sector to develop and implement mandatory nutrition standards for aged care homes to ensure that every resident gets good food. Tasty and nutritious meals which respect cultural, religious and dietary requirements. And the fifth part of our plan to fix the aged care crisis is about integrity and accountability. Labor will deliver new funding, more staff and better support to the aged care sector, and I'm determined to see that every single dollar of that investment goes to better care for people. We will work with multicultural communities to support culturally appropriate care because we know that many older people revert to the language of their birth in their later years. We will give the Aged Care Safety Commissioner new powers, and we will make residential care providers report in public and in detail what they are spending money on. The days of residents going without decent food and clean clothes will come to an end. Our plan: registered nurses on site 24/7, more carers with more time to care, a pay rise for aged care workers, better food for residents and dollars going to care. That's how a Labor government will solve the crisis in aged care. Childcare, Medicare, aged care because Labor cares. That's a different approach to what we heard on Tuesday night. People have seen it and heard it all before from this government. The big promises that are never kept, the taxpayer-funded advertising ready to roll, and the big bucket of taxpayers' money ready to be splashed around in an election campaign. A budget handed down for the next 6 weeks, when what we need is a plan for the next 6 years and beyond. The problem for this Prime Minister is that the Australian people have figured him out. This government will say whatever it takes and promise whatever they think will get them a second decade in office. But the facts do not lie, and we have a decade of facts to look at. Take the cost of living. Australians know that the cost of everything is going up: food, petrol, rent, childcare, doctors' bills, and they know that their pay has fallen behind. So let's be really clear about this. You can't put the worst ever decade of wages growth down to a long run of bad luck. And it's not due to COVID. It's not an accident at all. This government wants to keep your wages low. They've said it themselves. Low wages growth is a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. Deliberate design, not bad luck, bad policy. And this is a central difference between this government and Labor on jobs and on cost of living. I believe in a fair wage, high productivity economy, an Australia where working hard means you can pay the bills, support your family, save for the future and achieve your aspirations. But this Prime Minister and this Treasurer see the last 9 years of record low wages growth as a great success story. And that's why they cannot and will not ever be able to do anything meaningful or lasting to help with the cost of living. Australians know the difference between structural reforms that change people's lives for the better and cynical one-off payments designed for an election. This government might as well have stapled cash to your ballot paper. We know the pressure Australians are under, which is why these payments will be delivered regardless of the election outcome. But the difference is this: if you vote Labor in May, our work on cost of living won't stop once the votes are counted, because we know that the costs that you're dealing with aren't one-offs. Your kids don't go to childcare for 1 week, not even just for the election campaign. You don't use electricity for just a few days. The relentless pressure of flat wages and rising prices won't stop because of a short-term pre-election promise. The truth is, if you want real, permanent, meaningful help with the cost of living, you need a plan to get wages growing again. And you need a Labor government to do it. A Labor government that is up front with our plans, not a Liberal national government that has driven down wages and has plans for cuts once they get through an election. Because make no mistake, if the Liberals get a second decade in office, more cuts to services you count on are coming. My fellow Australians, it was clear enough on Tuesday night that the Liberal and National parties think that this budget will be enough to get them through the next election. The Treasurer as much as said that in his budget luncheon speech just yesterday. The only jobs they are concerned about are their own. They're asking you to trust them, that somehow they'll be better in their fourth term. After all the waste and rorts and scandals, can you just imagine how arrogant and dismissive they will be if they enter a second long decade in office? But this election isn't about their political future. It's about our country's future. And it's a choice only you can make. We live in the greatest country on earth. And ask yourself, though, is this really as good as it gets? Because I believe we can aim higher. I believe Australians deserve a better future. I believe in higher wages. I believe in universal, accessible, high-quality health care delivered through Medicare. I believe our schools, universities and TAFEs are powerful national assets. I believe in dignity and respect for our older Australians, including pensioners who built our nation. I believe every Australian deserves a roof over their heads and the doors of opportunity open before them. I believe our natural environment needs protection and that dealing with climate change presents opportunities, not just challenges. I believe it is an absolute privilege to share this vast continent with the oldest continuous civilisation on earth. I believe in hope and optimism, not fear and division. And as I ask you for the privilege of forming government, I think about the path of my life that has led me here. I grew up in a council house raised by a single mum. Mum and I didn't have much, but we had each other. I learnt the value of $1. I learnt about the strength of community. I learned about the power of optimism in the face of adversity. I learnt about the strength of a parent's love and how parents will move mountains to give their kids the opportunity of a better life. It's where I learnt to fight for what I believe in and what it means for everyday people to have leaders who fight for them. It's why I'll fight so hard for a better future. I went into politics because I believe that good government can change the lives of Australians for the better, reaching out for those who've fallen back and creating opportunities that make it possible to get ahead, to be the best we can be. That's the dream that I hold for my son Nathan. I want to build a stronger Australia to hand to his generation. An Australia that gives them the chance to follow their dreams, to study what they want, to learn the trade or get the job they want, to buy a home, to start a family. An Australia of boundless opportunity, an inclusive Australia that celebrates our rich diversity and values our multiculturalism as an asset. An Australia that embraces the generous Uluru Statement from the Heart, including a constitutionally recognised Indigenous voice to this parliament. My fellow Australians, I have unlimited faith in our country's potential, and if I have the honour of serving as your Prime Minister, I can promise you this: I will work as hard as I can every day to see that potential realised. I will act with integrity, I will lead with responsibility, and I will treat you with respect. We've been through a tough couple of years, but I know our best days can be ahead of us. I will work with you to build a better future. And I say to this Prime Minister, who himself declared months ago he was campaigning and not governing, call the election, call it now, and let the people of Australia decide.
The debate is adjourned. The House stands adjourned until Monday, the 11th of April 2022 at 10 a.m, in accordance with the resolution agreed to previously.
Well done.